There's more than meets the eye. Chatfish, hello and welcome to another fireside chat with more breaking news. Total War Rally Point. That's something I haven't seen in 30 billion trillion years. They used to do these videos or streams or whatever. So they've done an hour long, I don't even know what we're going to call this. Hopefully this has more meat than the previous one because it's an hour long. But yeah,
It does.
there's Medieval 3, and we're going to be talking about Medieval 3. So let's get started. Oh my god. I thought I skipped the part where it started. Oh, and I muted it. Fuck.
Oh, and welcome to our final stream of the year. And what a final stream to go out on. Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting. As we honestly, we are setting up something we have never ever done before. It is slightly terrifying. There's going to be a few tech issues, we imagine.
Oh, I'm sure.
We've just resolved one of them. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. This is, as I say, our last stream of the year, but really our first stream of the new era of Total War. And it is also, to all of you watching on the main channel, our first stream on the main Total War YouTube channel in, I think, over 2 years.
Wow.
So, hello everyone, welcome back. For those of you unaware, we have a second channel called Total War Live, where we stream pretty much every week, sometimes a couple of times a week. Some of you may even recognize Pav, who's made a few appearances. A very sneaky appearance on a Med 2 stream now, with the context all considered.
Yeah.
But yes, there will be, over on that channel, for those of you who follow there will be a VOD of this stream. We will make sure that everything we stream still lives over there. But for our big rally points and for these more pivotal moments, we'll try and bring the whole community in. So, last time we were live, I was sat at a computer trying desperately not to say the words Medieval 3 and Warhammer 40,000. Absolutely petrified to say them. And now we can say those things openly.
Still feels strange.
Just with a little bit more cringe. But it is very new that we're talking about these games openly. So to those of you watching, please forgive us if we accidentally say a code name. Don't snitch on us. We will do our best to navigate this kind of new world where we're able to talk to you guys freely. And by us, I am referring to my wonderful guests. So we have Pav and we have Life. Starting with you, Pav, who people may have seen a few times before. Would you care to introduce just maybe who you are for those who don't know and what you do on the project?
Sure. Hello, I'm Pav, and I'm the game director on Total War Medieval 3.
Fantastic. Yeah. And Life?
Hey everyone, I'm Life. I'm the creative director on Medieval 3.
Thank you very much. So, joined here by two very esteemed guests. But what are we doing here today? You know, we announced Medieval 3. We said it's in pre-production. What is pre-production?
So, I mean, pre-production is basically the phase where we kind of try and figure out exactly what we want to do with this game. You know, we set out the vision, we set out the the kind of idea at the earlier phases, and pre-production is about proving that out and trying to kind of put all of those pieces together and try and shape the game in readiness for production.
Yeah, I think a good comparison would be to say this is about the how.
Yeah.
Right, so you start pre-production with an idea. Okay, what do you want to make? What's the grand vision? What's your big dream? And then during pre-production, we figure out, okay, how are we making this?
Yeah.
How exactly are we building our rosters, our map? You know, all these kind of questions.
Which is exactly why we're doing these streams. Which is exactly why we announced so early.
Yeah.
So that we can.
Don't touch a thing. I've upped the volume. Yeah.
So that we can involve the community, in shaping the game. You know, this is the time when we can still make changes. This is the time where we can take feedback on board and let it kind of guide us in the way that we make this game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think we started this with a very clear vision ourselves, but knowing how passionate our fans are out there and how obviously everyone has sort of their own vision of Med 3 in their minds, was really important for us to bring everyone on board along the journey and sort of make sure that your folks' vision out there is sort of reflected by ours.
And we've dabbled with feedback in the past. We've worked with members of the community, and we've had feedback on previous titles, but we've always done it at a much later phase of development, at a point where we can't really do any major changes or act on the feedback in any way but beyond little tweaks and nudges here or there.
Exactly.
Whereas now it's really still where I think it's fair to say we're reading everything, certainly on our forums. We read a lot of stuff on Reddit and whatnot. Like, we're reading everything, and everything sort of feeds, in various ways into the game we're making here.
Absolutely. So do check out our Total War community website, our forums, where we posted about what we mean by pre-productions. There's a bit more detail there on that topic itself, as well as other topics that we're kind of talking about.
Exactly. And
I like this setup better
it's
than
part
the
of
other one.
The name of this stream as well, right?
Yeah, I guess we could mention that real quick. Like, so far, this setup is way better. This is a much better presentation, but the rally points were always more laid back. And honestly, the rally points were always better, in my opinion, due to the fact that they're much more laid back and they're much more relaxed and it's more natural conversation. Like here,
they're not marketers.
They haven't said a bunch of PR fluff. They're just speaking as ordinary people. And honestly, it's more respectful to our intelligence. I think if they shift to more of a direction like this from now on, this would be better. More laid back. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit less, like clean and straight to the point from topic to topic. But like, I'll be real with you. I'll take this over that other video we watched, which was 30 minutes long. Because here they're just discussing pre-production. They're discussing the process of game development. And, it's about...
And there's going to be a few important points that you need to pay attention to, Chad. And make sure to stay on top of this and be vocal with these devs. Because there is a reason why they're doing this.
Yeah.
Also, chat did say that it was a little quiet.
My God, it's so fucking already like loud. Like I don't really know what else. I guess I'll turn it up more, but like to be frank with you guys, I can't really turn it up much higher than this. But let's see.
This isn't a different stream just because we have sofas instead of stools, as
we may have stools at some point. We're still working on the setup, so who knows?
I saw someone say about the roundtable. The guy host doesn't look super enthusiastic. If you had to sit on that stool for an hour and a half, honestly. But yes, we are not playing Medieval 3 today. We will be showing, but this game isn't called. The stream isn't called Playing Medieval 3. It's showing, right? And that's part of what we're trying to do here. We want to get the community involved in Medieval 3 as we develop it, because we can see it by everyone watching here, like looking through the comments, right? This is a really important game for our community, and it's a really important game for us.
Absolutely.
The number of times, we've seen whiteboards discussing how we could do it over. I've been here, 8-9 years. Over that time,
I really wanted to bring one of the whiteboards in so we could kind of discuss those points, but there just wasn't.
You were
enough time.
vetoed.
Yeah, absolutely. But at one point we will bring the whiteboard in.
We will. But yes, it's important to you guys and it's important to us. So I want to just flash something up on the screen to kind of reinforce what this series is. What is building Medieval 3?
I think one thing that yes, we're not necessarily playing through the game, but I think we're going to show the actual game. I think one of the cool things, as part of our anniversary, we talked a bit about new engine, is that at this early stage we actually have a game that is, that we can prototype things in, we can try out things. We've, removed things that we tried out that we felt like didn't work, right? So I think that's the power of the new engine. Both of us, we worked on Three Kingdoms. It's probably fair to say that at this stage in Three Kingdoms, we didn't necessarily have a playable version yet. So this is all great news, essentially, even though what you're going to see is all heavily placeholder. But
it is, and it's part of the candid and open. I'll skip one for now, but it's the hope here is that we can have adult conversations, as adults with our community who all want the game to be great, and we want the game to be great. So being able to talk about mechanics and features in a way where we're kind of meeting each other as peers, I think is a really important part of these kind of conversations. We've touched a little on consistent communication. You guys talking about you've been posting in the forums. There will be stuff in the forums for people to respond to after this stream. So we're going to be asking you guys some key questions around the topics we've brought. But I've put that last point in as it's going to evolve over time. This may be the last building Medieval 3 stream we ever do, because people say this isn't a good way for us to have communication. We'd rather it was blogs. We'd rather, we ask the questions, you give the answers, all those kinds of things. So we are very open to exploring
and calibrating along the way.
Exactly. And I'm going to ask to very quickly borrow the mouse. Am I? I need to switch to a scene that is not on my little stream deck, which is honestly where I spend my whole life. But actually, I think I can maybe do this verbally because I can remember. We have planned the stream. All right. So the topics we're going to be covering today, right?
Yes.
The map, region breakdown, construction, population and taxation / wealth.
Yes.
So that is going to be the focus of this stream. You
So
guys will
campaign
see
stuff.
that the stream is called Building Medieval 3, the map and Civic, which is kind of the bundle we gave for these. If people enjoy this and enjoy this format, we will do other streams based on other topics, right? So the point of this isn't for us to go, here's absolutely everything we've developed so far, here's everything we can see. As we work through different stages of the game and different parts, that's when we want to come at that opportune moment to the community with, here's what we're working on, help us refine this, or what are your expectations for this area?
And we also want to, we want to kind of riff off of the key topics, right? So if in our forums is a key topic that everyone's kind of engaging with and they're really curious about that, we want to, be able to support that with content and follow up with, okay, we've seen you talking about this. Look, let us tell you what we're thinking about it, where we are now with that particular topic in mind.
And I saw someone in the chat say it, and it's a good time to mention it up. There was a question. Oh, you didn't mention religion there. We didn't mention 99% of the game in that list, right? So, although I'd argue the campaign map is a pretty big part, but the point being that just because we didn't say something there, that doesn't mean it's not going to be there. The hope for these streams is that as we're working on them, we can come to the community, list out these things. So I think when we see the game, there'll be a bit of religion. You'll spot some religion, but that the conversation about religion and the work on religion from a design perspective isn't being done right now. The stuff that we're talking about is where we want that input.
Obviously, I think one way to look at it is that we are trying to build the game from the core skeleton outwards, right?
Yes.
And if you think about, okay, for the campaign, what's the most relevant? Well, how's the space, how's the world broken down into parts? It's obviously a super big element of that gameplay, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that these are the most important features, but they are sort of determining the skeleton of
Absolutely.
Of the game.
And there's also and this is where part of this is going to be discussing about us talking about how we make games, know, and the kind of in the process, and a lot of that is looking at the assessing the how big a thing is, how risky is it, how much of a challenge is it to implement, what do we have, we have to prioritize certain big things earlier rather than others, so that will inform the focus in a particular amount of time. And there's almost like a butterfly effect of features as well in the systems that we implement that then have a knock-on on other things. So there's a certain order to the way that we approach things as we build a Total War game. And we're going to be discussing that and how we're approaching what's next in line because of the preceding items, and how is this shaping, and why are things changing, because actually we've now unlocked something, we're doing this instead, because that has an impact on something we've previously discussed. It's a very dynamic kind of process, an iterative process of how we build Total War.
Absolutely. Well then, should we start off with the map?
Sure.
Yep.
All right. I think we've got a bit of
Finally to the map.
art to throw.
The teaser first.
Okay.
We got a lot there, and
That's
first of
actually
all,
a lot better than what we got from Total War 40K already.
Yeah.
It's
My one
concept
immediate
art.
concern, though, not even about the map, is they're thinking about, okay, going to listen to community feedback and community. Where? The Reddit? Their official forums? That's it? Because usually it's only one area that companies listen to.
Yeah, the big problem with
what they're
just
trying to
doing the
do is-
Reddit would be limited.
So
Go
I
ahead.
would
Yeah.
imagine it's only their official forums they'll bother paying attention to.
There are actually several things we can actually deduce here already. One, this map is very big, like in terms of how big the settlements are. You can see an army concept sketch of an army right there with the standing little banner right there. And so we have 1, 2, 3, and that's a city there, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 12 cities, 13 cities, because that one doesn't have a name for some reason. Just in Spain alone. This is pretty damn massive. So, oh, and yeah, there's one right there as well. Okay, it's just not marked. So it's very early concept art. So yeah, if this is the case, like Iberia is quite massive. The scale is much, much better than Medieval 2. And so that's actually pretty good. And there, you can also, one last thing you can tell is that this is what it looks like when you have line of sight, full color, fog of war from areas you have vision of, and then like another layer of like distant, and then it turns into fog, for exploration.
Yeah, stuff you've not explored at all.
And also, you're gonna notice one thing, Kibbs, of they are gonna be trying to steer people to the forums, but obviously they're reading the YouTube chat. We're gonna have to get, whenever they stream, you gotta get in there and comment, because they are gonna. This is your best chance for them to see it live, and also pressure them on certain things. They are gonna show you the mechanics. What do you like? Do you like this? Yes or no? if you want to balance out or actually drown out any potential sims that have wrecked Total War or feedback over the years, they're trying to, this is their design phase of, okay, what mechanics you like, yes or no, and you're going to notice one thing of proof that they are listening to certain things that people didn't like in Rome 2 that you're going to notice.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is a good step. This is showing a lot more openness. The only critique I really have for this whole thing so far is that their places they've chosen are places that, the issue with choosing the Total War Forum is the Total War Forum is a terrifically terrible place. Mostly due to the fact that it's, because so many people have been washed out from previous administrations of the Creative Assembly moderation team, there's not a lot of people there anymore. Like, reality-wise. There are people there, but, like, most of the people that got filtered out ages ago that were critical. And so,
Yes,
the places they should be actually checking is things like the Steam forums, and they should be checking, not just that, but the YouTube comments and the Reddit and stuff like that, too, but they should be looking everywhere they possibly can, like, really going in above. This is something that Arrowhead did, by the way, that I have to compliment Arrowhead for. When it comes to feedback that Creative Assembly needs to learn from, because it's awesome. Arrowhead literally spent entire days going through not just Reddit posts, not just YouTube comments, not just Steam forums and reviews, but they also went through YouTube videos, and they also went through YouTube videos comments, actually, as well, about people in the conversation that were basically taking place. They went above and beyond in terms of how far they went. And it really shows because, well, look at how well Helldivers 2 has turned out. It's just one of those things where I think if you do your research, you really do get your rewards and dividends back.
yes, and that's basic
No,
data
I'm
crunching.
not talking about that, Doman. Not just listening to Kib. Like, I'm talking about listening to all of you. Literally
Yes.
comments, literally forums, literally Steam forums. Like, they should be any place that there is a conversation that could be happening about their game. They should at least peruse it, skim it. Like, at least give a cursory glance. They don't need to respond to it, but just getting feedback is good as a whole. It's what set Arrowhead apart. Again, like I've said before, Arrowhead, what made them, when they made their course corrections, so good was the fact that they were seemingly tackling each issue everyone had. And if you look at how they've responded, Arrowhead has responded to all the issues and complaints they've had. Compare that to Dune Awakening from Funcom. Funcom's responses were terrible. It's basically dead on arrival. It's a dead game. I hate to say that. I love Dune Awakening, but it's dead as fuck. And it's because they didn't listen to feedback. They didn't listen to critique. They did Band-Aid solutions. Whereas Arrowhead went out, communicated with studios that they did crossover, got the fucking Killzone stuff back, literally patched up relations with Microsoft and Sony, mended the gap between Sony and Microsoft, basically ending the console wars. Like, that's what happens when you have a studio that does something. Arrowhead single-handedly ended the console wars by themselves. So, like, versus Funcom, who's waffling and not doing anything with what was a blowout success for them. One of their best successes. The reason why I compared both these studios is both these games came out in the last couple of years, and both these games had the same problems, but both studios responded differently. Funcom, Band-Aid solutions, not really adjusting course, not listening to critical feedback. Arrowhead, adjusting course, listening to critical feedback whenever there's pushback, and always making the right move in the end. And so
yes,
that's
Arrowhead
the
did trouble
difference.
too, but what Kiv's is explaining can be summarized to two basics to terms and statistics of surveying. If you got to get a large enough sample to capture the ideas and distributions of all these groups. What does this group think? What does this group think? A lot of these groups not all of these groups just go to the Total War forums, as we saw with a lot of community and influencer crowded Total War community that drove a lot of people away. We saw this with a lot of, I'm not gonna name names, a lot of previous historical YouTubers that just left completely just because they got so sick of the fantasy crowd and being driven out.
Yeah, there was
just
that
being
one guy,
ignored.
what's his name, Darren Total War, who went and worked for Creative Assembly for a time.
Yes, he's doing his own thing now.
Yeah.
He's doing his own thing now, but
He got burnt
a
out.
little bit. Yeah, because Creative Assembly wouldn't listen to him, and let's face it. At that time, Creative Assembly was not well run. But what Creative Assembly needs to do, and there are signs that they are finally listening after many, many years, I'm just gonna say it. Remember the Rome 2 provincial system? Well, they're scrapping it.
Thank you, Christ. Thank you for
Yeah,
checking
yeah.
out. By the way, good job.
I watched this whole thing while playing Europa, and I'm just saying it now. They're scrapping it, and they're gonna do new things. You gotta make sure in these streams, and hopefully they expand to the water YouTuber crowd, that they'll look to be listening more to the historical fan base here, and you gotta maintain that influence. You can't
That's
let the
such
fantasy
good
crowd
news, though.
wreck this.
Oh my God,
Yeah, that's why
that's already a big W. The fact the provincial system is gone. Thank you, God. I'm so sick of the provincial system. Oh my
Yes.
God.
And also, we got population numbers back. They're showing it.
Nice.
You have burgers. You have your burgers, which is it's not just a European term, that it's a historical term. You have your merchant
Yep,
class,
burgers.
your burgers, your nobles, and your peasants. And you actually have population numbers, wealth of the province, food.
Will they make population play a role into army recruitment like it did in Rome 1? That'd be cool. Because then you could actually attrition
What I'm getting the
warfare
impression,
things.
yes, losing noble units is going to be far more hurting than say losing a bunch of peasants. Because they're harder
Nice.
to replace is the impression I'm getting.
What
So
about
populations matter.
Now, keep in mind that I'm just summarizing what this entire hour long. But again, this is to drive home the point of, if you need to go into the forums and bloat it, fill it with chatfish and people to drown out the Sims and make sure their
Okay,
voices
hold
are
up.
not
No.
dominated anymore.
That's that. I'm gonna interject. That sounds a bit like brigading. Just go and be vocal about what you would like the game to see. Don't fucking dogpile things. But like, if you have time and you can find time to do it, go to the forums and be vocal and be like, hey, I really like this part of Medieval 2. I really like this part of, Rome 1, or like this part of this Total War game. You know what I would say, for example? Like, if you want to talk about a modern Total War and like a mechanic I love Rome 2 when it had naval combat and it had combined arms where you could attack a city from sea and land at the same time. And I think that'd be awesome to see that return, especially in a medieval game, because that happened so much in the Renaissance, it wasn't even funny, where you had these like cities completely surrounded, especially in the lowlands and the north and stuff like that on the coast, where they would just be surrounded by ships, they'd be surrounded on land, and there'd be like all sorts of things. And I would love to see that return, things like that. Like, that's what I'm talking about. And like dynamic destruction, we already know it can do it, like being able to destroy buildings and having completely destructible cities, fire mechanics, siege mechanics, having peasants run around and stuff. Things from Attila. There are good things from the modern Total Wars, like Attila's siege mechanics, and fire mechanics, the forest fires and grass fires for dry lands and grasslands from Pharaoh dynasties, and mud and rain mechanics would be great. The advanced diplomacy and coalition system from Three Kingdoms was good. Rome 2 had dismountable units. Yes, dismountable units. That'd be finally. You can make your own dismounted knights. You know what I mean? Like, you could dismount your knights and then fucking get them on the walls and stuff. So that would be fantastic for siege battles.
Ladders.
Oh God, I think they've
We
heard
don't
that
know
loud
about
and
that
clear.
yet.
They have to have heard that loud and clear by now. But still, it needs to be said. Yeah, bring back medieval 2 sieges, like make them complex, multiple layers of walls, like Motte and Bailey's. I want everything. I want like unique cities for certain things. I want Rome to have a unique city. I want London to have a unique city. I want Paris to have a unique city. I want fucking Constantinople to be an awesome siege map. That one should be amazing. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Antioch,
Also, to interject
Jerusalem.
here, they are doing more stuff where if you want to place a port down, you can place it wherever you want if there's no port.
Customizing
you
the
wanna build a
campaign map.
castle? Hey, you can place this castle wherever you want in the province.
That is a huge W right there. Oh my God. That's actually more mechanics with not the castle one, but the ability to move the port around has never been done before. Actually, so like you're telling me in this tile here, right? Like this little tile here, Fuzzy, we can actually build stuff in it, like and interact with it.
We're discussing these ideas. Remember, this is pre-production, and they're throwing these out there, which means if you like an idea, you got to make sure that they get this data feedback, because the YouTube streams, it looks like there are going to be patients at YouTube streams, so getting on there and commenting on it is going to work, because they are paying attention, and you'll see in this stream they are reading it live as they talk about this.
These are all good things, actually.
Yeah, the only Achilles heel is the Total War forums. That is become such a cesspit. If they rely on that, this could easily sabotage this whole new open process.
Also, Doman, I'd be careful, because unironically joking, they might cursory glance that and be like, oh yeah, People do like the magic ladders. I wouldn't even joke, because remember, text does not convey humor. I would actually take this very seriously right now. If you want actual positive change, you should be serious. Otherwise, you might shoot yourself in the foot.
Remember, they're doing adult conversation and feedback. Listen to that if you're going on their streams.
So yeah, again, this is pretty good directional stuff. But we should probably continue.
So yeah,
I was about to say continue.
Piece of early concept art that we kind of showed with the showcase, where we kind of explored, tried to really get a sense of, a sense of scale that we wanted to achieve with Met3.
And maybe a good question to dive into a bit is why this focus on Iberia or quote unquote Spain? Why did we start with that?
Mm-hmm. It was definitely the starting point was trying to do something that was a little bit different, a bit fresh. In terms of visuals, we're very medieval theme is dominated by kind of Northern Atlantic kind of grey stone castles, mud and grey essentially. And what we wanted to do is take a different skew to begin with and focus on a Mediterranean, something that is very very medieval, but different to everything else that's kind of associated with that.
Yeah, and then I think the other part is how sort of Iberia is really almost like a microcosm of the medieval world. Mm-hmm. I was just flying to Sofia the other day with one of our senior designers, and he was reading a book, The Wise King, about Alfonso X, and sort of he kept coming over. Oh, God, this is so cool! Like here's this, here's the peasant revolt happening and whatnot. And I think there's a lot of things that are happening in Iberia throughout those 300 years, where it almost captures all the major tropes, all the major mechanics. Like you have knightly orders vying for power. You have obviously religious, sort of religiously inspired conflict. You have trade between cultures. You have the peasant revolts. You have dynastic important links. Where multiple realms merge. Yeah. And then of course you have that, let's say the ambition of grandeur with Castile ultimately emerging as a great power. So a lot of the, let's say, fantasies and tropes and mechanics you want to capture across the entire map in the end are sort of really nicely represented in that microcosm.
And we were just discussing it just today, the scale as well. It's got a nice kind of sense of scale, large geographical kind of area that we can kind of fill and really use as that initial kind of playground to build up the features and systems.
And I guess so the last part of this would be, I think it's probably fair to say we have a lot of, let's say, hobbyist experts for various, let's say, medieval areas or eras. We have sort of really passionate people about the Holy Roman Empire, Poland, England, of course. Yeah. But with Iberia, it was really clear that, this is actually good opportunity to really focus our early research in that area, because it was...
Removes any bias that we have within a team.
Removes bias, yes. But it was also a new area really to focus our early research on. So that was a big part as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I will give my little caveat first, and then we're going to press
go for it. Yes.
So today you are going to see bits of our new engine. The caveat I want to make very right now is all of the 40K fans watching, I do not want you to start guessing at what aspects of Medieval 3 that we're currently developing are or are not shared between our titles. We are looking today at what Medieval 3 has planned, what we've got, and what's part of that core DNA. But that is the DNA. The body of these titles and the life of them is going to be very different. So please do not jump to any conclusions as I see this thing, so that's going to be in Total Warhammer 40K and vice versa. I will say as well, the purpose of the visuals right now is not to look pretty and to wow everyone. It is to help us prove out the gameplay and to help you understand our goals. So from here, we can have more informed discussions with you about the features, about the mechanics. Is that everything I had to say? I think so. I will also say this is an incredibly suboptimal setup for the developers. I'm so sorry. The issue we had just before we went live is the mouse isn't working very well. So if I have to run off stream and sort out a mouse, that's what's happening.
If you see live being very delicate with the mouse, it's if that mouse goes off screen, that's it.
Yeah.
Josh has to disappear behind.
Looking at a massive TV with it. All right.
So real quickly, they raised an interesting point there. There will be no they want to really stretch the point where Medieval 3 will not cross over to fantasy. And Jano points this out in the chat and says they want to make 40K more slop for fantasy fans and Medieval 3 return to Medieval 2, huh? That not to be like mean, but that's kind of how that came off. Yes. It sounds like
Yeah.
the bigger
A
focus
bit, yeah.
is what's interesting is notice how Total War 40K got a 30-minute video and it was kind of scripted and it felt kind
It
of
was very
cold and
scripted.
dry. Notice how Medieval 3 the developers are more relaxed and more positive and it's just a better atmosphere. Feels more
I
genuine.
have a theory
The
on
devs
that.
also know that they don't have to put effort in on 40K. It's gonna sell.
It's gonna sell. Medieval 3, I think that they're excited for because I think that the developers as well, I think they're sick of fantasy as well. Like if I had to
Yeah,
guess.
because after I watched this whole thing, I got the impression also, and they were really more in depth of this is our ideas, this is what we want to do. You'll see that in the whole through the stream, and they'll be reading questions. That my theory is that again, they lost so many historical fans that as Kib pointed out in previous streams, went over to Paradox titles. They need to get those fans back. They are not even remotely close to the fantasy fans. Many don't even like the fantasy fans. Let's face it, the Division and Total War community is quite abundant. They are not appealing to that market at all. The fantasy fans likely could come over to Medieval 3, but this is not a game for fantasy Total War fans.
What would actually
And
be
that- and
really
that's-
interesting, actually, is that they do. And I actually hope that the fantasy fans do play this because then their standards should be raised.
Yes, because this is where, if those of us that want to innovate off Medieval to go get the higher standards, that's what Medieval 3, at least my impression is, are trying to build off of. Which means actually pushing the formula forward. Not what Fantasy did, which was a colossal retreat, what it was ever since Warscape became a thing, and the Fantasy fans continued.
Yeah. So
Well-
Doman points out something interesting here. He said, "I wonder if Medieval 3 will have a better Warhammer mod than actual Warhammer LoL." You know what's
probably
funny?
will.
Doman, you say that, but it actually should. And here's why. Medieval 3 is on a newer Warcore engine that has more features, more mechanics, it's more powerful, it's more robust than the old Warscape engine. Should be, anyways, right? We've yet to really see a game, we have yet to get our hands on a game made in this Warcore engine. But you should be
We
absolutely
also-
right. Like, Medieval 3 should be highly moddable, and it should basically be Medieval 2, but better in every way, is what it should be. Go ahead.
It should be, but we don't know how mod friendly the engine will be yet.
Well,
They haven't even built
it's
the tools
very
yet.
important to be
for that.
incredibly vocal. Be incredibly vocal about how important mods are to you. Because Creative Assembly in the past with the Warscape engine was very rigid. It's why the Warscape engine's mods, and credit to the modders, they tried their damnedest. They really do. The Dawnless Days mods is probably the most impressive one of all of them. But the issue is that it's still a limiting factor. The Medieval 2 mods, again, are limited to the fact that it's on an old, ancient engine, and they've done even more than the Warscape engine modders ever could. And that's because the game was much more moddable and mod-friendly. So, again, I sincerely hope that, again, be vocal as Total War fans in general. Just be like, modding is a big core issue for me. I want modders to be able to customize the siege maps. I want them to be able to customize factions. I want them to be able to customize scripting. I want them to be able to literally change the sculpting of the world itself. I want them to be able to change like the entire map into Hyrule Total War if they want to. I want them to be able to change it into, Middle Earth or the old world from Warhammer Fantasy. I don't give a damn. It should be the most moddable, most like customizable Total War we've ever seen is what it should be.
Yes, and I'll take one example of just off the top of my head. Let's take Warhammer Fantasy of what you could do with those population numbers if those are highly moddable. Not only can you have how many elves and dwarves or humans are in this element, how many vampires, how many corpses, how many etc., etc. You can really build off it in the modding scene and really make this a good Warcore and especially Medieval 3 a better foundation for modding to make people just go crazy and want to buy into this game. There is a lot of potential for that.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah, exactly. Abaddon says they should bring back
Yeah,
general speeches. 100%.
yeah.
100% with you. Yeah, bring
Yeah,
it back.
make vampires, for example. Vampires are very powerful, but
Hold
also
on.
very rare.
Aiden Dunley says, to be honest, I started with Medieval 2. Fantasy was just alien to me when it first came out. Do you think naval battles will return? Unless they state otherwise, as much as I want them to return and have coastal battles and naval battles, I would assume they won't. But I'm still going to advocate that they return because naval battles were something that the Warscape engine did add to the Total War formula, and the only reason why they didn't do it in Medieval 2 and Rome 1 is they just didn't have the time to. I think that we shouldn't be taking steps backwards. I think Total War should be taking steps forward, and I think that, I think that we take steps forward in general. But so far, Mamu says, historical bros, do we inject the hopium yet? Actually, the big thing here is that we've already have a lot of hopium from just what we've already seen here. What we see here right now, all the features and changes are all very good changes. Population mechanics, yeah, it is pre-production, yes. Population mechanic changes, the removal of the provincial system, the potential to be able to customize provinces and where structures are located. That already makes this the literally the superior Total War on the campaign map side. Because the reason why I'd say that is because the campaign map in Total War has been stagnant ever since Rome 1. Medieval 2 added a couple things, but to be frank, like Rome 1 was the biggest change the franchise ever saw, and then it's been a downward trend after that, where the campaign map has less mechanics, less features, and the campaign map stopped being a game and became like this little tacky thing. The problem with Total Warhammer 40K, or not, sorry, 40K, Total Warhammer 3 or Rome 2 is that the campaign map kind of just doesn't really feel like it's really part of the world anymore. And that's not good. That's what made Rome 1 and Medieval 2 so special, is the campaign map felt alive. It felt like if I battled in an area, it felt like I was in that area. It felt like the campaign map was just a overview of the battle maps that were all there. And it was, to a degree, that's how it actually worked. This is why it's incredibly important to return to that formula. Make the battle maps reflect the campaign map in the same way that they did with Rome 1 and Medieval 2, because that will make the campaign live map feel much more alive and more mechanics to the campaign map, so that the campaign is much more rich with what its gameplay is. Because right now in Total Warhammer Fantasy, it's just like you build buildings, you get money, you build armies, and that's it. There's no real factors beyond that. There's like corruption mechanics, but like, I'll be real with you, they're so hollow, it's just amounts to attrition for the most part. Does it change the battlescape? Not really, it just adds a filter. Like, that's really what it does. And a filter is not very interesting.
Now, to interject, let's continue the video so we can actually see what the population numbers and some of that UI will potentially look like.
Shall we?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, so this, as it stands, is Total War Medieval 3.
And as Josh mentioned, this is we're in pre-production.
We can see how many territories there are, actually. It is pre-production, but I'm curious to see how big it is. 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You can see
9,
more views
10,
if you
11,
continue.
12,
They'll show
13,
some settlements.
14, 15, 16, 17. So it's about 17 to 18-ish territories. That's huge by comparison to Medieval 2, which was what, like 6? It's basically doubled in size.
Yes.
So that's
I think
quite
even more
chunky.
compared to Rome 2.
Yes. It's bigger than the Rome 2 one, and that's very good. I always felt like the maps were just a little too on the small side, so I'm very happy with the size of this quite a bit, because it means that, like, France will be big, England will feel big, things will feel big, and it won't feel like I took out France in 4 battles, you know what I mean? It'll be like, oh yeah, no, it'll be a campaign to actually tear down these larger kingdoms.
So,
go ahead.
do they say at any point what all countries
We
they
shouldn't
intend
really
on being in
skip
the map?
ahead. Let's
You've
wait
got
and
this,
see.
it says on the screen there, everything's subject to change. This is, everything's kind of what we call grey box at this stage.
Yeah.
I mentioned in the post that we made on forums about what we mean by pre-production. Grey box is not necessarily just a grey box, but it's all kind of blockouts. It's a way for us to start building up the game in a way that we can we can test, we can start looking at it as a game rather than just a test bed, but it's all very much blockouts.
It is.
Yeah,
There
we
are.
definitely have our artists in the team currently
I was going to
sweating.
say there are artists sweating, there are marketing people sweating.
Oh yeah. But again, that's part of the the joy of doing this. It's we've never done this before. You've never seen a Total War game at this stage of development.
Yeah.
So this is not just new for us to show, but also new for you to see.
Exactly.
So I think apologies for trying to reinforce the context of what you're looking at, because this is absolutely an very early build, and some elements look visually pleasing, even at this stage. For example, we may have some, building icons and things like that, but that's only because we try and make the development experience for our developers as pleasant. So we try and make things, feel gamey, but it's all absolutely placeholder.
It's an iterative process.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to stick the UI on as we scroll in?
Not quite yet. I just wanted to sort of quickly, or very carefully
Let's
rather,
hope the mouse works.
zip around a little, because I think one of the questions we obviously receive a lot is sort of what overall map extent we are thinking, and this is all very early, of course, but I think one of our
Damn it! I was seeing if they're going to scroll out so I could see the whole world.
To absolutely
Yes.
represent
No,
sort of
keep
roughly
scrolling.
the Attila-sized landmass. Obviously, you couldn't make a medieval free without the Levant and parts of Central Europe and Eastern Europe and Northern Africa. So that's all currently sort of in our plans.
So is that all of the green area that's within that
pretty
map?
much, yeah. And our actual sort of test bed where we are starting to build our prototypes and our early concepts is focused on Iberia. Where obviously along the lines
Pan
of
left.
placeholder work, you can probably make out some regional borders here already. These are all to be refined. Don't take them too seriously. We're not obviously happy with
It doesn't look like they're just using a
uniform they
paint tool
feel.
this time.
We also recently
The
talked in
trees
our
look a little
forums
bit more
around,
natural,
the intended
not circle
start date
brushed everywhere.
of 11/14.
At least on the campaign map.
The current content setup doesn't fully represent that by any means, so there are a lot of changes incoming. I mentioned regions. Probably one important thing to talk about when we think of the map is the good old province system.
Yep, the Rome 2 province system.
Our old, the old lady in the room, perhaps, where I think it's fair to say we heard people's feedback and the community's thoughts on it, and I think it obviously created some really interesting gameplay situations in some of these early titles, but it's something where we very early, I think, decided to move away from.
Good.
Instead, move to a single region with its administrative capital, that main settlement, and then rural developments within the borders of the region. But I think one thing we're going to talk about a little bit is that there will be lots more stuff going on in that region compared to previous.
Yeah, because look at the little
Shall we
roads.
zoom out a little bit and get the UI on?
No, before they do that. So, real quickly, there's a couple little my mouse. There's a castle like over here. There's a little castle fortification here. There's the main settlement here, that administration region they talked about. These little roads lead here. This is going to be a mine. This is going to be probably a logging area. Maybe this will be like a farming region. And so, yeah, if this is actually how the campaign map works, this is the best campaign map on paper. Again, it's pre-production. Because it's got all the details of what that region actually does actually on the map. And it actually shows you it. And hopefully they'll mention this down the road. But hopefully if I have a battle here in this farm field, maybe off in the distance I can see that castle. You know what I mean? If I have a battle next to this river, I can see the castle from there. Or if I have a battle from here, or if we have a siege battle here, I can see the forest, the mountains over there, the mountains over there. You know, I can see this little valley that we're kind of in. You know what I mean? I hope that the battle maps aren't pre-made, because they were terrible. I want the procedural map battles back from the actual overworld thing. That was so cool.
That would be nice.
Because that's what made Total War so cool.
Harlot gifts a membership. Hits Burn Dogler.
Oh.
So memberships are working, chat, which means
Thank you for the membership.
now's a good chance to try to hit one of the bounties of one. What is it?
Is Hugo still dodging?
FVT, Hugo
Yes, he is.
Fugi, and either Hugo Fugi or Decompresso.
I am
And to
110%
prizes
agreement,
available.
Doman. I would love them to include China and Japan as well in this, because it'd be amazing. And the reason why I was hoping that they'd accidentally scroll left is because I know in my heart that if this is Medieval 3, they're going to at least include parts of North America and South America for colonization. Because the game period that they talked about it covers the 1550s or 1560s or whatever, which is the colonial era, the beginning of the Renaissance and stuff like that. So yes, colonization should be a mechanic in this game. Thank God.
yes, and also to Morty made a point, which is true. Oh, God, YouTube crashed on me.
Death
that Sega is directly in control right now of Creative Assembly. The Creative Assembly's autonomy, through official investor reports, is no longer autonomous, which means a lot of these changes, what looks like a complete 180, that they were finally getting rid of the professional system after so many years of very critical feedback.
And nobody liked
it. The fact that they're showing pre-production assets and examples, that is such a very big difference from the Creative Assembly we used to got to, even compared to other Total War rally points.
We've never seen this level of like early access. Like what we're seeing right here, like as somebody who's followed Total War for a long time, they've never shown us this much, nor have they talked this much about like the development stuff. Usually the rally points were they were relaxed, but they were very restrictive.
Yeah. And they're actually talking about gameplay mechanic ideas and theorizing in this. This is going to give the community, especially the historical community, serious potential for influence, and we need to capitalize on that. As we saw, they just announced they're scrapping their own 2 provincial system. Oh, that is.
Yeah, their own 2 provincial system has been stuck in this fucking game ever since then.
And it looks like they're going to take some inspiration from even Empire, because a lot of these villages and a lot of these side rural communities, and they're going to mention it, even new ones can pop up and grow based on your province growing.
See, that's cool. That's like a cross between Medieval 2 and Empire. Both of them. Yeah, because Medieval 2, when you built up a province, the province changed, right? When you started the game, like there was no farm fields hardly at all. But as you built it, the campaign map changed to show how you had begun to, actually settle and tame the land. It was really cool. And it seems like, oh my god, Medieval 3, we're on a bit of the hopium train, Jet. We need a new modded, we need a new gif of Aerith taking hopium wearing knight armor.
Yes. Instead of Half-Life 3, it's Medieval 3, and the reason why I am hopeful, especially after I watched this stream, is you gotta understand Sega's a long-term history. Like in Sonic 06, Sega is corporate in Japan, is experienced with learning very hard lessons. From what it appears, at least with specifically Medieval 3, I'm not even talking 40k Total War. I'm forgetting that at this point.
Well, you know what's gonna happen, right, Little Fuzzy? This Medieval 3, if this does well, the immediate subsequent game to this will be Empire 2.
Yes. If Sega forces those hard learning lessons of actually give the community what the paying customer what they want onto Creative Assembly, which we're getting a lot of impressions of after this initial pre-production stream, that's going to set up a very good long-term future of back and forth between the community. If that can be healed, and hey, we actually can make sure to tell them this is what we're willing to pay for. Good. No, genuinely good.
What? Something happened to Mamu? Trevor said that sucks, Morty. What?
He's sick.
Oh, you sick? Oh, sorry, dude. Make sure you drink lots of water. Yeah, and take it easy. Both of you Chuckle Flex better not be staying up late gaming. Well, yeah, I know you got to work, but like when you get home, you just take it easy and you fucking go to bed.
Now, we should be seeing the UI soon after this point.
Yes, okay, yeah. I just really like the look of this, because this right here is a lot bigger. Like, as a territory, this is huge. Like, how much stuff there is to do in it. And this is what I mean about making the campaign map feel alive. Again, this is, super pre-production stuff here, Chatfish, so take it with a pinch of salt. But just from a cursory glance of this gives me a lot of optimism. A lot of hopium, if you want to call it that. Blade291 has been a member for 34 months. Thank you again for the membership. Sounds like CA's name needs to come off of Medieval 2 to War 3 and just leave Sega's name. What? Oh, Sega's name.
Means replacing Creative Assembly.
Okay, let's not be too fucking... Like, yes, Sega is putting the boot down on Creative Assembly, and they need that. Because the upper management of Creative Assembly is pretty rotten to its core, from what I could tell. Before. I don't know how it is now. Things have seemingly changed within CA. And I'm not sure what kind of change we can expect. I don't know if they're going to, like, unblacklist people kind of change, you know what I mean? But they definitely have changed. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah. Next.
Do you want me to hit the button?
Yeah, hit it.
You might
I
have
think I-
Don't tell me
I
the
think
mouse
I lost
isn't working.
control.
You might have to go behind the curtain.
Well, I can
Sorry about that.
at least stick the UI on. Oh, that didn't do it either. We are working with the finest of Bluetooth technology. If you pass me the mouse, if you could just
Sorry,
talk
Josh.
a little bit about how the map size compares to the Total War.
We talked about the
difficulties.
The
oh,
mouse
no,
isn't
you've got it,
working,
you've got it
sadly.
back.
Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Oh, No,
Gibbs,
wait.
your head.
no, I'm gonna move it. Gareth, get out of here, you dirty little bitch. Yeah, there. Hold on. Look, we're having technical difficulties too. We're not so different, you and I.
Look, numbers.
So there's not a whole lot in the
Wow.
top left screen, but you can see because they're also covering along with our dono bar. Is you got the construction symbol and some sort of army symbol with a +2 there. Interesting. Then you have a bunch of
And-
map icons in the top right for diplomacy. Not sure what those little dudes are. Little swords. Royalty or something. So knights and like economy. There's bread there.
Diplomacy. Usually that's diplomacy.
Yeah. We got buildings tab, characters, and military tab. And then we have farmlands, lumber
like-
camp, mines, quarry, castle, castle, city. Yep, there's the castles. 1 castle, 2 castle. And so it's actually, the quarry's going to be over there. So all these structures are now represented on the campaign map and not just arbitrary.
That's good, but my immediate concern is
How many building slots does it have?
is
And
it a building slot system or is each little city / province, whatever, set building?
Yeah, so like Shogun 2.
We've got 3 other tabs here. A castle, a city, and a little ship for a
That
port. I
looks
assume.
like some kind of port
Port.
or something.
Yeah.
That's yeah. There is no port in this province. Keep in mind. So
Jeffers are making fun of us. 1 castle, 2 castle. Then you got governors
Oh,
that can be
there's
assigned to
Hugo Fugi.
regions. So they're bringing back governors. So I assume you can assign your characters to governors, and then they can move around more. That's interesting. So okay, so it's, yeah, you can assign governors that way to get governor stats, just like you could in the medieval game.
yeah, if I remember in Medieval 2, you had to move your general into the province, and he became the governor.
I'm sorry, I'm just analyzing everything because there's quite a bit. So food is going to be a thing, just like, always. I love these numbers, by the way. It's not like abstracting like it was in other Total Wars, where it's like, the population of Altdwarf is 6. It's like, what does 6 mean? What does 6 mean? Why is it 6? 6 people?
Yeah.
Now we have actual population numbers. 361 nobles, 18,300 townsfolk, 204,000 peasants. This means that maybe when we recruit armies, oh my god, that's awesome if that actually works that way. If you recruit certain units, you have to use population. And so if you win battles and you kill enemies, it actually can attrition the enemy faction down. So attritional warfare is actually a thing, both economically, from finances, and from manpower. That would be really, really cool. I am, as one of the biggest critics and skeptics, pretty optimistic about that. Region wealth is 10.1k valued. I don't know what that means. I assume that's the total wealth the region has, but you're
Yes,
only
that's a
getting
Shogun 2 term.
498 money. Okay. So we're seeing a lot of other mechanics from various Total Wars throughout the franchise. Hopefully they take the best elements of all the Total Wars and combine them into this one.
Yeah, because region wealth, that's a Shogun 2 number of wealth, tax percentage, and then you have your income.
Yep, and then the income that you actually receive yourself. So the region is producing 10.1k in total profits, but out of the taxes, you're only receiving 498 ducats. Or florins, or whatever they want to use for this. Interesting.
I missed Hugo.
Thank you for the gift of membership, Chumpus. Hugo Fuki still has a bounty on him, along with, what's his nuts? Juan FET. Honestly, I cannot understand how you've been gray this long. It's actually kind of pissing
Kind of
me off.
surprising.
Hurry up and get membered, you piece of shit. Hurry up and get membered.
It doesn't help they keep breaking.
It doesn't. YouTube's a pile of crap. But either way, moving on. I hate YouTube. Death to YouTube. All right, so where was I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything. The only thing that I have slight questions about is we got little farmland buttons, castle, and city. And can you build more buildings than this? I hope this isn't like the only slots. Because no, that'd be weird, right? Like there must be like how do you recruit troops? Like where do they get
Well,
recruited
they did
from?
mention Three Kingdoms earlier, so Three Kingdoms might be taking the system from that where the recruitment of troops is entirely based on the character and not the province.
That makes sense for a part of this game. In the earlier stages, because in the beginning of Medieval 2, like you should start off with mostly peasant levies, and when the 100 Years' War start is when you start to see, I know it's going to be weird historical nonsense for a lot of Chatfish, but when the 100 Years' War start, you start to see the return of professional armies. And other kingdoms look at the 100 Years' War and basically start returning to professional armies. So the start of the game should be pre 100 Years' War, I think. And then once the 100 Years' War kicks off, or that period, you should start seeing professional armies return and then actually fielded armies. And then you should actually have to recruit and build like buildings to actually train professional troops. Because levies, while they will be common for a great deal of this period, will start to disappear by the time we get to the Renaissance period, where professional armies are going to become very big. It only changes again during the Napoleonic Wars after the Imperial Age, and that's due to the fact that, Napoleon heavily conscripted his troops, if I remember right. But I'm super duper rusty when it comes to my 18th century lore, so stick with me. But that's not going to be in this game, so we don't have to worry about that.
Perk points.
What? Perk points?
Perk points.
What, for like leveling up your generals and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's perk points right there for the governor. Yeah, perk points. And a little low thing there. So, like, you could get governor skills, I take it? Maybe there's like a governor skill tree and a general skill tree. And then an admiral skill tree is what I would think, is how you break that down. So there'd be 3 skill trees in total.
Maybe.
Or like 3 archetypes, because then you could specialize characters into becoming generals for armies, admirals for fleets, and then governors for provinces. Maybe. And then they can be built different ways, which could be interesting. Vulpus has been a member for 52 months as a disciple of Squeak, and says Rapier breaks the memberships every time he donates. Hashtag Ace Combat 6, hashtag Cook and Fit. Thank you for the very generous support. We are pretty early into today's goal, but either way, we've got a big video, so we got to continue. All right.
Or that.
Well, what? What?
It is about that time again.
It's time for you to waddle off to work. Now make sure you rest when you get home, you little chuckle fuck. No more fucking staying up super late. And thank you for the donation. Have a good day at work, Rapier, and take it easy. Get yourself a McFlurry to make yourself feel better.
I had one yesterday. I'm not getting another.
Get 6 of them. They'll make you feel better.
Have a good one, everyone.
Take care. He loves McFlurries. All right, so let's see.
Zoom out a little bit more. So we talked about the when we say Attila map, the extents. We're talking about the extents, the geographical extents.
You gotta fix their microphones.
But again, this is Warcore. This is a different playing field. So the scale is vastly different to that of Attila. And I think we can see that when we look at the regions of more.
Yeah, it's fucking huge.
I think, I like to talk about Napoleon and Empire a lot because I feel like they did some fantastic things on the campaign map. But
no, they didn't.
One thing I think they
didn't.
didn't capture necessarily is the
size
of space, right?
Yeah.
And especially for a medieval game, if you were a ruler in Iberia, that was like almost its own world, right? And the regions in Italy seemed like a world away, right? So making sure that this vastness of the world is portrayed is really important.
Exactly. We really wanted to avoid kind of almost centimeters between major cities and have that sense of scale to really.
Yep.
And I think so. 2 questions I can see from chat that I think are worth pulling out. One is someone asking kind of what amount of the art that you can currently see will make it into the final game.
0.
Nothing.
This is all blockout placeholder. It's to help us understand the game, to help you guys understand the game. And I really think this is going to be, it's difficult for us to come to terms with the fact that this is streaming right now, right? We would have never, ever shown anything like this, a year ago, right? No. But I think for the community as well, for them to get used to the idea that they're going to see this is going to be, it's going to have rough moments. It may crash. Right?
Oh yeah.
Because this is a development.
Well, that was pretty stable to be.
You know what? I left it on overnight. Okay. So they're going to see a lot of very, very in development stuff. But over the course of this series, as we ask these questions, as we come back to them, as we show that we've implemented the suggestions and the features,
That's the key.
you will see the game be refined.
You'll see it developing. You'll see it stream to stream. You'll see it growing. You'll see progress. You know, this looked nothing like this, you know, months ago. So you know, we're going to be showing you that progress. And as you put it, Josh, exactly that. You will see your feedback present in what we're showing, and we'll point out to it. We'll point it out and make sure that everyone's aware.
And I think, you know, earlier we talked about pre-production, about being about the how we're building this game. And a lot of our artists for the campaign map, they're worried about exactly that right now. And so they're not worried about making it pretty. And sort of, we know how to do this. And how we build this world, you know, at an efficient pace. That's what they're making.
Then I did have a question and I think it's a really great question to answer as an example of us doing this early and what our limitations are. Someone said, "Oh, can you move the camera so we can see the rest of the UI?" That isn't there in a moment, but that was covering like a bunch of debug text. The camera. This is a raw development build of the game. This isn't like a polished marketing one. So there are things like there's buttons we're not going to click, and a lot of the time we're not going to click those buttons because there's nothing there, but because the focus of this stream is less trying to, as I say, to wow everyone with look at everything. We want to develop this game with you. We care about this game, and we know you care about it. So we're going to focus in on the things we're working on. We're not going to click every single button as much as people may like us to.
As we progress through the streams, we'll be clicking more and more buttons.
Exactly. Unlock buttons.
More and more buttons will be hooked up. So yeah, absolutely.
I will say as well, I've been asked to apologise for the mic scratching some people may be hearing.
Oh, is that me?
It could be any of us. I chose to wear a turkey today.
I'll try not to move.
Okay.
Should get like a boom or something.
It's you and your fruity little scarf, isn't it?
But it was. So do we want to? I think we can start to conclude our map section of this. If there's anything else you want to show, just before we go into our first question for the community.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yep.
We can wrap this segment.
So the way this is going to work, again, this is all very new for us. So feedback for everything is appreciated. I'm going to hope this is the right button. Right now, over on the forums, you will see that there are a bunch of different posts where these questions will be housed. So these are questions we're coming to you with because they're things we're thinking about at the moment and we'd love to get your input on it. So question 1, focused on maps, is what do you feel adds meaning and importance to geographical areas of the map? And I know people are going to run to answer this now, but what we're asking is that you think on this and you listen to the design intent and what our thoughts are, and then you go to the forums and post those responses.
Yeah, just for context here, I think what the old province system in Rome 2 and past titles really focused on giving provinces and regions a very strong identity, and sometimes maybe pushing it too far, where people felt like, okay, I'm too limited with my options. But I think regional, let's say, a strong regional character is really important for a strategy game. You know, it provides spatial gameplay. It provides a lot of storytelling as well. It gives a lot of theme to regions. And I think in past games, we tried a lot of different things. Like Shogun 2, for example, had a specific resource. Like if you wanted war horses, you had to capture a certain specific region. And I think we were curious about sort of the opinion in the community about what has worked really well in the past, what people have enjoyed, what maybe has not worked so well, and probably aware of a lot of these things, but so that's sort of the idea behind this.
I can't scroll up, but people, if I can remember, people saying things like they want to see specific weather localized to certain regions, you know, more unique landmarks for provinces. Are those the kind of things you're looking for when you're asking about meaning and importance of those areas?
Yeah.
So well done to the people who said that.
God damn it. Of course somebody's fucking calling. Oh, I gotta check the page. Make sure nothing's going on out there.
Yeah, already while Gibbs is on the phone call, I'm seeing a warning sign of they are still mainly it looks like they're mainly focused on the forums, but they're using the streams that people watch to try and steer people to those specific questions.
Yeah, so I think what we're gonna have to do is do forum stuff if we can. Like, I just get banned again if I go there. Actually, I've never been banned, so it should be good. I just feel like I have been, you know, because it's like last time I was there, fuck, I didn't remember how to log in. Last time I was there, just people would just yell at you if you had any critique. Gibbs fapping to Total War News. What? Chappers, what the fuck? Like, maybe. All right, so yeah, like the big thing is that, okay, off the top of my head, like, I'll just say what I'm thinking about, what I would write. What do you feel adds meaning and importance to geographical areas of the map? What adds meaning is strategic value, right? So weather moving around the campaign map changes the dynamic of the environment of what happens there. Seasons play a great deal of a role in that as well. And seasons should affect the battle map. Everything that happens should have some sort of effect on the battle map itself. Things, in my opinion, as a game designer and a director, should be tied together to do something. That's what I don't like about Total Warhammer 3, for example. Like, nothing's tied together. Like, you see a river and a bridge, and it's like, it's not really a river and a bridge, is it? It's like, it isn't really there. It doesn't feel like it's there. Versus in Medieval 2, you see a river and a bridge, and you fight there, it feels like it's there. So I want the campaign map and the battle map to be intrinsically tied together. So if we're fighting in farm fields and it's like fall, like the farm fields should be dry and they should be flammable. If it's rained the day before or it's raining right now, then that weather should affect the battlefield, right? Like, for example, like Agincourt, right? Like, you want to get the battle like that, you get muddy, like crappy farmlands, and then units get stuck in the muddy terrain. This adds so much dynamic connection to the campaign world and the battlescape itself, making that these two systems are tied together intrinsically. Yeah, like, it would be cool to see old relics from, like, you know, the Roman era too standing around, maybe old aqueducts and stuff like that. And you see that on the campaign map, and then you load to the battle map and you see it in the battle map, right? You see a road, you see a village, that village is there, it's part of the battle space, and you can actually fight around it or fight in it and stuff like that. Making the battle space connected to the campaign world is exactly what I would like to see. And that's what I think is like the big thing. And making it so that armies interact with it, right? So if like attrition or warfare starts playing a role in it, the province starts to show signs of it. Like Attila did when sieges are prolonged for a long time. Like the city starts to crumble and looks not very good and things like that. And those mechanics are tied together because the integrity of the city affects the morale of the defenders, how they're doing, how they're performing. All these things being connected together play a massive role on gameplay. Like weather, like whoever said that in chat was a genius. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the big thing is weather's huge, right? Winter, snowstorms, deserts, you know, sandstorms, rainy thunderstorms, things like that. Ruins optics and visibility, fog from like an early morning battle and stuff like that. Optics and visibility, things that affect the battle space in general, how your units move, how they see things, and stuff like that. That's what I would like to see. What do you feel adds meaning and importance to geographical areas of the map? Yeah, and like, for example, passes, like rocky passes through the Alpines, actually fighting in mountain passes and stuff like that. The campaign map, like I place my army on a high hilly terrain above an army that's on low terrain. My army should be deployed on a high landscape then. Wherever my army is standing on the campaign map, whatever type of tile it's standing on should reflect what it is in the battle space as well. And these things need to be tied together, in my opinion. That's one of the big problems. That's one of the big failings of Total War Warhammer. That's what made Total War Warhammer have problems, in my opinion. Like, it just wasn't connected.
Yeah, the handcrafted maps have to go. We need that procedural generation, and it needs to be serious, meaningful innovation. If it's, say, I spent 100 turns developing a province, and it's very built up, that area should feel like that. You should see villages everywhere, a nice developed town, developed infrastructure, etc., etc. And if it's, say, early stages, early campaign, where not everything is developed yet, it should reflect that. This is all stuff that needed to be innovated upon, and I really hope as they develop Medieval 3, it really shows that.
Yeah, for example, you should only be able to use really make good use of forced march stance if you march your army along roads, in my opinion. Like marching along roads. And then in forest, you can set up armies to ambush. If you set up armies to ambush, they should get traps and other like equipment like that you can deploy on the battlefield that can help funnel or ferry or do some sort of traps like tar pits and stuff like that. Things that you can prepare. Interactions with the battle space. Interactions with everything. More connections. Tying those two things together, I cannot stress how important that is going to really make that matter. For example, like Night Motorcyclist says, dropping rocks. Yeah, let's say you're playing as the Greeks in Anatolia, right? And the Turks are invading. and the Greeks are defending their homeland, which is Anatolia, right? And as they defend their homeland, they're dropping rocks on their foes and stuff from like rocky crevasses that enemy troops are marching through. And you can have archers on top of rocks shooting down. Look at things like Total War Arena, where you actually had mechanics like that. Total War Arena had some problems for sure, but Total War Arena still has the best official maps Creative Assembly has ever produced in terms of like how fun they were. If you want to make multiplayer battles fun and do handcrafted maps, go hire back the Total War Arena map designer, or have at least the map designer in your studio look at those maps and make maps like that, and make the multiplayer PvP, because you can appease the PvP crowd while also appeasing the PvE crowd. There is an easy solution to that, though I think the campaign should be the core focus. You can always patch in maps for PvP later. It's hard to fix the campaign when it's like stale. Repaired wooden stakes? Yeah, absolutely. Like, there should be deployables that your troops can deploy in battle too. Like, maybe your longbowmen carry wooden stakes on their backs, and you order them to deploy them. Having your horsey men dismount in the middle of a siege battle so that the dismounted feudal knights can actually fight on the foot now. That was not something Medieval 2 had, and that kind of sucked because there wasn't a lot to do there. There's so much you can do, like preparing cannons. Remember, this is going to touch in the this is going to go to the Renaissance period. So building advanced siege works and trenches and stuff like that actually was a big deal in the Renaissance period. So again, letting me touch the world in a way that we can't do otherwise, if that makes sense. Interacting with the environment, because you have this new chance with this new engine to really push it here. Make it so that, yeah, you can dig trenches. Yeah, you can dig little fortifications for your cannons when you place them on a siege and stuff like that. And so that the defender, if they sally out, because the sorties are a thing, right? And then just add so much more variety there, right? Like, make it so that when you're have Mott and Bailey's, the attacker, if they've sieged it for multiple turns, get points that they can equip different siege things they can build. Like, they can build debris that they can put into the water of a Mott and Bailey, right? That they can use for their ladders to get up because they've filled it with debris and carcasses or whatever, just to make it morbid. And so that they can actually get up to the walls, really make it gritty, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god, there's so much. I'm gonna have to make an account and write all that.
Yeah, let's see what the developer's thoughts are on this.
Yep. Also, send me a link to that forum, by the way. I'm going to do my part. Are you doing yours? Also, post that forum link if you would in the chat. I want to encourage all of you to interact here as well. Now's our chance to become a part of this space again, even though Creative Assembly kind of pushed us out, and try to advocate for good, interesting mechanics again. Sapping should be in siege battles as well. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Digging tunnels. Everything that ever occurred in siege battles in general. The sieges should be the ultimate siege sandbox we've ever seen. Total War should be a sandbox again. Thank you, Fuzzy. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, let me post it in gaming and stream.
There we go. I've now pinned Fuzzy's message. So if you can find it in your little Chatfish hearts to put aside some time and post there. You do not need to mention the stream, by the way. I just post in general what you would like to see and answer these questions as honest as you can. I think that is us doing our part to try to steer Total War back in a good direction. Because I love Total War. And I'm just very sad where Total War is right now in its current state. And the fact that the developers are being receptive for the first time in what feels like forever.
Years?
Genuinely, it feels like a decade plus.
Ever since Warscape, ever since Empire or Total War, we've been having this back and forth battle of why aren't they paying attention?
Yeah, so that's a big thing. So I feel like, again, pre-battle speed. Yes, exactly. Things like that. Again, these forums, try to focus on the questions they're asking, though. Don't be too off topic. But because I assume they're going to ask stuff about the battle stuff. Right now they're asking about the map. But that's what I'm going to write when I go there after the stream. Or, well, probably not after the stream. Probably after, streams tonight, because we got to stream until we make the daily goal. But you know what I mean. I'm going to probably do my part as well, because as soon and please remind me, Fuzzy, because I don't know if I'll forget by the time we get to 8 or 9 p.m. tonight. But yeah, so yeah, try to say what, answer that question. What do you feel adds meaning and importance to geographical areas of the map? I said what I think, but you obviously have different opinions. Let them know. Now's our chance to actually push for Total War to make positive changes again. I want to be excited for this more than anything in the world. And I want this game to be fucking amazing more than anything in the world because I love Total War. And I'm just really sick of just not looking forward to their games. I want that to change. Now's our chance to at least try to push for a positive change now that they're finally being receptive to feedback. This is a big deal. Now, again, it's up to them to make the ultimate calls and decisions because they're the developers. It's their say, right? Their rodeo. But I sincerely hope that they listen to the feedback because this could be like the last chance we get, to get something truly great. Either way, continuing.
Yeah.
You answered straight off the bat, and you've given an answer that's valid.
Because we absolutely want the world to feel. I mean, this is something that we always talk about is creating kind of the most an authentic, a real sense of space, place. So having things that feel natural to the world based on based on the geography, such as the weather and resources, just feels. Ideally we want it to feel less contrived, less gamey, more kind of ingrained in the actual world.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about immersion, I think it's important to clarify that it's really that mechanical and narrative immersion we are really interested in. Right? It's not about making it the most polished visual. Immersion isn't a great Hollywood moment. I mean, can contribute, right? But I think a big part of the immersion that we're aiming for with Med 3 here is really feeling like you are in that world because you're feeling the mechanics represent the world.
And the world is alive. It feeds back to you. It makes sense.
And some of the things I've seen here are, I know things that we've thought about. Something someone said, trade naturally creating like barriers and paths between. I bring that well because I want that. And that's how some of those things will work. But naturally trade with villages but someone's saying they'd love to see more things inside of regions like towns and villages.
Well,
so shall we move on to our next section?
That nicely leads us into
So let's go back to the game, which is that button, and we are going to talk about regions. So what constitutes a region?
Right. So first, to start with a little caveat, because I think if you look at the UI, it might sound a little bit like, or it might look a lot like building slots. Don't get distracted by that. We're going to get to that in a moment. So what constitutes a region? So as I was saying earlier, you have your, so this is our Burgos region, with Burgos being the administrative capital.
Yep.
That's sort of the main settlement of the region. And not too dissimilar from titles like Empire, you have what we call regional developments. These are, let's say, points of interest or important areas within that region that provides you with certain things. So for example, in Burgos, we have here a little lumber camp currently, which is also represented by the UI here. And these are sort of, let's say, properties and resources, sometimes actual resources, sometimes just places that create something for the region. Obviously, Empire, the famous universities. You could think of, in Medieval 3, you could think of cloisters and
could be population centers, village, fishing, village or a town as well.
And these are currently growing, so you can upgrade them and you can grow them over time. And we are exploring ways to maybe add dynamic automatic growth. Like as the population grows, perhaps there would be, these would grow.
So villages would pop up as the populations blossom. You would have these areas of kind of develop organically.
And then, like just to show another one here, if we zoom over to Leon, not sure if you can see it from here, but we can see there's a quarry here. No, sorry, a mine. And Burgos doesn't have a mine, so immediately you could think of, okay, some of these could be very specific, like. Sorry.
If you give me the mouse. I am so used to the setup that I've had to create for this.
So some might be a little bit more generic, like farms and lumber camps, whereas others would be more specific to a region. Vineyards is very special. You only get that in certain regions. It could be sort of a classic Total War.
So that geographical variety comes in as well, based on we should definitely want to get in.
So at the moment, you've clicked on the region, not the city, or?
Yeah, it's currently, I mean, the UI is obviously, work in progress, but it's all one thing right now. And then I think the thing we're really excited about is sort of how could we take this further? And one idea that we really liked was, you were mentioning earlier, you actually impact the world, and the world responds to your actions. And you feel like 100 turns in, you look at the map and you're, oh wow, I've really developed my regions in a specific way.
And the key is that
That verbiage. That is Medieval 2 right there, by the way.
Yes, and you touch upon one part I really like, that regions having specific resources and you having to develop resources. That's what made trade, for example, very interesting. Hey, this area has a lot of gold, it has a lot of tin. That needs to have a lot more meeting in trade and setting up trade and developing your region. That adds a lot more economy. Hey, this region has a lot of nobles. Nobles like wine. I'm gonna try and satisfy that with a
Satisfy
trade
their
or a specific
pops,
region.
and then the pops might populate more. Because if you notice, Chatfish, for just joining, notice on the bottom left corner, you see that? There are different population types and each different class, right? You've got nobles, you've got townsfolk, which are burghers, which are basically like, you know, like business owners, and then you got peasants, and they make up the majority of your population. These population mechanics are really good. Like as a sign, because if that mean like population should imply what you can recruit, meaning that if you kill off like if you have a battle of Agincourt, right, like as the English against the French, and you kill like a fuck ton of nobles, that should actually be like, oh yep, well, that's that many less nobles they're going to have to repopulate. Like, population mechanics are going to add so much variety to attritional warfare, and not to mention these robust economies and like mechanics, and like actually putting that there. Like, yeah, you can go and raid France's England and burn their wineries, and then kill off their nobles, and then retreat, pull back, rebuild up, and then start taking territories, because their economy is going to reel and they're going to not be able to recover. You know what I mean? Like, that could be so much fun, because it introduces the idea of logistics into the Total War games. They were kind of there before with Medieval 2 because of how the recruitment system worked, and Rome 1, because you had to like return back to settlements and move units around and captains and stuff, which I do hope that armies can move without generals again. I would like to be able to assign captains and get the man of the hour thing. Remember? For those who don't remember, Man of the Hour is basically an event that triggers when you have a battle that's led by a captain, and he's managed to lead those troops to victory despite the fact that the general's dead, and he is the man of the hour, and you can choose to elevate him to a general by basically promoting him, even though he's a, you know, like a peasant, basically. He's not a nobleman. And that's like a really important decision you can make, because by doing that, you're basically turning him into, you know, fresh money, basically new money, if you will, new blue blood, so to speak. But yeah, so yeah, this is pretty interesting, pretty damn interesting. So far, this is what I really want to see them do with Total Warhammer 40k when they do the dives, like this sort of not scripted, very relaxed, just developers. None of this like PR stuff, none of this like HR person like getting involved. Like, HR is for like internal matters and disputes. Like, don't need that. What I want is, I want the developers to communicate to us, the players, and remove any bureaucracy between that. Because if we, the players, can communicate with the developers, there's a direct line of communication that's established. Feedback can be more direct. And that will not necessarily guarantee, but it will essentially create an atmosphere that's more creative and more energized in a positive way. This is a good thing with a capital G.
Yes, and the important part is, I will also reiterate at the beginning of the video, this is a Medieval 3 leadership right here. These are the ones calling the shots that we can just chat at live. Don't make sure to seize that opportunity to let them know, because again, you can really tell that after Sega brought out the Katanism, went and put their foot on Creative Assembly and went, you are sorting yourselves out, we get this. One, as for the historical crowd we have been starved for ages.
Yeah, the last like 3 Kingdoms of War was fun and all, and Pharaoh's Dynasty was fun and all, like for a little bit. But like, to be real, the last time I considered like a true historical title that was like very historical themed was kind of like Attila. There was like the last time there was like a big focus on historical, and there was no fantastical stuff or no like hand wavy things, because again, the problem with like Pharaoh's Dynasties is that it's the Bronze Age, and it's kind of a lot of, we think this happened, we think it worked this way, we think that, and we don't really know. So they kind of had to take a lot of, you know, leaps of faith with certain things. about
Yeah,
how
that was a
certain things
decade
worked.
ago.
Pharaoh's Dynasty? Well, it's only a few years ago.
No, Attila. I'm talking Attila.
Oh yeah, Attila.
Attila
Attila
was a decade ago.
was the more recent one, and that was close to being historically accurate. But the problem was with Attila is that its engine was abandoned. Its version of the engine was abandoned, unlike Total War Warhammer, and so Total War Attila forever runs poorly. So the last historical Total War just runs poorly. Three Kingdoms has its merits and charms. Make no mistake. I actually like Three Kingdoms, but well, I like it post all of its development. You know, at launch it was a bit rough. Welcome to the stream, Mamu. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, it does very much feel like they're just leaving the garbage design, at least just from the little bit of interview we have had between, the 40K interview and this one. It does feel like they're leaving the slop, as it were, to the 40K and actually making this a proper Total War, from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, we have yet to. True, you're absolutely right. We haven't seen the Total War Warhammer 40K thing, but honestly, like I know they mentioned that they don't want you to assume that the mechanic crossover, because that makes sense. Because yeah, one's gonna be a space game, one's gonna be medieval, right? So they are different games. But I mean, there's a lot of things here that should cross over, in my opinion. Like the population mechanic, that should be a thing, in my opinion. That population mechanic is just cool, and like that just adds so much weight to like logistics. And when you kill nobles and knights now, it's gonna carry so much weight because like yeah, that battle went so well. Like I killed like all their knights, or oh my god, that was a fucking like Mernskirch, whatever the fuck that one battle is for me. Like it did not go well. I can't remember how to pronounce that fucking place, but Mesenkirch or something like that. And it went so poorly. Like oh my god, it's over, boy. It's Jover, boys. We don't have the knights to pull this back. We don't have the knights. Like it's gonna be an uphill fight, things like that.
Yeah, the sheer 180 between the two. Just we get this today compared to what 40K got.
Well, we don't
It's
know.
a black and white difference.
Oh yeah, you're
between
talking
how
about the video.
marketing's been handled. Yeah,
Yeah.
just how the marketing between the two have been handled.
The
so
worst
far.
part
It's
about
such a
Total Warhammer
black and white
40K is
difference.
Warhammer 40K is further along than this.
We should see more 40K than we are seeing now. We are seeing a
But-
lot more.
Now I will say
pre-production.
that I cannot praise enough that this is the right move. What Creative Assembly is doing right now, this is the right move, regardless of how this game turns out. Like in the future, what you're doing now is on the right path. Showing us this early is not just amazing. I want more of this from Creative Assembly. Open. Like yeah, I know it's a placeholder as hell, but I've never seen this amount of like placeholderiness in a Creative Assembly video in my entire life. Like I can see the fucking little hand-drawn thumbnail sketches. Like it looks like Carlos drew this, like for a quick like concept sketch. Like that gives me a lot of hope because it's showing that they're very willing to show us, yeah, this is what it is. It's rough around the edges, but whatever. Manzikert, yeah, that's the name. Thank you. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like this is what I want to see. And everything about this so far has been leagues better than anything we've gotten in the Warscape engine thus far. If the trajectory is to follow this current path, this actually could be better than Medieval 2. If they keep it up. Again, we're going to have to see what happens with the battles and if the map actually ties to the battles together, because that will be a huge W if so. But I think it's time for us to continue, unless anybody else has any further points they would like to add.
I actually have to go and prepare for work, so.
Traitor! All right, take care.
Yeah, have a good shift, Fuzzy. I was just gonna say, no different than with Doomerisms. You don't want to do the exact opposite and get too hopeful.
Nope, I'm not. The big thing here is that I'm grateful for the open dialogue, and that's why I pinned that thing. I want chat, I want you guys, if I can encourage you, to go to the forums when you get a chance and let them answer that question. Remember, there are questions that the developers are going to ask us throughout this entire thing. And to those questions, go to the forums and respond to those questions. Because that is never, I don't know. I don't remember Creative Assembly ever doing this before.
I don't either.
I follow, like the first time I've been a fan since Rome 1, but I was a little kid, I didn't really follow the development stuff. I just sort of was there like, oh, new game, yay, and it wasn't till Rome 2, not Shogun 2, Rome 2 that I started actually following developer blogs and stuff like that. That was when I first started. So ever since Rome 2 and onwards, I've never seen Creative Assembly do this. And that's like a decade plus. So it's been a very long time, because that was 2013. 2013 was when Rome 2 launched. if I remember right. I believe.
Take the doom pill. No. It is interesting to see early work with it. I still want to see. Obviously, we're not going to see proper gameplay of Medieval 3 for some time,
Yeah,
considering how early this is.
I don't expect them to have battles remotely ready.
At least not in a presentable stage.
Yep. But if they continue to do this for every step of the way, all the way to the finish, I will be very happy. Because the big problem I have with Creative Assembly is that they're highly secretive all the time. And that has only made problems. Like, that's what led to Rome 2's capture points. That's what led to, you know, them pulling, like, all sorts of fun mechanics and features and nobody commenting on it. And then all of a sudden you play a game and, like, where's the family trees? There aren't any. They took them out. You know what I mean? Like, more open development.
We'll definitely have to see. It's very much an unknown with, like you said, with Creative Assembly, because they've always been so secretive. I definitely think Sega's forcing them to do this, trying to repair their goodwill.
Do agree with Fuzzy's theory. I think Sega is stepping on Creative Assembly and doing this. But regardless, I hope Creative Assembly takes this as a lesson, like from this opportunity. Whoever, I don't care if it's Sega or whoever did this. Regardless, this is a perfect opportunity for you to learn Creative Assembly. And this openness, like that they're doing here, is going to start repairing that schism that's formed since Total War Warhammer 1. This is the way. This is the path forward to mend the schism, because historical and fantasy fans should not have a schism between each other. I've always had that opinion. I think that we should all be on the same boat. A good fantasy game should be as good for the Total War franchise as a good historical game. You know what I mean? Like, it's both of them help each other. There should never be this thing where we should have Total Warhammer Fantasy being slop. That's why I'm gonna be what the quality they set for this game, I expect, and we're gonna push. If they do the same stuff here where they're open, we should push the same way with 40K. We should push them to be as in depth and as awesome as Medieval 3 is so far looking from this, you know, pre-development, like it's development stuff, but, you know, very early, very prototypey stage. Like, if they do this for 40K, oh my god, would that help improve 40K Total War so much? Like, how do you like to have, you know, having 12 unit cards? Like, no, I don't. I want like 20. I want 40 plus cards. I want 40. I've always wanted 40. 20 was okay, but 40 is where we go. Gives the hopium level over 9,000. Not hopium. You gotta understand, there's a difference. Hopium would be like, oh my god, guys, this game's gonna be great. I gotta buy it. Oh my god, it's gonna be. This is the returning to form. I'm happy because for the first time since I can remember, Creative Assembly seems to care. Now, bear in mind, we're gonna have to see results. Are they actually gonna listen? They are doing the right thing right now by being open to it, but are they actually gonna listen to any feedback? That's what we're gonna find out as we cover this, and because we're gonna find out next month. Probably in January, we're gonna find out if they've listened to anything, maybe, or it might not even be till like February. Who knows? But by God, we're gonna cover this every step of the way, and we're gonna continue to respond to those forums, and I'm gonna continue to urge you to give feedback because now's our chance, chat. You know that scene from The Goonies? It's their time up there. Well, Chatfish, it's our time down here. It's our time. It's our time down here. I love The Goonies. Such a derpy movie.
It is.
Hey, you guys. All right, so let's keep it. All right, you got anything else, actually?
No.
You're actually a good foil for me because you're a bit more tempered. Good. Rub his belly.
Allowing you to do that differently depending on your playthrough, so it's not always going. The regions don't develop in the same way because either that's the best way or because that's just the way it's set up to flow. No, you can do it depending on the context of your campaign at the time.
Someone said, "Why is Burgos's mine not in the mountains? That would break the immersion you're talking about." And again, a great point to pull out. I could build a port on land. This is us finding out and working out these mechanics before you commit a lot of development
So
time.
that's
to make
So,
it
so
work
you know,
out.
the design team putting these things together isn't caring about the art matching at this stage. The artists aren't caring about matching it up exactly, because that's not where we're at. You know, this is pre-production where we're kind of playing with it, with all
Craig
of these.
would be very upset right now.
He would be. But you know, once we, you know, as the process goes, as we develop the game, once we set, okay, this is where the resources are. That's when we focus on having everything built around that to make sure that it's, you know, it's solid.
So, and you know, even down to, and again, I really think that a lot of this is going to be us learning, and I think we're getting there, but also the community learning with us. So, any questions about, oh, can you improve the UI for, none of this is going to be in the in the final game.
And that's and like I said, that's part of the learning. And you know, we mentioned at the start that we've never shown a game this early.
Exactly.
Right. So you know, no one is used to seeing a total war game at this stage. So it makes sense why, you know, something that looks clearly broken is like, well, why is that broken? Well, that's because that's not an area of focus right now, and it won't be potentially for another, you know, who knows how long. So it's something that'll become, I think, more comfortable and clearer as we stream more, as we talk more about the game, as we show more, and also the context of it will make sense when we're asking for feedback, and then, you know, we're seeing that feedback.
Cool. So what we can show is sort of how you can
They got
shape
fixer
your
mics.
regions over time.
My ears.
So for example, I could take a castle and construct it here. Or I could take a harbor town and construct it here. So you get to choose where to place it. You know, obviously in the final game there would be maybe a construction process. It would grow over time. So this is fairly debugged. But I think from a from a gameplay mechanic point of view, we're super excited about sort of you leaving a mark on the world as you progress. These things are not popping up, you know, randomly. You get to shape where you want the port. Do you want it there, or do you want the port
Something
here to the end of the region?
Exactly. Something I loved about Empire is how these little areas could kind of develop over time and then become interactable eventually when you put, you know, when you reach a certain level. And you know, it's something that we really want to do here. That again, you know, as your region develops, as it grows, these things become available to you. But then you have the choice. So it's, you know, instead of having, you know, a region with just, you know, a couple of resources, here there are a lot of a lot of places you can choose to place these elements down.
So you guys, you can't see chat. I think it's fair to say that is maybe the most positive, like universally positive and loved I've ever seen a moment on stream.
So we just learned several things here. Look at the building bar. It actually expanded for every building you build. It doesn't seem like there's a limit at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see. But it does seem like almost like a return to free building. Do you notice that, Mamu?
Yeah.
Also, the fact that you can build like wherever you want for that's brand new. Like that's actually a new feature if they actually do that. I can imagine the AI just spamming. Okay, they're probably going to limit it so you can only have one port. If I had to wager a guess, maybe? I don't know. Maybe, unless there's like port capacity, which there is port capacity in Total War, so they might allow you to build two, maybe? Well, I'm not entirely sure. But the fact that you can actually customize where you place your castles and the removal of the provincial system means that finally it's like, yeah, because I took this province as England, I can fortify it facing the French or the Spanish or whoever I'm attacking, right? I don't have to use their fortifications which face away, which is like, it doesn't help me. they were already faced against me. So this is pretty damn cool. I like that quite a bit. But again, it's super early, so it might not make it into the final build. So bear that in mind. But we'll have to see.
So, yeah, a lot of this is obviously very much concept, pre-production type stuff. I'm not sure if they're just going to go back to older systems where they didn't have the province.
Yeah, they're cutting province. They already said that.
Yeah, I know that they're cutting it. I just don't know what they're going to replace it with.
They've said that how it's going to be is basically like how it used to work. So your central, that city Burgos, is the center of that entire province. Or that, not province, but that territory. That is the heart of it. That's the administration center. That's the heart of it. And just like Pamplona over there is the heart of it. There isn't like Burgos is the capital of a province and Pamplona is a village. That's gone. They're now separate entities. It's more like Shogun 2 or Napoleon if you've ever played those, or Empire.
Yeah.
where there's little tiny
Um,
things that build up inside of them. And it's like a cross between that and Medieval 2. So as you improve the province, the environment actually changes to reflect your constructions.
Curious though, like I said, as far as like having limits on your port capacity and all that for certain buildings. I'm sure they'll do that for other important things that we can't just like spam mines everywhere in a heavy industry area or something.
They did mention that like a certain province will only have certain limited resources that it did historically, right?
Yeah.
So if that province had a quarry or a gold mine or a silver mine, it will have a quarry and as a gold mine possible, right? Like you can see right there, it's not marked because it's super early, but right there's a little couple brown boxes. That's actually a lumber
Yeah.
camp that was constructed over there to basically harvest the wood over here because there's a lot of woodlands, and lumber. So they take that and the wood travels down the road and heads to Burgos. And if it's traded away, it then heads over to the ports and is then shipped over to other, kingdoms and whatever.
Yeah, if they do continue this whole like being able to free build in a territory, that's a much needed change compared to just how boring and awful it's been in more modern Total Wars.
Well, the campaign
It
map
actually,
has no interactions and it's super
yeah,
static. Because that's what
like
I like about this is that you can actually the campaign map has a layer of gameplay on it for a change.
yeah, it's beyond just painting it your color.
Yes, more depth. Don't get me wrong. I love painting and conquering territories, but give me like taking Burgos now feels like, oh wow, that's a huge territory. Like look at all the stuff I can do inside of Burgos. That expanded my empire. Now my empire has all sorts of fun things to engage with. And bear in mind that this game, and I'm calling it now, by the way, it's Medieval fucking 3. If they don't do it, like you can expect me to do a backflip off the balcony. But they've already hinted at the fact that the New World's going to be in this game. So without a doubt, they're going to have North America and South America and the Caribbean. For sure. So we're gonna that's gonna be the late stage of the game where the first nations to get powerful enough and get the ships and tech can go over there and start colonizing and getting shit tons of resources that they can use for their conquests in the old world. So that should be a lot of fun when that happens. Because oh my god, I know you've never played Medieval 2, but it's so much fun when you go over there and you like have cannons and like gunpowder weapons and these fucking dudes have like sticks with like, obsidian on them. And they're just like Raffle stuff with tiny armies, but they have like millions of dudes, but they can't really do much against your technology. It feels so satisfying because it's like when the game shows you, like, yeah, now you're on top. You're emperor now, motherfucker. You're the tough guy. The human sacrifices must stop, says Dragonclaw.
No Batman.
No Batman. Oh my god!
Or wait, was Batman sacrificing? Was Joker stopped? I don't remember. That
No,
was such a trippy comic panel.
Joker was the conquistadors. Like the human sacrifices will stop Batman.
Yeah.
Bino drew fan art of it. It's really good. I forgot where he put it.
Yeah. But I mean, so far, like, it's interesting that we're like I've said, and you've said, everyone said it. It's interesting we're seeing so early. It's just I don't know what's going to change between now and release. Because like they've said too, don't expect any of this to bleed over into 40K Total War.
Yep, and I understand why they say that because 40K Total War, if I had to wager a guess, is probably expected for fall next year. If I had to wager a guess, because that's how it.
That's my joke. That's my assumption.
Because it basically follows the 3-year dev cycle, and that would be about time for it to launch. Now I'll be real with you. If they need to delay Total War 40K to make it better like this, I'm okay with that. I'm not only okay with that, I will literally die on a hill defending them for doing that. Like, I don't care. Like, because I am worried that Total War 40K is going to be kind of sloppy, like you mentioned. And yeah. I don't really want it to be sloppy. I want Total War 40K to be just as good as Medieval 3, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, I want it to be great. But, I don't know. We'll have to... It's very much I still want to see gameplay of 40K, like, unedited. Just give us like 30-40 minutes.
We will
of, like,
see that
campaign.
Either in January or February, if I had to guess. Because they did mention that they will be doing 40K campaign. I think the campaign gameplay video is going to be first, and then they're going to do the battle video after it. Yeah. I believe. And then they mentioned with this video, Medieval 3, they're going to show us every step of the way as they develop it. Both the campaign and the battles. This video is specifically focusing on the campaign map And then the next time, I don't know if they'll show the campaign map, but it's probably not going to be the battle map right away. It's probably going to be more campaign stuff until the battles are ready, and then they'll show us that. Dragon Claw says 40k Total War will be a joke. Yeah, if it turns out like Total War Warhammer 3, you're right, it will be. And that will make me very sad. I don't want it to be bad. Total War 40k will have no lines of fire, so yeah. Ooh, don't say that. But yeah, no, do say it actually. It hurts. But it has to be said. Again, remember the power of vocality. If Creative Assemblies decided to finally start opening up a bit more and letting feedback in and let us talk to the developers, and the executives are finally getting out of the way because they were getting in the way of us speaking to them before. Now that Sega's stepped on the CA executives to put a pinch on them, we now have the first chance we've ever had to reach and actually interface with these developers. Now, whether or not we actually can, or whether or not we actually, do anything, or actually they're actually willing to be receptive, we're going to find out. But the fact that they're doing this means that now the ball's in our court, and now it's time for us to play ball. So we gotta play it, and then if they just take the ball and hog it, then it's on them.
Yeah, it is what it is at that point.
Yep, it's not our fault. We tried. So yeah, next, are we ready?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got us excited, right? Because again, this gives you that variation in your playthroughs, right? You know where you put that castle means something. Be it looking over trade routes or defensible positions against your your neighbors. It's going to be different depending on your campaign, depending on the state of play.
Where you're placed on your harbor might determine where your trade routes go, with who you can trade, right? So I think that level of authorship is super exciting.
And that's where we talk about the scale as well, giving you that so much more room to play and engage with. And that's going to be varied depending on where you are in the world. This is where we talked about previously, about playing tall. And if you've got a region that's much smaller, you maybe have less to develop geographically, but then you're focusing on your city, on your urban kind of center.
Yeah, we are currently, this is all fairly early, but we are currently thinking that the let's say unlocking these developments you can place on the map, there will be more control on the realm level. So you have to decide not just where in the region does it go, but also where in your realm, which region does it get it, right? So you have some interesting choices to make there.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you want to say about regions? I think you've covered all the questions. There were, you've answered limitations, why we're moving towards more campaign map interaction, how many areas a region can contain.
Well, we talked about how many areas. So here, in this particular one, there's around 30.
Yeah,
roughly.
Yep.
And that's going to vary depending on where in the world you are. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, then, people have seen kind of what we're working on. If you're happy, we can go and ask them what they want to see more.
Yeah.
So, question 2, which will be on our forums now, is 2 questions. We've hidden 2 questions in 1 question. So the first of those is, what kind of regional improvements would you want to construct outside of the main settlement? So is that the things like castles and ports?
Yes, exactly. I mean, we haven't, I think very early with the content catalog in that place. You could think of so many cool examples there, but we would love to hear from the community what sort of excites them the most about it.
I think we spoke examples of empire and universities.
Yeah.
And so what are the things that they think are maybe necessary, iconic?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And the second question is, how differently would you expect the inherent properties of each region to feel, and what level of impact should they have?
Yeah, so that's maybe a bit nerdy, that question, but I think when you're trying to sort of build a simulation of the world, obviously what you get to is that there's a lot of in a way a lot of that's similarities between regions with some nuances that are different. But I think ultimately for a great game you want to exaggerate a little like how different regions are, and that's of course where you get, maybe sometimes you push it too far, where no, you cannot get war horses in this region, you need this other region, right? And I think it will be a bit of a journey for us to really find that right balance, and that's where we're curious about community feedback there in terms of how strong should the spatial gameplay and campaign be. We know we want it to be strong, but finding that threshold, that sweet spot.
Without trying, this is where where that fine balancing and tweaking comes in, right? Where we're in a world where we're placing everything. Maybe there's more limitations. Maybe it's more organic growth, right? Maybe it's, you know, it's all about how these things will play together as part of the bigger picture, and that's part of the pre-production. That's part of us kind of zeroing in on these features and finding the best way to apply them.
So without leading them, just to help people understand that what those kinds of properties would be like, you used War Horses of Shogun 2 as an example. What would you see is a difference in a region in medieval?
I think it's sort of how much black and white there is. Like you can do certain things in region A, but never in region B.
Yep.
It will be very black and white. If it's totally fluid, there will be sort of gray soup. And where do we sit in between these extremes?
Fantastic. Well, I think that brings us on to our...
All right, so what kind of regional improvements would you want to construct outside of the main settlement? Is one of the questions they're asking for you to put on the forum. I think, just to give you guys some ideas, like agricultural buildings, like farm fields, sheeps, cows, things like that offer different resources and value and do different things for your economy. Like monasteries, things like that for various religions could be interesting. That may allow the recruitment of unique agents for the map, like, you know, monasteries. So we can get different types of like monks and stuff that can help promote religion for converting provinces or dealing with heretics and, you know, conducting burnings. Oh my god, they need to bring back the animated cutscenes from Medieval 2, where the little movies play, where like the assassinations and stuff. Maybe like a thieves guild or something out in the wilderness. Yeah, like they should do that. That'll be amazing. Imagine with the animation technology and voice work that they have available now, how silly those could be. It's okay to be witty and comedic with those.
I could definitely see doing like some basic farmsteads, obviously lumber mills, stuff of that nature. But I'm curious how they're gonna handle like, have they talked about the ability to like put down forts to block army traversal?
Yep, they've mentioned that. They haven't mentioned like what the zones of control will be for those, but I hope that they do more with the zones of control system. Because Total War Warhammer 3, like when you try to block something, armies can just run past it. And you should not be able to bypass forts. Like if you do, like you can allow players to do it, but what should happen is that army should immediately like take attrition for doing it. Because people got killed along the way, and also the army should start to starve. Because now it's lost contact with its supply wagons. They can't reach the army to feed them anymore. The army's now on its own. It needs to forage and scavenge the land. And that should actually affect the province as well. Because now the army's going around, like, going attacking farmers and grabbing all their food and just grabbing whatever it can. But it still shouldn't be enough to feed it, depending on how big it is. And that should play a huge role, because that logistics was a massive part of medieval warfare. It's what made fortifications so big of a deal. It's why the Mongols had a hard time conquering Europe, right? It was like they reached the castles and were like, oh, fuck, like we go past these and they start fucking like being mean to us. And we're not very good at sieging these things because these Europeans have had so much fucking practice beating the shit out of each other that these castles are way more ridiculous than the Chinese ones we've dealt with before, you know? Or the wooden ones that the Muscovites had, which were, you know, much more simple by comparison. So yeah, there's like super duper, like tons of stuff there. But yeah, interactions outside the settlement, roads and infrastructure. Being able to build up a road system and upgrading your roads to help move armies around. It should also benefit trade as well. So resources should gather faster because you have better infrastructure. Infrastructure projects like restoring aqueduct systems, and once you reach the Renaissance, or various ways to generate water or things like that, could be interesting. Like if the province has former Roman architecture that's surviving in it, maybe the ability to restore some things like that might serve a function. Because there were some aqueducts in some regions that, if maintained or conducted some work on, they could probably get those functioning again, which could provide water, which would mechanically provide a population growth bonus, you know, because they now have more water, so it's easier to grow the population. Interesting stuff like that. Jousting, dueling should be brought into real life. What the fuck, Chatfish? Bring in jousting and dueling between characters? Yeah, more character interactions from the medieval period would be cool. Like different things, like taking your characters and doing stuff with them.
Yeah, that way you also, though, have like an actual investment on the character. And it's not just like, all right, well, I'm just going to toss him away. If he dies, I don't really care.
Yeah, like more character interactions. Medieval 2 had a decent amount where you could like put them in buildings or put them in cities, and if cities had certain buildings, they would develop certain traits. They would be rolling for those traits each turn, and that was cool. Like do stuff like that. Like chat mentioned manors or certain structures, yeah, being built where you could move characters to or have your child go to be educated, get private tutorship. So that way when your child grows of age to become a general or a governor, they actually have gotten training beforehand because you had invested into their education. Things like that, you know?
Yeah.
Also open like great opportunity for possibilities. Open the ability for thieves and assassins to abduct nobles and then ransom them and stuff like that. Could be cool.
It could be, but it's so I'm obviously more guarded in terms of like what they will or won't do.
Mhm.
Because I've just been so burnt from, the awfulness of Total War Fantasy. So I'm very much a guarded wait and see while this is a step in the right direction of showing us and actually like answering questions and having feedback. My fear is it's going to turn into an echo chamber of them only listening to people on the forums
Yeah,
that are like
that's a
just
big
saying, "Wow, how
concern.
great it is."
But that's also why we need to, encourage chat. There's a link there to participate in the forums this time around. Be vocal about and each one of these questions. Remember, you can go back to this video, or you can go through their video. It doesn't really matter. Don't really care. Just so long as you answer the questions. Don't be off topic. Talk about answering the questions that they're asking, and stick to those questions. Because again, once we get to battles, then that's when we can start asking questions about like, will general speeches be coming back? Will there be grass fire mechanics or mud mechanics and stuff like that? And how will weather affect the battlefield? Will elevation
Yeah.
mechanics see a return where elevation actually matters again? Fighting on a hill or a slope of a mountain helps with range for archers and crossbowmen and stuff like that, increasing their ranges from having high elevation. Or unit mass mechanics, the ability for units to actually make way where they form thin ranks, they merge ranks to create thin columns for unit mass to go through. Unit mass mechanics need to be talked about, and how unit mass is dealt with and unit collision is dealt with needs to go back in the direction of Medieval 2. Because oh my god, that was so cool. Like when you had like your archers and then they fire and they ordered your knights to move through them, the archers would form thin ranks, the knights would then funnel through those ranks and then form on the other side of them to shield them. That was so cool. Bring back formations and formation mechanics and unit collision. And let's go crazy. There's bridge battles? Let's make wooden bridges destructible. Fire some cannons on it, the bridge collapses. Sabotage the bridge with ambushes.
Or something.
More ambush mechanics, because talk about what an awesome ambush it would be if there was like a big, jihad approaching, like Constantinople or whatever, and you set up in Anatolia some like excellent defense on a bridge, and then you were able to basically destroy the bridge, trapping the army on the other side of it, or splitting the army in half, and then basically piecemealing, because the army has to now go around to a crossing that's going to take them like 5 to 10 minutes to cross over now.
Yeah.
Also, bring back unit swimming. Some units, like light armored units, should be able to ford rivers. That was a thing in the previous Total Wars, and I'd love to see that return. It was only like barbarian.
I do agree that should be the bare minimum of going back to previous Total War Medieval. And like bare minimum, it should have all the features that 2 had.
I mean, they're already going a step. Because of the population mechanic returning, Medieval 2 kind of removed that. So like population wasn't a part of armies like it was. So they're kind of expanding on some of these mechanics. And it looks like it kind of looks like, and I don't want to say this to be mean, but it kind of looks like they're also taking a page out of Europa Universalis a little bit with some of these things, which is not a bad thing, mind you, because having a campaign map have gameplay mechanics, in my opinion, I know this might be controversial, is a good thing versus campaign maps not having anything.
Oh no, it's definitely a good thing. I basically fall asleep playing like the Total War fantasy games when it comes to the campaign map, because it's like, Jesus Christ, there's literally no engagement.
Yeah, the campaign map is like, okay, I take this territory, I expanded my empire, but it kind of doesn't feel like I can interact with my territories. Like they're just like, I can build buildings on the building center area, the settlement, But beyond the settlement and the province, like the territory, the land, it has all this random fantasy garbage like skeletons and skulls plastered everywhere. But like I can't interact with these things. They're just, to me, when I look at it, they feel like hollow elements that don't have any gameplay value. Which is why I get so mad about like seeing like all these giant skulls or things. Like, okay, what does that do? Does that do anything? Can I fight even next to that? No. The campaign map isn't reflective of the battlescapes because the battlescapes are all pre-rendered maps. So it doesn't matter where I fight. I'm not actually fighting next to the city. I'm just fighting in some pre-generated thing that just feels kind of hollow. That I've fought on 6 times before in several different areas of Bretonia, you know? Like, I've been here before, and I'm fighting here again. I'm fighting.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting to see them including and like talking about expanding back to essentially old mechanics and expanding them even further. I doubt we'll actually get Medieval 3 proper for at least 2 years.
God willing, yeah.
Not counting this year, mind you, because this year's almost over.
Yes. I don't care if it takes them 4 or 5 years. Like, because here's
at
the
a minimum,
reality.
I'd say 3.
The reality I'm facing with myself is like, okay, you can either continue this process of shitting out half-baked Total War games, like other War Escape games since Empire to, to Total Warhammer 3, and I can look at all those and go like, meh. And that's like a decade of my life where I've been looking forward to games from this franchise, and I've been disappointed at every turn. Or we can take a little bit extra time to put out a game that's something that's like Medieval 3, and it's like fucking timeless, and it's just like it's just like it hits so good, it plays so well, it's got some rough edges because they age. Medieval 2, it's an old game, but it feels so good to play. And it's like, and I look at the modern ones and I'm like, every time I play Medieval 2, it's just like I feel like I'm just playing a better game. And it's because I am. I'm playing a better game.
Yeah.
I'm playing a better.
Mechanically speaking, it is way better than any of the modern Total Wars.
It's crusty. I know, but it's better mechanically, and that's what makes it feel so good to play. It feels like things I do in it feels like it matters. Just I'm so sad that a decade of my life has passed, and like I think of all the games that they've made, and I'm like, I can't think of anything that makes me go like, yes, that's amazing. I can think of some positive, like Attila has its moments, Three Kingdoms has its moments, even Total War Warhammer has its moments. But like at the end of the day, I find myself returning to Medieval 2 over all of them.
Yeah.
And that annoys me. Because Medieval 2 is ancient now. Just like me, I'm ancient. Like, I'm gonna die before this franchise makes another good game.
Past your prime, you'd say? Dried up.
Pretty much. 4 more days, is it? And then I'll be like 31, and it's over. It's over for Kib.
Man, hit 30 in actual hag now.
Literally fucking, like diabetes or whatever you get when you get old.
Diabetes.
God damn, when I teach you how to make that buffalo chicken dip this week, like, fuck, I'm gonna get diabetes from that. Fuck. If it has Medieval 2 pathfinding, I will likely quit campaign half the time. Medieval 2's pathfinding is very, very, very rough. But by God, the mechanics make it carry. Kib hit the wall, going down. Damn, Chatfish. All right, enough bullying me, chat. Time to get back to the second question. How differently would you expect...
Next topic.
No, don't do that. How differently would you expect the inherent properties of each region to feel? And what level of impact should they have? That's an interesting question. Inherent properties of each region. Well, it depends on what the region produces and where it is in the world, right? So I'd expect Anatolian regions to feel a bit different, right? When it comes to its strategic value and its landscape, whether it has mountains or rockies, whether it's grassy or not. And so certain regions of the world should be more fertile and verdant than the others, right? More breadbaskety versus other territories or provinces, because they're technically still provinces, right? But they're just single territories now. The provincial system's gone.
Yeah, they're not bifurcated or anything.
Yeah, and so like for example, if I take like northern Scotland, it might not be the best, farming land for,
What do you mean? It's great.
For making like crops and stuff. Adverse to if I take, southern England areas where it's a bit more grassy and rolling lands might make better farmland for getting more food for my empire and stuff like that. So different regions should have different value, but Scotland has a lot more rocks, so maybe it makes a good quarry area to get more stone and rocks for constructions of castles and stuff like that. Or like, for example, marble. Like maybe you want to build like advanced structures that like manors or something, but you can't build them with stone because it requires manors must be constructed with marble. So taking certain islands in the Greek region will provide better marble for you to acquire that you can use for constructions and stuff like that. So there's lots of things they could do, lots of stuff they should do. Whether or not they will be, remain to be seen.
Yeah. I mean, that's all we can do. Just take it in strides of like, all right, they're attempting good faith of doing this open communication. It's just a question of whether or not they continue it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's 100%. All right.
Which is halfway through all of our topics. It's not population. So many people have seen that little population,
course,
and they are dying for us to talk about. We will get population is the one after this, I promise. But firstly, we're going to talk about construction. So to finish off that kind of city management element.
And especially, I think felt important to talk about because I think the UI here, our placeholder UI, is alluding to slots more than what we intend to do. Again, this is something that we've been seeing community feedback for this for probably a decade. Around building slots and the pros and cons around it. And one thing we want to move away from is that hard cap on slots. So removing the idea that you have 6 slots in a settlement and you need to decide which buildings you create, and instead create a situation where ultimately you can create all buildings in the city. Of course, there would be
difficult,
exactly,
but
there
it
would
is
be other
possible.
factors, right? Like how much you invest in the infrastructure in that city, how much it grows generally. So it doesn't mean it gives you immediate freedom, but ultimately you can build up the mega cities you want and specialize your regions with much more, let's say, freedom.
But it kind of plays into that fantasy of playing tall as a city state where you can really, you can have everything in that one place if you invest in it.
But one thing we talked about is how that, let's say, the slot system had some nice elements as well, like the building chains, for example, were ultimately quite interesting in how they provided you with that, let's say, the little tweak on a certain flavor. It had a little theme as well, right? Like you upgrade your market from level 2 to 3, and you get to decide, is it like a food trader or is it a wine market or slave market, right? And that was very strong thematically, but I think that choice always felt a little bit limiting. Like it's almost like, I get the vineyard or the wine trader, but I don't get the food market.
And it can also be a bit gamey, a bit contrived, and moving away from that kind of that sense of reality and
exactly didn't feel particularly authentic, and it was quite limiting. So our current thinking of how we are solving this is by seeing these, let's say, the nuances of our old chains more like perks you can apply to a building. We could look at the lumber camp here as an example, and again, all effects, nothing will stay like this, everything placeholder. But as an example here, I have my lumber camp, and I might be able to apply this perk, which is a hunting lodge, where you could imagine it almost like a separate building that gets added to that lumber camp. Okay, there's now a hunting lodge, which we can see just as a sort of almost like a flavor effect here, that it increases food production every turn in that building. Or I go with another perk, which is glaciers, which increases wealth of my urban estate. But the kicker here, where it's different to chains, is that ultimately you can do both. So you can really build up your mega lumber camp or your mega market, right? Where all the perks that you have unlocked, you add to that one market building in Venice to really push that fantasy.
Or Milan, as people have been saying.
Of course, our favorite. So I think it feels really great because it combines sort of the best things of both worlds, where you get the flavor and the mechanical nuance from the slot system and the chains, while giving you, let's say, the freedom of a slotless system.
We still need to figure out how to make it all fit on a UI, but that's part of the joys of pre-production. And obviously, everything is, you can see pH as placeholder.
Yep.
There's a lot of that.
So, and of course, building content, we're very early. I think fair to say that we want to capture sort of the fantasy of building up your main core settlement with, let's say, the urban infrastructure you imagine about the medieval cities. We talked a lot about urbanization and how fast you drive this forward. How much do you modernize your economy effectively?
Exactly.
That will all be happening in that city, or you focus more on developing your rural developments to push your peasantry
and we'll get to that, but exactly, it feeds into the populations and the population classes that you want to kind of focus.
Okay, before they segue too far. So yeah, basically, seems like buildings. So you'll build a lumber cap, and then there'll be different perks that you basically unlock with that lumber cap to build it up more. Is what it sounds like, or levels or tiers.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be either like things you get via, like, I don't know, maybe research or events or something that allow you to change it to different variants or just apply different, you know, pluses or minuses, stuff
Like
of
new
that nature.
saws. Because the one thing is,
Yeah.
like, for example, like one thing that's going to be huge in Medieval 3 is the invention of the windmill that occurs.
Yep.
And that's fucking massive, because that's going to change how food production works quite a bit, because at this point they're reliant on water mills to basically do stuff for animals and stuff. And the introduction of windmills means that they can harness the power of wind to construct it everywhere. So you should see that, like, yeah, like what he said, like the battles you have in the early part of Spain when you're playing your campaign and fighting over Spain should be like, yeah, there's no windmills or anywhere. But by the end of it, you see, rolling hills with windmills and farm fields everywhere, because
Yeah, you should start seeing them pop up.
new things. Because yeah, the big thing about Medieval 3 and what Medieval 2 did is Medieval 2 basically was coming out of the Dark Age and coming into and basically picking up the Renaissance era where the Romans left off, and then pushing past it. And once you push past it and get like black powder weapons and the fact that you're sailing around continents, that's where it basically ends. Medieval 3 ends right where Empire Total War begins. And that's probably, again, this is again my theory, if Medieval 3 does well, Empire 2 will likely follow in its footsteps, if that makes sense. Because it's the natural progression. And because, to be frank, the next historical Total War felt like it was going to have to be Medieval 3. Just like the next one after this feels like it has to be Empire. It just makes sense. And if they do Empire, like, fuck, they could just do Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai in it as well. Like, I hope Empire goes all the way to the 1870s, is all I'm saying.
They've been doing stupid fantasy for better part of a decade now, right? Like...
Yeah,
they've just, every historical anything after it has kind of been ass. Or like during.
They handed it to the Bulgarian studio, which, to the Bulgarian studio's credit, they tried. They did try. But the issue with the studio is that they don't have a lot of, like, skill and talent for making full-blown Total War games. And they only started getting slightly better with Pharaoh's Dynasties. Pharaoh's Dynasties is still kind of, it's okay, but it's not a game I would run out and go like, oh, you gotta have this. It's like, if you like Bronze Age and you have a soft spot for that, it does scratch that itch. But again, the Sofian Bulgarian team has a long way to go still in terms of growth and learning.
It is interesting, though. So, like, I hate the stupid build limits in Total War Fantasy. I can't stand it.
Oh, that's been in, sadly, since fucking, what was it, Shogun 2? Or no, Empire, I can't remember.
I do like the idea of the system they're describing here of being able to get, additional upgrades and stuff on different industry that you're able to place around. That's a far more interesting system, and I like the sound of it.
Yeah, it's more back to the originals, which was free building, where you could just build what you wanted.
Because then you have to consider, I would imagine, whenever armies come through, well, they can potentially ransack or raise your industry if you don't have it well protected.
Yep, you could have a battle that takes place over that lumber mill,
Yeah.
And then be fighting
or like
over the
a
chopped
metal
tree areas.
mine or something. Something important.
Because that adds so many more varieties to the battlescape, right? Like, the enemy army's trying to quickly raid and burn that, so you set up a defensive perimeter around the logging camp to protect it. Stuff like that. And that's again, mechanical and interesting things to make the campaign map tell the story of the battles. Because the big thing is that your Total War should always be a sandbox. It should be a sandbox. That's what made Total War so good. Sandbox. That's what scares me about Total War Warhammer 40K. Is I worry that they're not actually creating a big sandbox, and they're too focused on like these hyper specific ideas that's going to limit the sandbox feel. Because what makes Total War strong, and what always makes it strong, is when it's doing its best, is when it's the sandbox strategy game it was always meant to be. That's what makes Total War great. There's never been a sandbox strategy game on its level, besides Paradox. But Paradox is a GSG game. Total War is a 4X, a hybrid real-time strategy game. There's been a couple games like it that have existed in the past. Star Wars Empire at War, name one. Battle for Middle-earth had a mode like it, but it was like nothing quite came close to Total War. It was on a whole other level compared to everybody else. Chatfish are just burging out over there.
Yeah, Satunakun says free build allows you to build way taller as opposed to having a tenth of the map just for basic things. Yeah, that's one of my huge problems with Warhammer Fantasy.
It also allows you to roleplay better because you can play Venice and build tall and just be a merchant republic, and you don't have to paint the map your color. Play your way. Just achieve your goals. Be the sandbox again.
Well, that's the whole aspect of it being 4X on the campaign map, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is the 4X features on the campaign map have been diminishing over the past years.
Yes.
Getting
it's basically
hollower.
devolved into Gladius 40K of there's no real diplomacy. It's just fight.
Just go to war with everybody and paint the map. And it's painting the map is important. It's part of I want to conquer, as England, I want to conquer the Scots, I want to conquer the Irish, I want to, destroy the French and obliterate them, maybe even set up a crusader state in, the Levant, because fuck it, Deus Vult, Or if I'm playing as the Mamluks, maybe I want to have a jihad and burn Rome or something, That should be allowed. That should be allowed because that was, the Crusades and the Holy Wars were part of the era, and Medieval 2 had Holy Wars, and they were so much fun to engage with. They were funny.
Yep.
Holy Wars always felt epic. And I hope they bring back the silly movies. Bring back the Total War movies.
Oh,
Seriously.
yeah, that would play for assassinations and before fights and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whether the Pope calls a crusade, it's or there's a royal marriage in your character party, one of your characters gets assassinated, or you have an agent doing something on the world map. Play out movies and different endings. Seriously, bring back that. Because, man, imagine if Total War Warhammer had those.
Derpy.
Yeah, they were, but that's what makes them charming. And
yeah,
throw in that tongue-in-cheek British shit you little islanders do over there. Make it tongue-in-cheek. It's okay to have a little bit of humor in it. It's what made Medieval 2 have its charm. When you try to assassinate the Pope, and then the crossbolt sticks through his Pope hat and pins it to the wall, and then the guy runs out, and the Pope guy's like, where'd my hat go? Where'd my hat go?
It's only holy if Chatfish do it correct.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is interesting, and like I said, it does give me hope for the future of this. But keep in mind, they've said on it, when, we've said it's a long way out. This is very early.
Yep, there's a
long game to make. This is them just trying to repair PR. This is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to repair PR and have open dialogue because, they obviously there's a portion of their team combined with higher ups that are tired of the slop that they keep pumping out because the sales aren't reflecting the amount of money going in.
Yes, Creative Assembly has also had the boot stepped on them by Sega as well, and we know that from insider leaks. Sega's taking much more direct involvement with Creative Assembly, which I would normally be adverse to because I don't like when publishers meddle, but I do believe that the Creative Assembly executives got, because Fuzzy basically mentioned this, I think that they got this basically power trip thing that happened.
They did.
They controlled the market for Total War, they blew up, and they could get away with whatever, even Rome 2. Even Rome 2 got away with it. Rome 2 did get away with it, by the way. It came out as one of the worst Total Wars ever made, and now it's okay now. And with mods, it's actually good, but it's okay at vanilla, and that's about it. And it's still $60. It's still got $100 in DLC, and it's one of the most well-sold Total Wars of all time. Because again, they were able to get away with it. But the issue is Rome 2 was the only time they were able to get away with it, truly. Because they tried to do it with Total Warhammer 1, and it kind of worked. Total Warhammer 2, they managed to get away with it a little bit there. But Total Warhammer 3, they couldn't get away with it. Even the fantasy crowd, because they were new, but as they learned more about the franchise, I do believe that the fantasy crowd, initially, yeah, they did do damage. But it wasn't their fault. They didn't know. They're new. You know, they're new to the franchise. How could they have known? It's not their fault. But as they learned more and they started looking at it and listening to the historical fans about what they were talking about, like, wait a minute, our game is like lesser. It's like, yeah, you got shafted, and I'm sorry. You deserved better. The Total Warhammer Fantasy fans deserved far better than they got. Always. They shouldn't have gotten lied to. Creative Assembly did, at that point, take advantage of them because they didn't know any better. Now, again, the Creative Assembly we have today is far different than the Creative Assembly that started the Total Warhammer 1 Fantasy Saga. I hate calling it that, by the way. But it is. It's been like a decade. This is a different studio. There's a lot of different people here. There's some similar faces that I recognize, but a lot of the makeup has changed. And so this is good because a lot of the new game directors are some really old guard, like for Medieval 3, and some of them are also people who never had a chance to get their foray. So now might be the chance to reach out to them.
It is interesting to the whole like publisher thing, how we've gone full circle from publishers being the big baddie all the time to now they're kind of moving away from that in some instances where they're having to wrangle studios that have gone too far.
Yes, you do see that occasionally. Sega has made lots of mistakes in the past and still does. But I think Sega intervening in Creative Assembly, because basically what happened, to reiterate, for those who missed what happened when it did, about a few years ago, Company 3 came out, Total Warhammer 3 came out. Company 3 was a disaster, Total Warhammer 3 was a disaster. Creative Assembly and Sega basically looked at it and was like, oh my god, like, all right, we got to do damage control because we're bleeding out money here. Relic, get out. You're done. We're done with you. Creative Assembly, we think we can salvage you. And we're going to basically be like, all these side projects you're starting for all these weird genres because you want to get out of strategy games, canceled. They're all canceled. You're not doing that. You are going to go back to doing what you were originally doing that we paid you to do. You're just going to make Total War games, and that's going to be your focus, and you're going to do better at that. And it kind of feels like that's reflected here. That Sega stepping in basically let the Total War devs that actually wanted to be passionate about the game, because I do believe there are passionate people there. And it seems like these guys here, at least, they have the power they need because the executives at CA have been pushed down and the developers have been elevated. Remember, CA is huge. It's got hundreds of people, and so it's bloated. It's got a lot of people that probably don't need to be there. So, it's one of those cases. And it seems like Sega has kind of forced Creative Assembly to let the creatives have control again. Because these are the creatives here. And you can see them actually being creative and actually trying to push the franchise further. So again, we have to wait and see. But again, this is the signs that we see right now happening. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So Rasmus says, what happened was government funding for particular unfit hires dried up and the sales was in the bin. It wasn't just that. It was also the fact that Creative Assembly was misspending on like several games, or like not several, like 2 big game projects that had nothing to do with Total War with Sega's money. And let's go do a little bit of history. What does Sega have a history of doing? They have a history of being fucked over by people that lied to them. Randy Pitchford basically was like, Sega's like, hey, Gearbox. And like, yeah, can you make me an Aliens Colonial Marines game for our Aliens product? And like, yeah, we can do that for you. Awesome. Thank you. We're going to give you all these money and all these resources. And then like, thanks. And then they get the game and like, what the fuck is this? And Randy Pitchford's like running off with a bag of money, running straight over to Borderlands 2 and just dumping the money in there. Sega sued Gearbox over that, by the way, because Gearbox stole the money that was meant to make Aliens Colonial Marines a good game and dumped it into Borderlands 2. That's why Aliens Colonial Marines came out such dog shit. It was supposed to be this huge game that Sega was dumping money into because Sega was really looking forward to the sales they were going to get from Aliens Colonial Marines. They were making a game, and remember at this time, Aliens, where you play as a Colonial Marine in a squad co-op shooter, that sounds so cool just thinking about it. Oh my god, that's going to sell like hotcakes. And it would have if it wasn't shit.
Hell, it sold like hotcakes even with it being shit.
It sold pretty well initially. And then the sales flatlined afterwards because word of mouth destroyed it. Everyone was so stoked for it. Everyone was talking about it. and then everyone was just whining about it, and entire YouTube careers were born of people just bitching about how bad it was. And again, Sega bore that humiliation because their name was attached to it. They
Yep.
published a disaster. Sega has had this happen to them before. So that's why when Total Warhammer 3 happened and Company Heroes 3 happened, two games that their names attached to, and both games did not turn out well. Same goes for Dawn of War 3. Their name was attached to, I think, if I remember right. They've been their name is being dragged through the mud in the West. Sega didn't like that, and Sega intervened. And I don't blame them. Like, you're giving money to people that are kind of dragging your reputation through the mud. When people see Sega published games, they don't think, oh, that's going to be a quality product. Oh my God, it's going to be a dumpster fire.
Yep.
That's not a
their
good
modern
sign.
identity.
And Sega wants to change that because of the Sonic movies and everything else. They've been trying to change their image to be that company that puts out things you want. Which, again, I'm all for. And so I hope Sega succeeds with this. And I hope when I see Sega's logo, I'm like, that's going to be a good game. It's like in the early 2000s, when you saw EA's logo, what did you think? It's going to be quality. It's going to be quality.
It's
Now when I see
they
it,
can't make anything bad.
yeah, it's like EA, no matter what, at worst, it's going to be okay. At worst, it's going to be okay. But now it's like an EA logo slapped on the game. It's like, ooh, like how bad is it going to be?
It's gonna be garbage.
Is it going to be one of those surprise success EA return moments, or is it going to be like that classic? Oh, here's some more EA, slop. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, chat. Like, image is important because people will like identify these logos and they'll think about it, right? When you see a Mountain Dew logo, if there was dead baby chickens inside of every Mountain Dew bottle for a month, you're going to see that logo and you're going to be like, gross, it's got dead things in it. I don't want to drink that.
Papio says challenge everything. Yeah, that used to be their little load up thing.
Yeah. They were pushing themselves
when you boot their game up.
Brap. Plays a little brap sound. Pretty much.
Sega going back to the 90s. They're definitely trying to repair their image, for sure.
They're working on it. And you know what? I'm all for publishers trying to be great again. The problem is I don't trust publishers in the modern times too much.
So, like, you've seen this even with older games. Like, a game I play off and on is called Endless Space 2.
Mm-hmm.
It was published by Sega. They gave Amplitude, the developers, time and money to go back and fix bugs that have been in that game for years. It's almost a decade-old game at this point. And they just put out a new patch.
That's pretty good.
Like, Sega's trying to fix a lot of these damaged IPs that otherwise used to make them a pretty decent amount of money. It wasn't EA level of money or anything, but it was good. Like, they were bringing in quite a bit. That has dried up considerably.
The one thing I will give Sega is they recognize profit and they don't set retarded expectations. At least I have yet to see them do that. Because EA would be like, oh, Dead Space 1 sold well? Well, it didn't sell as well as Fortnite, so into the fucking butcher shop it goes.
It didn't sell well as one of the biggest games in the universe right now. All right, well, time to murder the entire studio.
What's this? Our obscure sci-fi space horror game that sells well and is a bit niche, but does well and sells profits, isn't outperforming Resident Evil? All right, take it out back and shoot it.
Yep. Old Yeller, the whole studio.
It's like, but it still made you profits. Like you made millions off it. It's like, doesn't matter. It wasn't billions.
It's almost like Dead Space was a hardcore niche setting with a very passionate fan base. ES2 is good, but really niche. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
that's just an example.
Take the profits and be happy with it. Why must it be like trillions? Come on, dudes.
Yeah.
Millions is still millions.
Millions and billions.
You're still in the profits margin. Like, fuck.
So far, what I'm seeing does fill me with hope for Medieval 3 as far as, like, comparatively to 40K Total War. But it's still, obviously, I know Medieval 3 is way out. I'm assuming 40K is going to be either late next year or early 27.
Yeah, I agree. It's either late fall next year to reach that Christmas window, because that's ideal. Yes. Or maybe they'll try to ride the Christmas sales post in early 2027. And if not early 2027, then fall 2027. Because, again, get those holiday Christmas sales.
Well, it depends on, I haven't kept up with 40K releases. If they're doing anything big in 26, assume that they're going to try to release sometime around there to capitalize.
Yeah. I did
Sega
not know
made some
that.
good decisions.
Yeah,
Yakuza and Metaphor, Refantia. I'd never played any of those.
They're not my cup of teas, but yeah, I've heard Sega's been doing well with a lot of their IPs at the moment. At the moment.
Oh, those like obviously Yakuza I know is Japanese crime game or whatever. But
Mini game. Japanese
yeah.
game about mini games. That's what it really is. But yes.
It feels like Sega's too hands off on their developers. In the past, yeah. Right now, no.
Yes.
They have been bringing the whip against a lot of the ones that have been slacking and causing them to bleed money.
They have been lenient with the developers in the past because they were still in the black, and so they were bringing in profits. But the problem is recently these companies haven't been in the black and they're in the red. And so instead of bringing in profits, they're actually bringing in losses, which which is what caused Sega to react the way they did. If they were still in the black margin, I don't think Sega would intervene, by the way. I think they would have been kind of oblivious.
If they were just in the black, I'd say they'd probably still intervene because they obviously want to make a profit on their investment.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they acquired Creative Assembly is that it made them shit tons of fucking money.
Yes.
And now it's not.
Billion sales or it's snip for you, Kibby. Damn.
They grab Creative Assembly and start smacking around like, make me my money. Make me my money.
But yeah, I like the idea that they're just showcasing they're just showcasing ideas because as they've said, it's all subject to change. I like the way that they're going with it of being able to sandbox build it because it makes the overworld campaign map feel interesting. Because then that comes into the question, well, how many fortifications can my territory support compared to how much industry do I have enough population to support the workforce I need to maintain it, all that stuff, right?
Yep. And do you have to like ever, what would be really cool, right, is if you abandon a fort and then the fort becomes like degraded and you can see it in the battle map, or you could even fight in a degraded fort that's been mothballed, basically. That had its garrison removed.
I wouldn't necessarily go to that level of hopium yet.
I know.
It would be cool though.
Like, if you could see whether a settlement was prosperous or was plagued, or, oh my god, yeah, the Black Death, of course. I almost completely forgot about that. The Black Death is going to be in this game. So, yeah.
That was just a little thing that happened to work.
So, like, they're going to have that. That's going to be, like, probably mid to late game. Just like the Mongol invasion will be. And then you'll have the Timurids as well. The Timurid and Mongol invasion. And then you'll finally get the shoe on the other foot, and then you can go and invade the New World. And I hope
invade the New World.
See, they haven't expanded the map super far right to show Anatolia. They showed part of Anatolia, and I don't think they want to show the Levant region because I have a feeling that at least it's going to go to India, which would be cool because you get the Rajas in there, which means that you could also do some colonial stuff over there too. But I actually really hope fingers crossed, it reaches to Japan, Korea, Mongolia, and China. I would be so happy. You have no idea. Could you imagine playing as like the Jade Empire and fucking like just like doing a Jade invasion like of Chinese dudes just like swarming into Europe behind the Mongols? That'd be so fucking cool.
That'd be all kinds of derpy.
It would be derpy as hell. I'd be all for it. Or playing as like Denmark and invading China with your tiny little ships. Actually, they're actually huge. I forgot compared to the ships of the time. But yeah, black ships.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shadov says, "What I wonder if they are making all this, or at least claiming to want to, is there any actual hope for Total Warhammer 40k, given they are both supposedly being made in this new engine, or is this still hopium?" Well, the thing is, Total Warhammer 40k is further down the pipe than Medieval 3. Like, it's already past a certain point, and I can tell you as a games developer that the changes they can make to Total Warhammer 40k, they can make changes. It's bullshit if a developer tells you can't. The question is, how much time would it take to make considerable changes or overhauls? That is the question. Because when it comes to the world of game design, nothing is actually impossible. Everything is. The only thing that really makes things quote-unquote impossible is how long will it take to change something? And how many systems are tied to it, right? Total Warhammer 40k is far enough out now that they can't make radical changes anymore. Because radical change, like right now, they can swap this system out and it will have very little effect because not too many systems are tied into it. The moving building thing around. Or they could add more stuff to it, or they could even add like different things to it or something, whatever, right? Because it's early enough and there's not too many systems connected. The further you wait to add new mechanics in development, the worse it gets. And if you know anything about development history of games, like Lionhead Studios under Peter Molyneux, that was one of the big problems with like Fable games, is that they'd be like midway or like almost over halfway through development, and Peter Molyneux would just have a fucking random change of a new mechanic halfway through. And it's like, dude, like, we're past the point where we should be implementing new mechanics. We really need to be polishing the mechanics we have and focusing on those things and not introducing brand new mechanics or changing mechanics that are already existing, because now we got to redo and reconnect everything and rework everything. And it's just going to be a shit show. And that's why Fable 3 is the way it is. It's a complete travesty because, again, it
So-
shows lack of commitment to design decisions.
Falcon Punch on Twitch says breed Kips.
Falco Punch.
So earlier, Rifford did give a membership, but it didn't hit anyone. So be on the lookout for all of a sudden memberships coming through. Hopefully, Yub-Nub.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the problem with putting an ideas guy in charge of anything beyond concept. Because at least if they don't know how to wrangle themselves or have
Especially
someone
with
in their
no
studio,
oversight. Yeah.
yes, because it'll be like the Molyneux or Chris Roberts or any of these big ideas guys who have good ideas, but they change on a whim because that's what ideas guys do.
Yep. And this is something, as somebody who's an ideas guy for our studio, yeah, you struggle with that. Like, every day I have new ideas about stuff, but the reality is that we're not changing that, because if we do, Robin will snap my neck. And so
Yeah,
the
'cause,
reason
like,
why
you have to have
yeah,
something concrete.
You
Like, if
need
you
to
don't,
commit.
it's just going to be amorphous.
yes, because the whole point of being an ideas guy is, it's, how do I put it? You need to be constantly spinning the creative web in your mind about, like, okay, what's this? What's that? How's that connect? Like, what can I do there? And trying to be imaginative all the time, and always leave that creation engine on in your mind at all times. The issue with that is that you could sleep and you wake up and you'll have a slightly different idea. But that's why you write things down. And this is where, again, so I normally criticize game design docs or GDDs because they're usually, don't commit to them like they're Bibles, but use them as guidelines. Because if you commit to a bad Bible, what happens is you're going to get a bad product. You need to be able to be adjusting things along the way in case you have to make what we call course corrections. But when it comes down to it, if, you come up with an idea, like, the reality is that if you're already past that point, doesn't matter. You need to commit to the ideas you've set up for yourself and stick to that vision and be trying to focus your creative engine in your head on ideas, and don't be wasting time thinking about mechanics that are already said and done. Think about mechanics that aren't, and think about what could be built upon. Like, if you have water in your game, can you interact with water? Can you freeze it with magic? Can you, turn it into superheated steam and, like, burn somebody? Can that steam obscure vision? How can that engage with mechanics? Does it slow your movement to move through it? Is there different types of depth to water or things like that? And again, you ask those questions, not whether not to have water because you've already committed to having it. Now, is there anything that will be built on top of that system? The answer is yay or nay. And then you make course corrections. A bad idea, never fucking commit to bad ideas. Like, kill your darlings if you have to, Like, the reality is that you may love that idea, but, like, that mechanic is just shit and it's awful. Into the trash. Does not matter. Into the
What
trash.
kids are saying, kill Celeste. Gotcha.
Dumpster. The dumpster.
And all the princesses.
Yep. They just couldn't lead country, into the garbage.
They couldn't lead the country. They couldn't breed. What good are they?
What good? Holy shit. Boo doo doo.
I gotta step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Is it why kids forgo so much sleep? Well, the reason why I forgo so much sleep is because I'm working all the time. That's what being in indie is. You only work when you have spare time. I'm working right now to raise money for my game. And at the end of the day, we'll either make the daily or we'll have to make it up the next day, whatever, doesn't matter, right? And that's how that works. As an indie, you will work whenever you have time, right? So after stream today, I'm going to be working on the game, and for as long as I can. And if it's not a long time because I have to stream late to make whatever goals we can or whatever we can, then that's how it has to be. And then I have to get up as early as I can tomorrow to try to get as much more progress done and before stream. And that's how that works, right? But indies are not the same as AAAs. These guys are AAAs. They have a budget, they have a work schedule, and they can dedicate their whole time to working on a game. I envy them in that regard. The ability to actually work on something all day. Oh my god. Without having to like do any other like tasks or anything. I have to stream 8 to 9 hours a day, if not 10 sometimes, to reach dailies, right? And that's just how it is. But again, AAA, you have different benefits. But that's not quite related to the thing. So I don't want to segue too far away. Because that's talking about like indies and AAAs and what's the difference between the two. Yeah, we got chickens and cows, Dragonclaw, to answer your question for the Project Envoy thing. All right, now back to the thing. I was referring to you trying to dodge waking up with new ideas. Oh, when it comes to new ideas, usually just try to think about what you're working on. Don't be unfocused. Unfocused is bad. Have a roadmap of ideas. The problem, I don't think Peter Molyneux had a roadmap when he came up with his stuff, and so that's why it was always like back and forth, back and forth. It was just like a fucking crazy schizophrenic train of madness. But yeah, anyway, let's move on. Whoever thought the map design of Fable 3 was good needs to never be hired in the games industry again. Damn. Cutscene Kun says, Workcore, even if it's an actual new engine, won't fix a decade plus of design degradation. Not necessarily. No, the engine itself, how do I put it? The engine ain't gonna do anything. But everything they're doing here with the mechanics so far is actually fixing a lot of problems. But again, it's super early. And again, like I say all the time, what looks great on paper may not actually be fun or may not actually be good until you playtest it. Playtest. There are 3 major things you do in game development, in my opinion, at least so far that I've come up with after the many years that I've done it. First thing is like you do research, you design, and then you test. And then you see where to go after that. And if you test and you're like, this don't feel good, this feels bad, then that's bad. Like, if it feels bad, it is bad. Then you have to dissect, okay, well, why does it feel bad? What is bad about it, right? Like, for example, in this game, what maybe building buildings feels bad because the AI doesn't use it well. Well, instead of removing the mechanic altogether, in that case, what we should do is implement a system of scripting for the AI. Again, this is me theorizing on how to adjust Creative Assembly's problems if they run into any. How does the AI for Spain know to adjust for a Anglo invasion now the Anglos possess France? Well, it should construct forts facing the direction of where the English are, and so there should be scripts that activate where the AI is set to build forts based on threat allocation. If the threat is north of the province, they'll build castles to this side of it, and they'll follow a certain script. If they're to the south, they'll build it that way. If it's to the east or the southeast, then adjust accordingly, etc., etc. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff. But you get what I mean. Scripting. And scripting can solve almost every problem. It's going to be a lot of work, but if you script the AI well, you can script it for every possible situation. And as you continue to playtest it, new situations are encountered, new bugs are reported, new scripts are introduced. And all of a sudden, your AI has a series of scripts that it operates under and adjusts its plans accordingly based on triggers and events and what the player is doing to create a sense of an emergent and dynamic AI. Games that do this would be things like Republic Commando, Star Wars Republic Commando, where it feels super good. Like, it feels like it's like super well coded. It feels like or Fear, like with the buildings. Good scripting is king. And like any game, scripting will make the AI much smarter every time because you're just going to have the best AI. It's going to feel more fun. The battles are going to feel more natural because they're written by people. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot, like anything, it's got to be done. It's why you can break the scripting medieval too, because technically they only planned for so much, right? Like if you flank enough, you can break the AI's army so they turn into a circle. And that's just like, well, fuck. But yeah. Either way. I remember Fear. You do, yeah. So you remember how the AI behaves when it jumps through buildings or windows or like navigates around and paths around like rooms. That's because the AI was heavily scripted in those set pieces. Again, with a sandbox game, it's a bit trickier, but you need to factor in for like, okay, certain things like where's the enemy positioned on the campaign map? How should the AI act accordingly? And then the battle AI needs to be its own thing, etc., etc. But yeah, let us continue. I think that covers all the points and bases I have to talk about in that regard.
Focus on based on the type of playthrough you want to have, and based on the kind of region that you're playing in, the faction you're playing in, will all play a role in how you want to position that development, whether you want to focus on that rural or the urban.
I saw a really fantastic question, and it's absolutely scrolled off out of my mind. But it was, hold on, let's see if it comes back to me. It was someone asking about, will those perks be limited by technology or policies that you take? And that is a great question for the community. So we can, if you guys are right with it,
to be limited by
we'll
technologies.
So the questions that we had here for construction are: what are the limitations that you would like to see on slotless construction? So it's all well and good to, maybe it gets more expensive the more things you build, but we, I think you were speaking about other ideas of tied to technologies, or even tied to resources, and or population count. So what would you guys expect to see the limitations of an unlimited system be there? And the second part, focus on those building perks. I think you wanted to clarify as well, perks is a word we're using. It's probably not the word that makes it in game.
No.
It's
You will probably over time hear a lot of sort of these in development terms.
Yeah.
Sometimes a bit more mechanically inspired, but
And throw some suggestions for the word perk if you want.
by all means.
But what kind of perks would you be interested to see? So if you've seen the lumber camps and you've gone, I have a really specific idea of a kind of lumber camp, but also more of what gameplay mechanic interactions would you expect them to see, which will make more sense as we start to talk about population and
we can delve more into that as we talk more in detail about the kind of building chains and developments we're going to have, so we can do more targeted kind of blogs and sessions around those particular themes, just to give more kind of context to what particular perks are we talking about, because obviously right now the suggestion is going to be about everything we've got on the screen, but there's going to be more, so we can do more targeted kind of bits, and it'd be good if we drop a link in the chat for the forum.
Don't you worry, it's every 50 messages I think it gets sent. It's also in the description.
So go to the link in the chat and in the description, sign up to the forums where you can talk directly to us, give us your feedback, and answer these questions, which will be in their own.
And the hope as well is, as we say, this is a consistent level of conversation we want to have with the community. So you're answering those questions. That isn't going into the void. Not only are they going to be read, the hope is, be it blog, be it another stream, we can come back to you guys with our thoughts on those responses, what we've taken from them.
And in between the streams as well, in between the big blogs, we're posting and discussing topics in the forums. So do come along.
Okay, are we ready for population?
Yes.
Do it.
Maybe the most.
All right, time to pause before they move on to the next subject. So there's more questions that they have for you for the forums, which I assume they're organized. I've yet to go there myself, but we will do that post-stream. Post-streams for the day, I should say. What limitations would you expect to see on slotless construction? So this is an interesting question. The only thing I could possibly think is, like, the only limitations I think would be sensible would be like, okay, if you build a, blacksmith, maybe you shouldn't have the blacksmith in the construction queue to build too, because it really doesn't do anything, for example.
Yeah.
This is something that Star Wars Empire at War has, and modders recently just fixed in some of the mods, where you would build a barracks and it'd be like, you want to build another barracks? Does it do anything if I build a second one? No, but you can. It's like, okay, like, you should just remove that. When it comes to slotless construction, honestly, I don't really want to see limitations to how much I can build up a province. I want to be able to build it up as much as possible. It's a province. It can be built up. It's a huge slab of land, right? If I want to build every building in it, I can build every building in it, I think. I don't really think there should be really any major limitations for construction. The only thing that I would expect would be not the city or the urban center itself, but rather the rural area, right? Like, how much farmland is there in that land? That would be the limiting factor, right? How many woodlands are there that we could actually, harvest trees and build lumber camps in? That should be the limiting factor, right? If I want to build several castles in this province because it's that open and it's like in the Ukrainian region, and we're building those castles because we're playing as the Kingdom of Kiev, or I don't remember what it was called at this point. It wasn't really them, it was something else. But like, we're basically preparing to build walls against, or castles and fortifications against the impending Mongolian invasion, then, I want to do that, fortify to prepare for the Mongol invasion. So, or like the Hungarians, like they're using the Transylvanian mountains to weather them, because I love playing Hungary. Hungary's a lot of fun, Medieval 2, because it's in a fun location, and it's got a lot of choices for going north, south, east, or west. It's just like in the heart of Europe, so it's got a lot of choices. But yeah, so like, Yeah, a lot of options. Like the only limitations I really think should be resource limitations, in my opinion, because natural resources are the limiting factor. How many quarries can you possibly build? It depends on how many quarries are available. Maybe some provinces can have like 2 or 3, or maybe like 4, depending on what's there, right? Historically speaking. But yeah, there should be some limitations, of course, but I think the limitations should be dependent on the natural resources available of each tile. Or not tile, sorry, region. So I think that's what the limitation should be. I think you should be able to construct as many buildings in the urban center as you wish. So you can basically build it up to have everything type of recruitment building you want, just like you could in Medieval 2. Because again, returning the sandbox is what makes Medieval 2 great. And I hope that whatever you build in the campaign map is reflected in the battlescape, because that is something I really miss. That is something that, again, we'll have to wait and see when they talk about battles. But yeah, I hope what you build on the campaign map reflects the battle space as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I hope to. We'll see. I don't know if this new engine, if they're building it from the ground up to do that, because like every engine, at least for the Total War fantasy stuff, has been trash.
I mean, so how engines kind of work, from talking with my programmer about it, because I wish Robin was here, because he's our programmer, he's building our engine, so he knows way more about the stuff. But from everything I've asked him, because I've asked him extensive questions, the reality is when it comes to what an engine can or can't do, you'd be surprised that engines can actually be pushed far beyond than what you think they are. And this is mostly due to the fact that a lot of developers don't want you to know that you can actually make a lot of things. Like you could make a shooter with the Warscape engine. For example, the EA Golf engine for making golf games was used to make Dead Space 1. Like technically you make forks of engine 2 to push them even further, etc. Like they can you like with the Wars Core engine, we should be able to make a third-person action hack and slash game if we wanted to. You can really just do whatever, because the engine really is like the renderer, the shader, the compiler. It's basically how things load and how things unload and stuff like that. And it's just a workhorse is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, because the Frostbite engine, you can make real-time strategy games with it. It wasn't really designed to do that, but
I don't recommend it, but yeah, you could.
yeah, you can. And like the Unreal Engine, you can make real-time strategy games with it too. So it's not ideal, but you can do it. Like the thing is, you can do almost anything with an engine, because one thing I've learned from talking with so many programmers and game developers is that the reality is that the limitations that really exist is time. That's the real limiting factor. Because the reality is that actually the sky is the limit. You can do those things. You can have your cake and eat it, but it's going to come at a cost. And the cost is going to be time. And what does time equate to? Money.
Yep.
So that's the real kicker. How long will it take to implement? So yeah, they can give us those things without a doubt. It's just, do they have the time to? And will they? And is there a big enough push and incentive by the community to do it? Do not let people tell you that things are impossible, because the reality is people that set that sort of tone of impossibility, those are the people that start to hem you in into making a very specific thing that what you realize, and this is from experience, that they just want you to make what they want you to make, not that they want you to make anything else beyond that. So yeah, sky is the limit. That's what it should always be. Naval combat should be on the table, just like coastal battle should be on the table, right? Like Mamu and I should be able to have a campaign where Mamu is like got this massive armada and he's sieging a city, and I've got my army on the ground and I'm basically pushing in, and Mamu's like landing ships and stuff and like helping support and like doing naval invasion stuff. And we should be able to work together, because that's what made Rome 2 so cool, because you could do that in Rome 2 and Attila. And then you couldn't do it in any other Total War ever again.
That's because they couldn't ever figure out naval.
Was it janky? Yeah. Was naval combat really fun? No. What was fun was the combined arms when you did naval invasions, or where you had an army coming in by a sea and you saw their transports land on the coast as they offloaded, like fucking ancient D-Day is what it looked like. And it was so goddamn cool.
Like, if you want to look at a way that games have done it better in the past of like similar genres, look at like Civilization 4. You could have naval combat of invasion forces coming in, being transported by the boats, but you could also have the boats attacking from
support
ports and stuff. Like, that's just basic stuff you should be having in games like this. Like, there should not be an excuse for it. If you can't get it to work, then it should be something post-release that you put out for free.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bannerlord. If naval combat is too much to handle now, let's do a naval expansion. We can compromise on this issue, and then update the game with naval combat and coastal battles and stuff, so you can have combined arms. Easy fix. Easy fix. Like the sky is the limit. You can expand the game. Bannerlord proved it. Bannerlord did it. They had ground battles, and now they added naval battles, and everybody apparently really enjoys the naval battles quite a bit.
Well, according to the reviews, it's not doing very well.
People really don't like the campaign changes. Everybody likes the naval battles, but they don't like what they did. Yeah, so when I did research on it, it's because they removed rivers and lakes and stuff, and it really annoyed people because people really liked those rivers and were strategically valuable, and they didn't say they were going to remove them, and they removed a ton of important things to the campaign map. Modders are pretty happy with it because they can actually like tap into this and they can add naval combat. Like the Japanese mod, the Warhammer Fantasy mod, the Lord of the Rings mod teams are all actually very ecstatic about it. Everybody's really happy with the naval stuff. Nobody likes what they did with the campaign map. It was all unnecessary. Also, the campaign starts and stuff for like getting into naval are all annoying. It's like they made it intensely obtuse to get to do the naval stuff. So that's what people are really annoyed about. Because I remember, because we covered it on this channel, you might have missed that stream. But yeah, we did deep diving into why people didn't like it. Because I was like, what? I was expecting War Sales to do well. Well, it's mostly because they somehow fumbled everything else about it. People really enjoy the combat, but the point is getting to that part is the annoying part. Especially because they removed rivers where that naval combat would have been super useful.
Right?
And the mods aren't updated yet to really make use of it. So, you know, there you go. Programmers love explaining things. They do. And that's what I love about Binsky. Binsky will explain anything to you. You can always check out Robin Streams. He's linked on our channel homepage. He's our programmer and our animator and one of our game designers. He's my co-game designer for our game. And yeah, so we work on our game together. He's pretty good at answering stuff. You ever got questions about programming and stuff like that? Or pixel art or sprite work? Hit him up. He's super knowledgeable. Super smart guy. Doman says, have you played the naval stuff for Bannerlord, Gibbs? No, I can't really afford the expansion right now. I'm saving my money. If I'm not going to do streams with it, I'm not going to be buying stuff right now. Money's tight for the winter season for me. Because taxes are on the rise. And as a yub-tubber, taxes are brutal. Because, you know, you're indie. And
tax man demands his pound.
Yeah, they take a lot. So, yeah. But
maybe a construction business.
Maybe it goes on sale. Oh God, no! I have family members that are, and I know. I worked for them for a time. I wasn't meant for construction. I ended up having to get washed out of that. They had to fire my ass. So like, Gibbs, you suck at this. I'm like, yeah.
I know.
I can't do construction. I can do a lot of things, but construction ain't one of them. Working on roofs.
All Gibbs can do is writing and burger flipping.
Fuck. Apocalypse, I'm dead meat, dudes.
No, you're the cooking bitch in the apocalypse.
I'll just all right, I'm just gonna be the quartermaster. At least I can do that.
Look, people can't cook in modern day. Shit like falls apart. You goddamn right, cooks are gonna be valuable.
God damn. Need a gift, Gibbs? Don't worry about it, Doman. You don't have to do nothing for me. But I appreciate the mentality. It means a great deal to me. But yeah, focus on you. Make sure you get stuff for yourself this Christmas, chat. She's like, okay, I guess we can buy ourselves chocolate chip cookies. You're welcome. I'll take credit for it.
You're welcome.
With your own money, you know, because I take credit because I'm a son of a bitch. All right, let's see. Gives us that his one from that 4chan post about a femboy who can't pick heavy things up confirmed.
Do not. God, I know the green text he's talking about. The early part of my childhood.
I don't like this.
Growing up on 4chan, not a good place.
Good cook. Yes, a good cook will have a place. At least that's one thing I could do right. So either way, moving on past that. So yeah, slotless limitation. Anything you got to add about it? For that first question?
I really like the idea of it. Obviously their ideas with slotless construction is going to change over time. We're obviously going to get more constraints because they have to figure out a way to balance the player versus, you know, the AI just shitting things out. So that's going to be a background thing we probably won't see a ton of. I'm curious to see though how over time they will refine the mechanic of being able to build anywhere. Like I said, I'm sure that they'll be like, oh, you can't build a lumber mill, in a rocky mountain because there's no trees or something, right? And
Mm.
vice versa, you can't build a quarry over in like fertile farmlands because, well,
There's no
why?
rocks.
Yeah.
Dirt.
I mean, you dig deep enough, you're gonna get some minerals, but like, it's not worth it.
It's like you're wasting farmland for this. Are you serious?
You're wasting arable dirt.
We could be growing potatoes. Actually, it wasn't until much later in the medieval period, wasn't it? Till they learned that potatoes were not poisonous. Just like in Italy, they didn't know that tomatoes weren't poisonous. It was because they ate out of lead plates. Don't ask why I know so much about medieval history stuff, but like,
Well,
it's one of those things.
Can be. If they're like too far along or too early or something, they can be.
Yep. But it had to do with the fact that tomato juices would soak up the lead plates that the nobles would use, and then they'd eat it, and then, a little bit of lead would go in their system.
Yeah.
They killed themselves. They poisoned themselves with lead.
They committed kibocide.
Oh my god. Some things people did back then, they just didn't realize why they were having such short lifespans. God dang. I don't feel good. I'm just eating this lead plate. Delicious.
But yeah, it's an interesting concept. I want to see how it develops. Hopefully, they show us more as they refine it and figure out what the hell they want to do with it. I hope the building perks aren't just like percentage increases. It'd be interesting if it drastically changes the function of the industry you place.
Yeah, like percentage increase is like the mathematical side of the bonus, right? But it would also be cool if it also visually changed it, right? So for example, let's say we upgraded it to new saws. Now when we scroll into the battlescape, you can see the saws that the little workers were using on the trees that they left behind because they fled, because there's a battle gun approach, that are they're reflective of those new saws you invented, And like the new building or the fact that it makes use of like water or whatever to, a water mill for I can't remember how logging camps work, but they use water to transport wood, right? And just like you use lakes sometimes to transport wood across it, right?
Yeah.
Because there was our cabin in Minnesota is built on a logging lake where this old logging camp used to be. And they would use the lake to help push the logs down to the road because it was...
Well, it was more efficient than taking them by road.
Yep. Because it would just, that's why so many gross, icky logs that sank to the bottom. Icky and the creepy looking. But yeah.
Then they got smart and realized, hey, if we make a raft out of it and make a little chute, it's far more efficient.
It's going to go
we don't lose all our shit.
It's going to... Yeah, some of the logs won't sink to the bottom. They'll go all the way across. But yeah. So, Kibbs, in their defense, you could do everything right and then still die because of the Black Death or other bullshit. Well, yeah, because back then, like, disease and medicinal things were just really bad. You could, yeah, or you develop cancer. And guess what? They didn't have jack shit for that, so you're just fucked. You're just going to die at some point a little bit earlier than everybody else.
Yeah.
But yeah, the building perks thing, I hope, just like Mamu said, I hope it actually physically changes the buildings and stuff and it visually is representative. Like, for example, like farm fields should be affected by one of the things should be a technology and should be windmills. You should see windmills start appearing, boop, 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 as they start appearing. And so maybe you switch from using the rivers of that province. Maybe there's certain perks, I don't know what they call them, they call them perks. We'll just go roll with that for now. But perks for like certain structures based on what the environment has there. There's lots of rivers. Maybe there's no rivers. Maybe it's just wind. So it's like Iberia. So it's wind. Stuff like that. There's tons of things they could do. We'll have to wait and see how they handle it though. But yeah, I hope that these changes are represented in the battlescape and in the campaign map. Again, tying these things together makes the campaign map feel like the battle map, like immerse the two. Don't make them feel like they're two separate games. That's bad. Make it feel like it's the same game. That's what made Medieval 2 and Rome 1 feel good. Every time you'd click a battle, the camera map would do the cinematic zoom in to the characters where they were fighting in the tile, and then it would load in the map. Because like, yeah, you're zooming in there. Like, really try to immerse me, right? Like, bring back that. Every time I click a battle, like, make the camera zoom into where the guys are joining on the ground. As if I'm loading into the map. And then maybe make the transition screen like clouds and stuff, Like, really tie us into that. And then the clouds part when it loads. I have no idea. I'm just fucking spitballing here, man.
Hey, he's just a kid. He's just spurging.
Yeah,
What he does.
just like ideas to tie in the gameplay. But yeah. So one other thing, Chatfish. Also, don't forget to drop a like if you like these fireside chats. They aren't the most profitable streams, but we are mandated to do them now as part of our new fireside chat program. So, likes do help out regardless. So we appreciate it. If not, no worries. All right, we shall continue.
Most posted word in chat. Okay.
Yeah. Which I mean, we talked about this earlier, right? That I think we, at some point early next year, we probably want to do a separate stream just on population, because there's so much to talk about there. You know, I was talking earlier about the, let's say, building the skeleton, and I think the way we look at it is that the key components of what drives your game is your wealth and your people.
Yeah.
But it's really population sits very much at the core of a lot of things, of a lot of features we're building on campaign. So there's a lot there. This was more like a, we talk about today, I think is more of as a preview.
Population's there.
They can see the numbers.
And it means
No,
something.
but no, there's still some things worthwhile to talk about. So I guess the first,
We've
the
had numbers
starting
in the
point.
past.
Yeah. The starting point is what I would call the realness of it, right? I wanted to make sure that it's not just a number. You know, in Three Kingdoms, we try to, you know, get some of the immersion in, but just showing a number. But that these are, that we almost count these, like where are they and what are they doing?
He's talking about
And of
population, by the
course,
way.
the prime example that I'm sure is currently mentioned in chat is the idea that when you muster your troops, you muster the peasant spearmen, then they're not on your fields anymore. They're not on your regions. They're not working on the.
And we haven't had this since you know Rome
Rome 1,
1
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
to a certain
Met-
extent,
no,
but, yeah.
Rome 1 really.
Yeah, Rome
so I
1,
think that
not Rome
realness
2.
is really important. It creates a lot of cool knock-ons mechanically, right? Like you lead your armies to the great conquest in the east. Oh, whoops, your stack is wiped. Now these people are gone. They're not going to come back. They're gone from your fields and workshops as well, right? So I think that that's sort of making it a real thing in the world that transfers. You know, if you think of migration, it's not just the bonus growth in adjacent regions. It's literally people moving from one place to the other.
Yeah.
So that's the first one.
As well as moving from the urban centers to rural,
exactly,
and, not just between neighboring regions, but also from your
Within,
cities to the farms and vice versa.
So that you could almost call this like the first, let's say, pillar around our approach to population, is that it needs to be real in the world.
Yeah.
The second one that obviously you can see on screen already is, of course, the estates. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily our final set or the final number by any means, but it definitely felt like that's the starting point. Like when you think of medieval population, you think of these three major estates and how they then interact with each other. Of course, immediately the impact on recruitment, where certain troops, your noble knights would tap into nobles and your peasant spearmen would tap into your peasant population. And immediately you can see from these numbers, they're not necessarily final, but I think they are sort of representing, you could say, an overall intent and an overall situation in the medieval world, where immediately you can see that hiring a unit of nobles would probably drain that pool quite quickly. So nobles especially are very susceptible, very vulnerable to be lost in war. Townsfolk less so, and then peasant, it's almost like quite abundant. And that, of course, will have knock-ons to how you build your economy. You know, which of these estates are you trying to foster the most, grow the most? But also it ties into the economy, which we're going to talk a little bit about later.
I will just say to all of the fantastic team out there who are helping feed me questions, my screen has frozen on the chat that I get to see their questions on. So if someone can come in and scroll a mouse down on that computer, honestly, I have to keep checking my.
His YouTube chat broke, guys. He understands the pain we feel.
Rip.
Phone that chat, but I did see the message. So just to before we move on to the question itself, I just wanted to recontextualize people who are coming in. So I saw someone say, "Oh, the art style looks very much like Civ." This is not an art style. This is our. Oh, thank you. It scrolled. It just sometimes scrolls itself and sometimes doesn't. But yeah, this isn't an art style that we've settled on.
This is the style of our blockout.
Exactly.
Work in progress.
You know, same thing with UI.
We just, we like to add color even to the blockout, so it's just more pleasurable for us to
so
playtest, rather than just looking at a gray.
Yeah, I think it was probably referring to the 3D blockouts, right?
Yes,
And I think
yeah.
really, really important to highlight that this is, I think that's one of, you had mentioned this early on, that you could look at this and think, oh, is this an art style you're going for? But no, this is untextured blockout.
We've got an art Bible. I mean, at some point we'll probably talk about, our art pillars and that kind of stuff. But
I think that will probably be its own rally point. Right?
Absolutely, it's a rally point. But Medfree will be a realistic looking game. We're going for a realism. That's for us. That's kind of bread and butter of what we intend to do in historical titles. It's the ultimate time machine. So it's about representing, representing the world.
Now, did they say that you fuse peasants to get next tier pops? Is that what I heard, or no?
No, I don't think they actually did say.
Okay, chat, what the fuck are you talking about? Because, like, I looked at chat and I'm like...
Unless I just had a stroke and didn't hear that.
Yeah, because, like, what? Chat's like, you don't make nobles by gotcha fusing 600 peasants? I don't think I heard them say that. Did I miss something? Did Mamu and I miss something, chat? Because, like, I don't think they said anything about that. They just said that if nobles take casualties, like, that's bad because now your noble population is, like, basically gone. Which, yeah, that did happen. Like, so, yeah, if you're going to use nobles to raise armies and stuff, like, you better treat those nobles well. And, if you lose them, like, oof.
The nobles have died. No, my tax base.
Chat may be retarded. Okay, chat's just making shit up. Chat, stop doing that.
Kid was just fucking with us.
Don't be stupid. Don't say stuff that they didn't say. God damn, you're fucking confusing me. Because I'm like, I didn't hear them say that at all. Stupid little chatfish.
Fun, basically.
Yeah, so, no. Like, fusing pops. Because I was about to say, what? Yeah, good. Bad, Katsino Kun. Bad. Get the spritz bottle. Psh, 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 psh. Yes. He's just a chatfish, so he's like, well, I'm always wet. But either way,
weird.
Welcome to Stream Ghost. How much have you seen?
I've been watching for a while. It looks promising.
Actually, probably one of the most promising Total Wars I think we've
honestly,
seen in decades.
Far more promising than 40K, to be honest.
With the different resources, the different population bases, I don't.
You don't want to
like.
You don't like the hopium feeling, do you?
I don't like the hope that I might actually get a decent.
Did you see that you can build buildings wherever you want? So if you want to build ports, you can choose where to put them now.
Yes, I did, and that's.
They're just like giving you that hopium injection. Like they saw Half-Life 3 and they just like grab the needle and just slap that bitch into you. Like take the hopium.
Be the year of threes.
Will Total War Medieval 3 be great? That's the real question. God. And like, oh my god, like it's. I hate to say it, but I have optimism from all this.
I don't like the optimism.
See,
I don't like it.
You know what's funny? I've seen that. I've seen people in chat come in throughout today, and every time, because most of our audience, we're part of the burnt out historical fans, and like even burnt out fantasy fans are with us too, where they're all burnt out, and everyone's been complaining almost universally that they don't feel comfortable with the hope, because it's been that long. It's been that long since we've had hope for this franchise. And it is an uncomfortable feeling. I know, because you're like, you don't want to buy into it because you've been burned so many times for over a decade. I understand that, chat. But that's why, again, you don't have to bite into the hopium. Just, take a pinch worth of salt with this, right? We'll see, right? It's not like we're playing the game right now, right? It's not like any of this is actually going to be confirmed, We'll wait and see, and then we'll find out. Paulie donates $20 and says, finally decided to take the plunge and got myself a KSG 12 gauge 6+1. I'm looking forward to feeling it in my fins. Oh my god. Lasaria, sandwich, and cooked kibs. That's just like, okay, gets hopium, buys a fucking shotgun. Okay.
He's been talking about it for a while.
I know, it's just convenient.
But like before he bought his Scorpion, he was talking about it for like 3 months.
Crazy Templar asks a valid question. Is it true that this will be on console? I don't know, but I will assume that they will attempt to port it. Here's the thing, right, about console ports. If, and listen carefully, and this is for Creative Assembly too. I'm not listening, but I'm gonna pretend they are. So long as the game is made first for PC primarily, and there's no consideration to console ever being made, and then it's made first as a PC strategy game, and then not even second, but third as a console game. You dumb down the console version or do whatever you have to do to the console version to get it to run. Perfect, whatever. Don't care. But the most important thing is that it's at its best, and that the console does not limit this game in any way. Now, I don't know if this is made for the console at all. Honestly, I don't see this, like, based on the user interface here, like, this isn't a console user interface. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to put it on console. I wouldn't be surprised if Sega is the one pushing for that, because Sega is annoyed by the fact that in the red many years with the Creative Assembly company, so they probably want them to make as much profits as possible. Again, if you're going to make it for console, that's fine. You make it cross-play and whatever. That's fine too. But the PC version needs to be allowed to run at max capacity. It needs to be able to be pushed to the limits. I need to have not 20 card unit armies. I'm 40 cards. 40 card unit armies. Massive off armies. With massive unit counts and huge battles. With multiple armies being fielded. And it needs to run smooth. That's just not, it's not really up to debate. That's just it has to be that way. For too long have we been stuck with 20 unit cards. And for too long has 20 unit cards not been good enough. Total Warhammer Fantasy is the most egregious, because Skaven, the Orcs, like, them having 20 card unit stack limits just isn't good.
Unforgivable. The Skaven and the Orcs are the Horde factions. They should have massive amounts of units.
They did, now, to address this, because I know somebody will say this, they did get Band-Aid solutions, like they have a second army attached because of the WoW mode or whatever, or like the Skaven slave army thingy or whatever. And that's cute, and that works as a Band-Aid for the Warscape engine.
Yeah, it's a Band-Aid, though.
But we're on to Medieval 3. We're on to the Warcore engine. The Warscape is now a thing of the past. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's over. The long nightmare has ended. We're on to a new engine. It's time for new engine to be powerful and robust and do things that the other engine couldn't. That's what's time to happen. So, 40 card unit stack. Like 40 stacks. Unit armies. Like big fucking armies. Big. Not little. Big. Thousands.
Gibbs is a size queen.
God damn.
Gibbs has always been a size queen.
Jesus
But
Christ.
in this instance, I agree.
You hear that? Ghost is also a size queen.
Fuck.
In this one instance, Mamu.
The size queens are growing among us. Just like, ooh, ooh, and start gigging. All right. Here we go. I think it's time to continue.
As really as possible. So yeah, this is absolutely not an art style
And I
at
think
this stage.
the community, and as I say, like, there's not a culture shock, but there is a shock there that we're all getting through of that we're so used to showing them things that are final, near final,
exactly.
and this is
there's a
so
shock.
far, but
There are no
away
textures
from
or
that.
materials here, just colors.
You'll see gaming documentaries that won't show things this far.
No.
Like that, they'll polish those up for the documentary.
Yeah.
So this is us really trying to have an open dialogue and make sure. And do you know what? Because I saw someone in chat had said,
These region borders are a good example.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
Absolutely.
The jaggy
Yeah.
diagonal squares. That's not. We're not going to have that in the final game.
Someone in chat had said, we'll see if they live up to or what it's like at a certain point. This is the people who put out X game or Y game, but this is not just us saying, look at this, buy, right? The point of this is that we build that game and we communicate the whole time. So you guys are understanding what we're doing, why we're doing it. You're having an input. We're having a conversation.
We're lifting the
about it.
veil behind how we make games. We're showing you the process, guts and all. Right?
Exactly.
This is how we make a total war game. This is our approach. This is how we approach it. These are the steps we take. This is and these streams, the blogs, are going to be a journey of this is how Med3 is going to come together. We call it building Medieval 3. That's what this is.
We have.
It's how all of those pieces come together to form the whole. So when we compare this screenshot of what we have down the line, it's going to be very different. This is maybe the forms and scale is maybe somewhere where we're aiming, but even that's not locked out. It's all iterative.
But that was the plan from from a while back, right? I said it so many times during the stream, but this is such an important game to the community. You can see it in the love and the immediate questions they get, and I really want you to talk about religion, and we're not clicking the religion button, but
well, we see
it matters to us too.
Yeah, we see that passion, and we've seen it in response to everything we've been putting out up until now, which is this is why we wanted to announce Med3 so early, so we could tap into that into that passion and share what we're doing, because we know it's so meaningful.
Yeah, in a way, the fact that we're doing this stream today is already, let's say, a result of community feedback, right? Because initially we thought, okay, we're gonna mainly talk about the vision and show a bit of the game later, but I think it was clear that the community wanted to see an actual, show me actual facts. Like, don't bore me with vision. Show me how it's actually currently working, what you're actually thinking.
This is actually what I want to hear. I wish they'd done this for Total Warhammer 40k, because that's what the Total Warhammer 40k video is, and I don't like it. Thumbs this up, chat. Encourage everybody to thumbs up this stream. Not my stream. I mean, you can if you want. But I mean their stream. They go to their stream and do that. And then literally go to the Total Warhammer 40k one and thumbs that down. And the reason why is because that one sucks. That one's like, this is our vision, and it's scripted, and it's boring, and we use a bunch of boring verbiage that means fucking nothing and is vague and ambiguous. I don't care. I don't care. I want this. I want videos like this from Creative Assembly. I like these. These are good. This is an open dialogue. This is showing me the meat of the game. There's no more fucking veil that separates us, and it's like, here's the pre-scripted thing, and you can't comment about anything, and we're gonna ban your ass from the forums. And now it's like, it's a complete opposite. It's like, go to the forums so we can mass ban you there. So we'll find out about that.
I wonder if Sega had a hand in this.
Everybody says that. Everybody
It-
says that it's Sega. Sega deserves credit for this whole thing, and I kind of agree.
I'm wondering if Sega's making them do this because they've seen how negative the responses have been for a while now, and they know that if they don't do something to generate a positive reaction, it's gonna hurt their sales.
Well, their sales have been imploding for a while. That's the Total Warhammer 3 was a disappointment.
Worse than already.
Yeah, they've been doing pretty badly lately, and it's clear that something had to change. Now, I don't know who did it, and I don't care if it was Sega or somebody in CA. Whoever did it, good job. That's all that needs to be said. What's happening now is a good thing. This is anybody who tells you that this isn't good is clearly just fucking
Is an idiot.
Yeah, they're just
an idiot.
They're an
Straight
idiot.
up.
Because this is the first time, as somebody who's followed Total War for years, that they've ever had an open dialogue. Not only an open dialogue, but also actually show us stuff. This is a good step, but again, it's a step. Step one, right? We've got many steps to go before this game is done, before they're done with their game, right? And that's the important thing. Keep making good steps. If we continue this, and this is how we're going to start this reveals about Medieval 3 with these open dialogue things, then Medieval 3 will be it might be the best Total War ever made. Ever. It will eclipse Rome 1, it'll eclipse Medieval 2 if they do that. And that
is a very strong first step.
We will literally have the best Total War ever made. If they do this open dialogue, because this is going to literally steer the game in a positive direction.
If they do the open dialogue, they're receptive to the feedback, and they actually follow through.
Yeah, this is good. There's no debate about it. It's just a matter of fact. But yeah, I think we should move on.
And then we can talk about this at a clearer gameplay example.
So I did derail us, but we can move on to the questions for population. If there's anything else you wanted to say about population.
No, I think we covered sort of that preview. I should mention as well that because religion was mentioned that. So yeah, you can see the estates here. Of course, when you think of the medieval era, you also think of religion as an important, could say, property of a person. And one element really important for us is culture.
Yeah,
faith and culture.
A lot of let's say cultural nuances within realms adopting certain cultures, new cultures emerging. And culture is also tying into recruitment.
Units.
So
yeah,
exactly. So ultimately, that's the current three main properties for people is what estate are they, what religion, and what culture.
Yeah.
And all of these have tendrils to construction, recruitment, and other mechanics. And we're going to dive more deeper into that in another stream, because we are just about to change a few things around in that space, and I'm going to wait for that to be ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for now, our question to the community around population is, how would you expect the dynamics between population estates to be represented? So what does that question mean?
So you can see here food as an example. So food is obviously something that mainly gets created in the medieval world and in the rural areas, in the farmland and fields. And to support your city, where the urban townsfolk live, where the workshops are and whatnot, you need to produce food, because ultimately they receive their food by buying it from rural population. So that's one example for how these estates interact with each other.
Yep.
And we are still, let's say, exploring that space, thinking about a few economic hooks as well in between these. We are thinking about some interesting applications of the noble estate, how they might shape some of that automatic growth within your region I was talking about earlier. Basically, the more nobles you have and the more wealthy they are, they almost like take on some of the development for you.
Oh, that's cool.
So these would be examples for these, let's say, interactions between estates. Obviously, if you look at the history, there would be a lot more examples, and we're curious about what the community would love to see, what they might have thought of before, and yeah.
And yeah, and I mean, you talked about nobles and peasants, but there's also the townsfolk and what they're producing in the towns that then influences the noble populations and the peasants. So there's this whole interplay that's really important.
Why can't my peasants survive on zeal?
Alone.
Zeal alone. That's the dream of every priest, I guess. Yeah.
That then, I believe, will bring us to our last of the segment.
So yeah, let's rewind a bit. So yeah, how would you expect the dynamics between populations and states to be represented? Mamu and Ghost.
So obviously the big one's going to be you're not going to be conscripting your nobles to go fight wars. They're going to be in more leadership positions, like generals and heads of armies as opposed to footmen. In terms of the actual estates themselves, like for each bracket, I'm not sure how they're going to represent the difference as far as like visually or anything of that nature, because I don't think they've actually talked about being able to build anything outside of basic industry and stuff yet. I would like to see, like, in terms of actually building physical locations and stuff for different population centers, have like an actual low town versus a high town in a city for your noblemen versus your businessmen and peasants and all that. I would let's see, when do they say this game's going to be set? 1550s or so?
Go to the 1550s. It's medieval, so
Okay.
it goes before then. So it's probably like what?
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a
1200s?
return to more professional militaries. So you're not going to just have purely conscript, farmer peasants everywhere all the time.
Yep.
That's the most basic thing I would want them to do. In terms of long term, like more grandiose, I want to see like sprawling hovels and stuff for farmers and peasants across your territory, and showing like obviously a bunch of peasants live here, so that way, like, let's say an invading army comes in, you have like, I don't know, just throw out a random number, have like 50,000 peasants in a location, and like it gets taken over, whatever. Well, you now lose that population center, so you've now lost a certain portion of your labor, or conscription force, or what have you. Outside of that, though, I'm not too sure what else they would do. Townfolk also being merchants could mean merchant cab. It could. That about covers it for what I would want to see, just on the absolute bare minimum.
Now, Ghost.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way as Morty does, especially because with the way they're divided up into the three, your nobles really aren't going to be soldiers.
Oh,
Well,
your nobles will be
not your
soldiers, but they'll
average.
be your knights.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
be your knights. Your
Your elite.
quote unquote your elite units.
Yep. So a few of them, and you'll need to be careful with them because losing them and getting them wiped out, or adversely killing the enemy's nobles or capturing them, means that you could ransom them, you could execute them to just deny them the population.
We'll actually see the real code of chivalry return then.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So the thing is, like, we haven't talked about character mechanics, right? Because they haven't talked
Yes.
about it either. But chivalry and dread are probably going to return as character stats. So dread is something you accumulate when you commit atrocities in medieval warfare in the area. Basically, things that are not very chivalric, things that are horrific.
Killing the enemy knights that have surrendered.
Yep, and so that's going to affect how other nations view you. That's going to affect the papacy's view of you if you're a Christian, and it'll affect other Christian nations and how they view you. You're not very honorable. That character isn't very honorable, and so that character is going to generate dread points or dread traits or something like that. Now, again, this is hypothetical because we haven't seen anything about characters, but that will affect how the character will affect his army and how his speeches will be, if they have speeches, as well as, you know, how he is built as a character. Versus being very chivalric and very honorable means that when you do wars, people won't be mad at you because they're like, well, you're always very honorable and you're justified, surely. So we're not going to be mad about you going to war with the French because, you know what, the French had it coming. They weren't very chivalric and you are.
Nope, the French were never. They always have it coming.
Is that a... Blame the French. Like,
They pawned their last baguette.
The more interesting thing that I'm interested in, that because they haven't developed the system yet, is the religion and the cultural thing that they brought
religion
up.
and culture.
How that interplay is going to work, and will they have a corruption system you have to deal with where you're losing tax money because nobles aren't doing what they're supposed to?
Yep. Is it possible for your states to rebel against you? Will my nobility rebel against me if I do something?
Yes,
or will my peasant revolts? Because technically, these different estates did form rebel cliques, and when a certain king would not be leadership or whatever, and they would fight internally in the kingdom, sometimes leading to peasant revolts. And the peasant revolt's goal wasn't to secede, but it was to advocate for a change that was in favor of them, granting the peasantry more power within the kingdom, or some sort of rights. And this is important because the game's also going to reach the 1550s, right? It's getting to the era of where Cromwell was, which I think is 1600s, right? And so you're going to have these revolts where people are going to be demanding change. Because remember, Europe at this point and the world as a whole still practiced basically slavery or things like that to a degree, right? It wasn't until the Europeans first, the Americans first, then the Europeans followed suit, that they really shook off the shackles of the slavery thing. And it was them who sort of spearheaded that. But that's not going to be covered in this game. That wouldn't be till Empire 2. So, but the big thing is you'd see lots of movements of different people where they reach a boiling point where it's enough is enough. We've been pushed too far because, the famine's been bad. Not only has the famine been bad, but our king keeps fucking sending our sons off to go die in these fucking wars, and we're losing these wars on top of that. We're tired of it. We want change. And then they're going to fucking revolt against that, leadership, basically until a new form of leadership takes power. A new king, or maybe his brother is put in charge because they deposed the previous king, because he was incompetent. Polly donates $10 and says, now with a never-before-seen feature, leaders will give speeches before battles. Isn't that cool? Creative Assembly. Thank you for the nation. Very generous.
You imagine.
They have not, to their credit so far, they've not done the whole usual. This is the one time, so these developers talking here are developers, right? They even mention mechanics from Rome 1 and Medieval 2, and they've done it multiple times throughout the game. They've mentioned Empire, Napoleon. These guys actually, I believe, have played the fucking games. Because they're actually talking about that. One of the other developers corrected his colleague, actually, and said, no, not Rome 2, Rome 1. He said that. Which, again, means that, he played Rome 1. Yeah, population mechanics only existed in Rome 1. They were not really a thing in Medieval 2 and later on. In terms of, armies and populations, actually being connected. Because in Rome 1, what you do is you create peasant mobs and then move them and forcibly disband them at other cities, and that would increase the population of settlements. That's how Rome 1 worked, by the way, which is really cool. So theoretically, you could probably do that here. But again, we have to yet to see how the army system works, as they've not talked about it at all. Now, as far as the population dynamics, for me, I think that, yeah, they're just going to represent them as, I think the populations will have different desires or wants inside your kingdom. And if those wants and desires are fulfilled, they'll be happy and they'll be content to wage war in your name. But if your populations are discontent with your rule because of you're not filling their desires, maybe the nobles really want, more wine, but, you're not really importing any. And so they're getting fucking uppity because they're having to buy wine themselves and it's fucking expensive. You're really pissing them off. They're going to start getting mad. And it's going to be that little straw that breaks the camel's back that'll lead to a noble uprising, And now your brother is going to usurp the throne because of it or something like that.
Your brother's gonna cuck you.
Damn.
My only concern with the mention of like the population, estates, and numbers and all that is they're just going to be that. They're just going to be numbers that don't ever actually do anything.
Yeah, that is a big concern.
Because some of what they were discussing a little bit with like wanting them to actually affect things and have a, what you call it, effect on your kingdom or your territory and have it displayed and all that. That sounds good and all, but part of me also thinks that sounds very marketing jargony.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Until we see mechanically what it does.
Yeah.
Because a great example would be Europa Universalis 5. The estates actually have their own desires, wants, and laws that they want to push. And they'll actually push for laws, and you have to convince them. There's a whole interplay in Europa Universalis between your estates, your burghers, your peasants, and your nobles, and your clergy. Because that's one thing they're missing in this game is they don't represent clergy in this game, and I think that's bad. I think the clergy should be part of the estates, and I think they're missing. Because your clergy should also have wants and desires. They're a big deal. And again, they did mention, to the credit, that they're not ready for the culture and religion. They're working on that next. But I think that one other population type they should add, just like Europa 5 has, is the clergy. Because, yes, there's 5 technical powers within your kingdom. And Europa Universalis nails this right. There's the crown, which is you, right? It's the leader. You're steering the spirit of the nation, more like. Then there's the nobility. Then there's the burghers. And then the clergy. And then there's the peasantry. And those are the 5 different estates. And all 5 estates are vying for power within the kingdom with each other too. And so that in Europa Universalis creates this internal struggle inside your nation that feels like there's 5 different entities pushing your country. So it feels like there's an internal organism. Your people feel like they're represented because the estate system makes them feel alive. So really what they need to do is, I think, take a page from Europa Universalis 5. Take burgers. Yeah. Not those kind of burgers.
At the absolute bare minimum, those 3 populations need to determine the armies you can field.
Well, yeah, they're gonna
bare minimum.
They're gonna have to determine the armies you can field, your economy for how well you're producing food and resources, and I do think they should have an estate system that they actually have desires and wants, because otherwise they're not going to feel like they're actually part of your kingdom. They're just going to be like a number. They should feel alive. Like they should want their own ambitions. Just like when you have your family members, you should have family members that could potentially betray you in your court and stuff like that. Because everything should, what makes a nation good, what Paradox really nails the feeling of and does well, is that it does battles pretty boringly. Like the battles are kind of boring. That's just reality, right? But it really nails the feeling that it feels like your nation has a lot of internal organisms inside it and working all with and against each other, and then also feels like you have external bodies working against and for you as well. And so that's what makes it so interesting of a game. If they could just have a little fraction of that flavor on the campaign map, then it will feel like those estates have value and they're not just stats on a screen. They have things that are helping to drive you to improve your nation, right? The peasants are going to want better things for themselves. Now, you may not be able to deliver those things right now because you're in the middle of a war, and the peasants don't really care about that because, well, they only think about what's right in front of them, right? They're not thinking about the big picture. And it's your job as the leader to balance things out,
Yeah.
It's certainly... So the thing is, like, while I wish that they would put those kinds of intricate systems in for estates, I don't necessarily think they will, because at that point it's going from being like a 4X/RTS strategy game type situation to more of, now you're bleeding a bit more into like CK3 level of national intrigue and complexity, and I don't know if they necessarily would go that in depth. I could be wrong. you know, they could just absolutely blow everyone out of the water with it. I have no idea. But it would be nice just to have some intricacy to individual population estates. That
Yep.
would be nice, just to make it interesting and not just yet another campaign thing to tick.
It's like, oh, my population stat. They don't really have any desires. They don't really care, and they don't do
Yeah.
anything.
I'm fine with them wanting basic desires, like obviously the
Nobles
more
want wine
economically
for sure.
powerful they get,
So-
yeah, the more luxuries they want. That's fine.
Yeah.
And that incentivizes you to open up trade with nations that have wine, or to conquer them.
Or start your own.
Yeah, exactly. And build up your own wineries and stuff like that, and export it.
Well, assuming that where you're at has
Supports it, yeah.
Yeah, the climate
Did
for
we
it.
Did we read Polly's chat?
No.
I was busy thinking.
I'll read it. Hold on. Now with oh yeah, no, we did read it. God damn
No,
it.
you
Polly.
did.
Okay.
Got the Polly.
I just wanted to make sure. Dragonclaw, we hope to see a return to more of the Medieval 2 style agent system, because what we have now is a shadow of what that system used to be.
Yeah, no, I don't think they should remove agents, because agents add a great deal of flavor to the campaign map. I think they were always a fun thing to engage with, because agents added like a little tactical layer. The problem with agents and how they work in modern Total Wars is that they're just like dudes you assign to your army and then they battle alongside you. And it's like, what? It's like, but like agents used to be like characters that were part of the campaign map. And it was, these are merchants, these are your priests, these are your diplomats, this is your princesses. And she's very squexy, so she's very seductive. She can use that trait to help bribe enemy generals or even marry herself off and stuff like that. And so there was a
Yes, as we
lot of
send our
things.
princess across the lands.
Or yeah, you use your princess as a scout like me, and you watch her turn, past her prime, and she hits the wall, and then watch her turn 80 and die as she's like dying in Siberia because you use her for exploring. But that's because like I didn't need to marry her off. Okay, I was using her as a scout.
She was a strong, independent princess.
She went and she opened up trade with every nation in Eastern Europe, and then died of old age before she got back. Oh goddamn! It's like, oh my god, in Medieval 2, when you discover the New World, it's like send the young generals, because if you put any old generals on those boats, they're gonna land in the New World, and the army's gonna have no general because they died on the journey.
They died of dysentery on the Atlanta Trail.
Yeah, pretty much.
On the Atlanta Trail. Nice.
The Atlanta Trail. Come here, we're beating you to death. We're beating you. Oh, I gotta turn the lights. Getting dark. Sun's setting.
But yeah, like I said, it definitely gives me more hope than whatever the hell that 40K thing
Yeah.
was. That was just atrocious.
In terms of presentation and information, they're going the right route with
This is so much
Medieval
better. Like
because
so much better.
What?
Oh my god.
what did we see with 40K? I don't know, and it didn't look good.
I actually
do
wrote out
they.
the bulletin points of what we saw, and it was 6 things: army customization, different planets, something about destructibility, 2 other things I can't remember, but I wrote them down, and that was over 30 minutes. Over this hour-long video, we've seen actual like systems, mechanics, and actually like the
Yeah.
prototype, an actual build they're showing us. I want this for Total War 40K. Screw the secrecy, screw the veil. That's honestly only hurt you, Creative Assembly. Honesty and transparency is the way forward for you as a company. It will seriously set
Yeah.
you free, and your games will be better, and you will find success. Honesty and
If you look at-
transparency.
If you look at a lot of devs that are open and transparent, they tend to get better reception from their community when something either A goes wrong, and they're like, "Hey, it went wrong. We're doing this," or
Yeah, because like for example, let's say there's story events they want to keep hidden, like they want to surprise us with like the New World thing. They want to surprise us with the Mongol and the Timurid invasion. Okay, you don't have to show that. Don't have to spoil everything, right? But like, just show us the mechanical things. Like I'm not asking you to spoil the story or secret events or spoil anything like that. I'm just asking to show us like the game as it is in a way we can expect it, and then you can keep all the surprise systems and not surprise game mechanics like EA likes to market as. But you know what I mean? Like you can keep that a surprise for later. For marketing, like that's fine. The Mongol invasion would be a really cool surprise. They could even get the Hue band to fucking.
Yeah, I still remember
God.
my first time encountering the Mongol hordes in Medieval 2. That was certainly the surprise.
It's like, oh my
that I
god, there's
did-
like 80 stacks. Well, there goes the half of my empire.
Oh my god, I hate horse archers.
Hold fucking
So
still.
did that whole entire part of the world.
Horse archers is so annoying.
It's literally pay to win. Please nerf.
Please. Now, I hope in this one we actually get to play as the Mongols, because in Medieval 2, the Timurids and the Mongols and the Aztecs were unplayables, but making those playable would be so much fun. Imagine playing as the Aztecs and
would
doing a
have
sunset invasion of Europe. That'd be so funny.
Oh, yeah. I would have so much fun playing as the Mongols. Oh, that would be so fun.
Yeah, Mongols would be fun. Like, I'd genuinely love a Mongol campaign or a Timurid campaign where you could play as them. Because the one problem why you can't play them in Medieval 2, for those who don't know, it's because they spawn on the map. So there are some factions in older Total Wars that are called spawn factions. They're not on the campaign map, and they have to spawn into existence, and they're not playable because of that. Well, it would be nice because we have a new engine that we can play as those nations that spawn onto the map. Or, well, I hope this game actually includes Mongolia. Actually, I hope it reaches to Mongolia. At least part of it, at least. So that we can actually, work our way as the Mongols through, the Slavic regions, all the way through Eastern Europe, and then just press into the Western Europe section. And go where Genghis could not.
I don't like that joke. Horse archers will be with the Genghis Khan Legendary Lord DLC. No. I don't like that.
Yeah, because the Genghis Keks will attack from the east. Genghis like, that's me.
And they'll ride in on ginglets,
Build a bigger wall.
but not in the way you think.
build a second wall behind that wall. Build a second wall.
And then, just to be safe, fill the space in between the two walls with boiling tar.
Not allowed here. Get out of here. Get out.
You think that's enough to stop them?
I wish.
No, but it's a
I
start.
wish.
Oh
But
my god.
yeah, it's definitely gives me far more hope than the 40K stuff ever did. My only two big concerns is one, they're like doing this as a faux good PR move, and then they're just gonna rug pull.
Yes.
Don't rug
and
pull.
two-
Oh my god, you're right. If they do that, that'd be awful.
And two, they're only going to listen to the forums and nowhere else.
Yes,
And
that's
it's gonna
bad.
devolve into an echo chamber of Yas Queen.
Yeah, it's like I hope they're like Arrowhead. The reason is that
Well,
part of Arrowhead, because when Arrowhead was looking at critique and feedback, Pilestat went out of his way to not just look at the forums, but he looked at the reviews. Not only did they look at the reviews, they looked at the comments in their videos. Not only did they look at the comments in their videos, they even watched a bunch of fucking random ass yub numbers. And they even looked through their comments as well to see what the conversations were about. They spent like 2 weeks doing that. And it really showed, because when they made the changes, like, that put the game back on the right path. And then when Pilestat stepped away, it slipped off that track, and then it went back on it again.
Thus begins
The back and
We're
forth.
so back. We're so Jover. We're so back. It's all Jover.
Just mandate that they always need to be fucking looking at feedback from every corner. Because this is a big problem that Creative Assembly's had in the past, is that they only look at the forums on their thing. But the issue with the forums is that the forums have become so, I don't know if they're this way anymore, because this was way back when in the Attila and Total War 1 era, but they were so fucking toxic that any sort of criticism whatsoever would just get dogpiled, because everyone was on the hopium train so hard that they would just, like, minute you had something critical to say, they would just, like, jump on top of you, and then you just get buried, and the modders wouldn't do jack shit about it. So yeah. Oh, and thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Polly. Very generous. You're probably going to be refunded, but we appreciate it.
Yes,
'cause it's
thank you for the
busted.
5 Polly's membership. Wait.
Yes. I think we're almost through this goddamn thing. Holy crap.
We're curious about what the community would love to see, what they might have thought of before, and yeah.
And yeah, and I mean, you talked about nobles and peasants, but there's also the townsfolk and what they're producing in the towns that then influences the noble populations and the peasants. So there's this whole interplay that's really important.
Why can't my peasants survive on zeal?
Oh yeah, we already did that. I was like, that joke's
So
familiar.
taxation, very important for a medieval realm. That's how you
Subjective.
ultimately fund all your
My
all your
peasants
endeavors,
should
right?
survive on faith alone.
So a few
Not on
things
food.
we wanted
Not on food.
to share. The first one again is the realness in the world. There are so cool examples from Shogun 2 where you had that concept of town wealth. So over time, your regions and towns would accumulate wealth, which would boost your taxation. But also, if that settlement got sacked, the enemy could literally take it from you. And that realness, that groundedness of that, let's say, currency in the world feels so cool.
That is
we
nice,
wanted
actually.
to take that a few steps further, essentially, that you care about the income, what you extract. You also really care about how you're building the wealth across all of your estates within a region. So you can see right now in Burgos, we have 10,000 wealth. In a future stream, we can talk about how that's broken down into the different estates. But the total number that you mostly care about is 10,000. And you care about that because that's the currency you can, it's almost like your piggy bank. You might be able to tap into that with war taxes. You have to protect it because the enemy might take it out. Your vassals might use it, right? So there's a lot of, let's say, how that currency is then moving around. Just like the population can move around the world, that wealth will move around the world. You might use that wealth to fund the supply train for your army when you go to war, right? So a lot of important, like building that.
Interesting mention of supply train there. I don't know if they're going to elaborate on that, but I just wanted to highlight that real quickly.
And vassals using it as well.
Yes, so that wealth can actually be moved around the world because if you sack it, you can actually do that, which historically that did happen. As nations got sacked or burned or consumed or taken over, that financial wealth would then energize another nation. So again, this gives incentivization to not just painting the map, but also launching raids and just sacking enemy territories and stuff like that. Bear in mind if this
being
is
more
set...
strategic.
Yep, if this is set in the 1100s, which I might be 1100s if I had to guess, it's going to be post Viking Age, because the Viking Age was the 8th century. So it's been a few hundred years since then, Chatfish, so that has passed. But yeah, because that was the 8th century, yeah.
Do we know the time frame for Medieval 3? Like, do we go up to high medieval full plate and handguns / bombards?
They talk about going to the Renaissance. So 1550, ballpark, is the end stage point, is what it sounds like. 1550 is pretty damn good, which leads me to believe that if they're going to do a sequel game, and again, this is theory, but Empire 2 will start 1600s and carry on after that. And then stop at 1800s, if I had to wager a guess. Which would be so cool.
Yeah.
Not going to get my hopes up, though.
I want the Dragoon Cavalry where they have the handguns.
We could play as America again in Total War Chat. We could be Americans again. She's like, no, we hate America.
Can be Americans again. Always was.
Always was. I'm talking about Total War.
Never stopped.
The only time historical games ever let us play as Americans is if it's post, fucking Revolution, which is 1700s. But
They fear our autism.
They fear the autism.
We might get another game. We might. Honestly, my money is on Empire 2 after this, by the way. But again, theory.
Piggy bank is really important, and then
Piggy bank.
using it, exploiting it in the right way is really important.
So you've spoken about population being a persistent thing within the world. It would be similar for wealth.
Exactly. Yeah. And the income equally. The income here is essentially the tax you're receiving, a return. It's again literally taken out. So if you tax your population heavily, or your regions rather heavily, you let's say continuously tap into your piggy bank. You're not saving up for important times.
The region's wealth's going to go
How
down.
you're taxing can be different as well. It's not just a slider.
Exactly. That's where the extraction method comes in. How do you tax your people? Obviously, we had the tax slider for a long time, but we did some exciting research a few months ago where one of our senior designers looked into sort of the different medieval tax methods, and we're like, oh wow, this translates very naturally actually into a Total War game where, let's say, the classic Total War tax is what we would call systemic tax, basically a percentage of your wealth gets taxed. But there are other cool taxation methods like rent and tributes that are a little bit more tied into, let's say, what the makeup of your region is, not just how much wealth there is, but how much land is there, how much farmland, how much market towns are there, and that determines that number. So basically giving players not just the opportunity to move a slider up and down, but rather fully change how that is calculated effectively.
Yeah. Depending on your faction, depending on
Exactly, yeah.
you know, on how you've set yourself up, depending on how you develop and progress, you may unlock new ways to
New ways
tax.
for tax.
Bring it,
Isn't
you know,
that's like the
making,
most exciting.
well, you know, you
My
mentioned at the
favorite.
beginning, but we are, you know, making tax sexy. It's more than just a slider.
Oh, God.
It's a you know, a
Making
really
tax
engaging way
sexy?
to
I don't know
Such
about
a
that.
British thing.
you
Tap into
you
that.
tap into that.
That's funny.
You know, the income of your own.
Fetishists.
Yeah, and then you know, other examples would be if you so I talked about how you might use when you raise an army, you might use some of that wealth to fund, let's say, the supply train.
Yep.
You know, if you take that army to another land, that army gets defeated by the enemy, they rob the supply train. They're not just getting plus 15 of some other thing. They're literally
Physically
taking
getting your wealth. Yeah.
essentially the transferring the wealth over, where if they disband, that wealth gets now transported to that other realm.
And same
So
with, I
more-
guess,
more
like
reason for
So that
looting and-
transfer.
More reason to build that castle along the
Exactly, yeah.
to defend that route.
Fantastic. Well, I believe we may have broken games together in that so many
Oh.
people are logging in to try and give feedback.
Wonderful.
so-
Amazing.
Maybe give it 5 minutes if you're not able to log in.
Please try again.
But yeah, we will. If there's anything else you want to say on tax, we can jump into the next. We can jump into the questions themselves.
Yep.
What is the number?
So before we jump in, wait, oh no, wait, let's see.
It's that one. So this is, I think, a broader question that maybe any.
Okay, no. It's kind of related. But I was going to say real quickly before we do, this is the first time they've actually gone and changed the tax system since like the beginning of Total War, by the way. Before it was just a slider. It was like low, high, medium, you know, stuff like that. And now it's like, oh yeah, there's different tax systems is what they're going to experiment with that you can experiment with. Interesting, which should affect the wealth of a region and the population's wealth. Again, they're
So-
leaning into simulation stuff that I like here.
If they're going to allow for like an actual proper taxation system, I imagine they're going to allow us to do things such as like tolls and tariffs, because otherwise, what's the point?
It can tariff incoming imports and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
what's the point of giving me like the micro taxation system of being able to autistically change it to my heart's content without like outside border control in terms of trade, income and outflow?
And that could help when you actually control the market for all the wineries. Then you can be a real shit because all the other kingdoms are reliant on you for their
Let's
nobility.
say you're down Italy way and you decide you want to create the mafia a couple centuries sooner.
Yes, now you can. Like, I love that. You can be like a bandit kingdom because
Yeah.
you're fucking like holding all the cards. You just specifically go out of your way to annex all the territories with that, or you sack any territories that build up wealth that have wineries or whatever commerce item that's trading like olives or glass or whatever. And then you sabotage them because now they're all crappy and you're the one exporting the most glass. Then you're making shit tons of money because everyone has to import your glass.
Big glass rises.
Rise again. Right. I'm just saying,
British love their taxes. Yeah.
because the economic side, like I know that many people might not be like economy, like that's not gonna be fun. No, it adds a lot more weight to your decisions that you make in the game you're playing. It also makes the battles and wars you wage feel so much more satisfying, knowing that yeah, I may not have annexed France, but like economically, it's a third world hellhole. Like,
Yeah.
they're just living in poverty, destitute, and absolutely hell. And your entire campaign was never to annex them, but to make their lives as miserable as possible.
It would give you the ability to go for an economic dominant strategy.
God
Different
damn it,
types of
chat.
victory types, yeah.
Oh shit, the banking guild is having trouble after giving a bunch of money to irresponsible nobles. Time to engage in rapid quantitative easing.
Rapid quantity.
Good. Now everyone will use the derpy term, which just means bailout and hyperinflation.
I'm glad you like it, Crazy Templar, because I'm increasing the VAT in my game to 50%. He's like, oh,
Good
50.
Templar. You're gonna pay 40 now.
If you're well behaved, I'll increase it to 70. He's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, that doesn't
Now if
sound
you get
good
too
at
rowdy,
all.
it's gonna go to 80. Choose wisely.
So, continue to
But
argue, and the
don't,
vats will go.
take too long, or it may go to 90.
Yeah. Look, really, you're fucked.
Really, we're just gonna keep turning the slider up to see how mad you get.
Oh, there
It's
it
like,
goes. Now it's at 100%.
"Ah."
Took too long.
But it's an interesting concept. We'll see how they expound upon it. I want obviously I want more complexity on the campaign stage.
Yeah.
But I don't want it to break into hyper simulation where I'm just going to spend all game speculating it with my economy, because I'll fucking do that and I'll control the globe. Every game that gives me the ability to speculate with my economy, I will.
Yep. I think what they need to do is basically take a Europa Universalis 5 approach, but light. Like, just be like light on the mechanics. Have some, but don't go crazy with it. But enough that the campaign map actually has value and it affects the battles and wars we do. So much so that it's like, yeah, there's rebellions, revolts, and it's got all the good stuff. It's going to be like finding that perfect balance is what it's going to be, really. Because, yeah, it shouldn't be as complicated as Europa Universalis 5 with its like markets and stuff like that. Like, let's not get crazy ahead of ourselves. Because if that's the case, then we're just making a slightly weaker EU5, but with Total War stuff.
Well, it could be better if it has better combat.
I mean, to be honest, if they really want to usurp EU5 and then they go the full ham and then they have the actual battles and stuff, yeah, EU5, sorry, you just got dethroned. That's just how the nature of that works. Because I will say EU5's abstracted battles, because it's not focused on that, is one of its weaker elements. But Total War strengths is the fact that the battles are super rich.
Yes.
Also, go get Jeff Van Dyke back to do the fucking composition work, please.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously. Duke of Death 2, please.
I didn't even know he was still alive.
He is. He still makes music, I think, down in Australia.
Oh, nice.
So much promising things, but can they deliver?
Yeah, it's wait and see, because like I said at the start of this, we're minimum 3 years out.
Yeah, minimum 2 or
hope.
3 years. This is pretty early. Now, bear in mind, they're a team with like 100 people. They have more resources than I could wish I had. I have one programmer. But, like, they got like a bajillion dudes. So, like, this should steam along relatively steady, if that makes sense.
I say minimum 3 years. Okay, so in a perfect world, let's say 40K does like well beyond expectations and they rapidly expand their team. That obviously will change the timetables considerably. But as it stands now, based on what they're showing us and how they're saying it's all very much pre-production, I'm saying my estimation is 27, late 27 to probably 28.
Mm-hmm. And listen, I know Doman says he's probably not coming back. Yeah, probably not. But the thing is, Creative Assembly, literally, the man has a price. Give him what he wants. Get him what he wants so you can get the music. Because the music, oh my god, that's part of what makes Medieval 2 and Rome 1 magical, by the way. The music.
Oh yeah, unless he has fuck you money, he has a price.
Yes. And I guarantee you he does have a price. Just ask him, what do you want? What will it take to get you to come back? And we'll make it happen. And then make it happen. Work with the guy. Because seriously, getting that composer back is huge. Because, man, has Total War music never been good as it was when he was working on their games.
I'll be honest, I don't pay attention to the music in any of the modern ones.
Yeah, it's forgettable. He made music that really captured the moments and sold like the entire feeling and vibe of like, yeah, I'm leading an army into battle. And like the credits music where it's like this sad melancholic song about, you know, sending your son off to die in a war. That was actually like kind of touching. Like all that shit was good. We Are All One or something, whatever it's called. Like, fuck! It's just so good.
Unless what's his tit says, you know, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he has a price. There's no such thing as not having a price.
Nothing beats his music. His music was great, and the fact that the credits had songs in Rome 1 and Medieval 2 that was reflective of like what was happening as like your campaign, and it was like talking about it, like in the sense like you sending this young men off to die and how sad it is, and how she wonders if the mother of the enemy feels the same way. It was a nice, touching thing, actually, is what it was. It was.
Did he do Rome Total War music?
I did Shogun 1. He did Rome 1 or Medieval 1. He did fucking Rome 1, he did Medieval 2, and I think he was on board for some of Shogun 2. I don't remember though. I know that Shogun 2 makes use of Shogun 1's music in some areas though, so it does have his music in it.
Gotcha.
Which Shogun 2's music is fucking phenomenal. Again, music is important. It's like every part of a game. Like the art style is good, the gameplay, the mechanics, but what's often another unsung hero is often the music. Often gets forgotten.
Music is often the soul of the game.
Really carries the mood and the melody. Like when I'm in the campaign map building stuff, when there's a plague ravaging the world, Europa Universalis 5 understands this, and they got a real orchestra to perform for some of the music, and oh my god, the EU5 soundtrack is fucking, it's goat. It's gold. It's just beautiful. I have it. I have the soundtrack for EU5, and it's beautiful. It's just a wonderful soundtrack. Soundtracks like that carry the moments, like when you have wars, when there's a plague, when there's, you're building up your nation, when like there's tense diplomacy happening and like tensions are rising. Like it captures those moments. I'm making you want to play Rome Total War 1? Yeah, I'm just telling you what Rome Total War 1 is. It's making you want to play it. It's a game that's that good.
Welcome to the stream, Dragon Lord. He says, good evening, Kibbs, Morty, Ghost, and chat. How are you doing today?
We're doing good. Hope you're doing good too. We've been looking
Doing
at this
all right.
Medieval 3 thing, and it's pretty damn promising.
We've been here for 19,000 years.
We've been here for 4 hours.
10,000 years.
This is what
10,000 years.
This is what happens when they make an hour-long deep dive. Is like it's gonna be a 5 fucking hour stream. All right.
Well, especially when they are showing things that are promising and
Yeah, there's
talking about
so much to talk
possible
about.
systems. They're giving us things to speculate and talk on.
All right.
We should continue. We're so close to the end. Oh wait, no, fuck. All right, so let's hear them say the questions, then we'll answer these.
One, even if you've only seen bits of this stream, you've only been popping, we'll be able to jump into, which is, what have you enjoyed about different economic systems in past Total War titles and other strategy games? So we have our ideas of how tax and wealth works. We want to know what the things you really liked, like taxi is how they're trying to put tax and sexy together. But what are the systems that you interacted with and you came away thinking that really helped immerse me in the world and made it feel very living?
And there's a full spectrum out there, right? Not only in our own games, but there's other games. You've got the kind of production chain kind of economies of certain RTS games, or there's even, like I say, even our past titles that focus slightly differently on this approach. So I think it's definitely good to hear what works and what could work in the context of Total War. And
the second part of that being, then what are the benefits and consequences that feel meaningful around taxation and wealth? So we've spoken a little bit about things we'd like to do, of the problems with having too much or too little wealth in a province, how it might make it an appetizing target for an enemy. But what the community feel are benefits and consequences of over, under taxing, too much, too little wealth.
Yeah, and especially how I think the reason why we wanted to really hone in on the groundedness of both population and wealth is that these are ultimately, let's say, the core blood veins of your realm that then feed into a lot of other systems. And I think that's exciting to think about, let's say, the depth that is generated there. I saw the other day a YouTube video and with a great, that person came up with a great term, vertical depth. Oh, yeah. I think it was exactly what we're trying to do here, where instead of having a lot of features that sit next to each other in silos, we have some core systems like population, like wealth, that really feed into everything, and it's the cross. It's all connected, right? It's that simulation is connected, and that's the benefit. And there's feedback to the war core, the engine, the fact that we have the great opportunity to rebuild all of these campaign systems for Medieval 3 in a way that can be so interconnected. They can be so ingrained in that simulation and just make sense. That's the great opportunity we get from Warcore, and the ability for to do that.
And is it fair to say
it's fantastic?
That's kind of what we've been waiting for Medieval 3. Is
Absolutely, it's we've had we've talked about this in blogs, and we've tried this before. We ourselves wanted to make a Medieval 3 worthy of the mantle, right? And we were waiting for the moment.
Okay, before we proceed further, so yeah, first question. What have you enjoyed about different economic systems in past Total War titles and other strategy games? We'll start with Mamu first.
So I don't have a ton of experience with previous Total Wars outside of playing them for
Yep.
like a couple
But
hours.
any strategy games.
But in terms of
Yeah.
other strategy games, so in terms of economic system, if I'm playing like for instance, my big one I like to do is like turn-based 4Xs a lot.
Mhm.
If you're going to give me an economic system, give me the economic system and let me have like I was talking about earlier with taxes. Let me do tariffs. Let me do tolls and all kinds of levies I can call upon and stuff of that nature. Like if I corner the market on something, let me set how much it's being sold for. If I have like a bazaar or marketplace where it's being traded at, let me set what my cut of the pie is. That's one of my big things I really like about like Endless Space 2, for instance. You can do all of those things.
Mhm.
Literally everything in that game is an economic item you can mess with.
Which is cool.
Yes, that's why I talk about like if you let me speculate with the economy in your game, I will break it every single time because that's what I like to do. I will figure out a way to commoditize everything. So if they bring that's what I said. If they bring that kind of complexity to that, then this will be the game.
Yeah, no Total War game has ever had that depth before.
Yeah, they've never had that kind of economic complexity.
Okay.
So I would like to see that, but I'm also not holding my breath on that either.
Skeptical.
I'm assuming
yeah.
it's going to be like a usual set, X amount of taxation, which then causes, different population blocks to become madder or more happy depending on who's on the receiving and taking end.
Mhm.
And that's what I assume it's going to be, but we'll see. Because they are talking about a lot of prototype systems here. And who knows what'll survive the internal decision making versus what's going to get cut for the sake of gameplay.
Yeah. Next up is Le Ghost.
Well, economic systems. What outside of Medieval 2, Total War, I haven't really played other Total Wars other than the fantasy ones, and those don't really have an economic system. They have you get economic per turn, build building, get money. That's boring and lame and sad. Honestly, with different resources like in 4Xs and things, I enjoy managing my economy to some degree, and maybe not as crazy as Mamu, but I do tend to sometimes accidentally end up breaking it. I don't go out of my way, but I still somehow break it.
Mhm.
So I don't want it to be simple. I don't think it necessarily for a medieval game for Total War to be hyper complex like a full blown 4X, but it needs to fall somewhere in between, and I think that would be a boon in the majority overall.
Yeah.
Like I'm not really sure where it should fall because if we talk about Total War Medieval 2 and I haven't played that in a couple years. You had the different resources and you could trade it and kind of I don't really recall as well, but something like that but expanded upon will be beneficial. I don't see them going whole hawk into it because it might not get a good reaction from the fans, even though it would be good to see the game grow in that way where it becomes a more encompassing game. I worry that if they try to do that, something else might get sacrificed in the meantime, which would be a net negative.
That's understandable. How much resources are they willing to allocate for this, and how much resources and time do they actually have to develop this? That's a fair worry. That we talked about time and development before, but for myself, I think when it comes down to it, like I played every Total War except like Shogun 1 and Medieval 1. To be frank, I've watched videos of them, but I've never really properly played those two. But I played them all, and to be frank, like Shogun 2 had like the interesting accumulating wealth thing. Medieval 2 had like resources that you could like control and generate, and then you build up provinces and invest in it, and that's kind of like it. So yeah, there's like never been anything really in depth in Total War like this. So yeah, I do think they should be careful not to go too crazy because it's very ambitious and very risky, but I do think they should go, at least like we talked about, enough that it affects the decisions and wars you choose to make. Wars should be made over resources as well as, religious reasons, cultural reasons, historical reasons, and just territorial reasons. And I think that resources should play a part of that, and I think resources are tied deeply to economy, and that is intrinsic to making that carry a lot of weight. Economic warfare should be a part of the Total War toolset, and wars, again, Total War is about having wars and battles, right? But adding more meat to those decisions only strengthens the wars that you do. Having a richer and more in-depth economy only strengthens the armies you build. It gives them more merit and meat and more value. And so I think that it's a good thing. I think it's something they should push towards. The next question we have is, what benefits, consequences feel meaningful around taxation and wealth? Now, actually, hold on. Chatfish should participate with these too. So Chatfish are actually answering these ones. Sometimes you guys just sit there and don't answer them. Like
Genghis said,
yeah,
you can overdo economic complexity in a game. I, for one, would hate it if they added 4x level economic systems.
Well, I mean,
that's fair.
Total War is a 4x game, though. So it having 4x...
I think you're talking about like the big ones.
Oh,
where,
like endless space.
Crazy.
Yeah. All right, that's more fair. I think that they shouldn't go as crazy. Again, maybe a compromise, but a bit like they should go more than what they have now. Because what they have now is really boring. It's like I capture property,
build economic building, gain money, put money into what? More buildings or more troops?
Yeah, and
yeah,
it's
what
super
they have
sterile.
now. Yeah, what they have now in fantasy is akin to a logic system of, if yes, then do such. Like, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's too
There's
basic. And I really want, like, 40k Total War and other things to have much more rich complexity to them. Because
Warhammer 40k Total War should have a complex one, because it's I don't know how big their war map's going to be, but you're basically spanning multiple planets.
It's Interstellar Empire, yeah.
Yeah, it should have a complex, like, logistic system to it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Let's see. Just because... don't know if chat is ring. Shogun 1 stream when chat funds it. Gotta teach them. You're right. That's a little crusty even for me, chat. It's a little crusty even for me. Like Rome 1 and Medieval 2, no problem. Shogun 1, you're now looking at Kib and be like, when you were like maybe an infant or weren't even alive yet? Yeah, now play that. It's like, I wasn't even
Ollie
alive.
says, I'd like to see something like building placement affecting output to some extent.
Maybe.
Oh, you mean like where you place the industry building?
Yeah. Like to a degree, yeah, you shouldn't be able to place lumber mills in fields. Like what? There's no trees here. It's like, well,
why is my number mill not being good?
You can kind of think of it like early Civ when you go to found a city, and it'll tell you like fertility rates and like what basic resources are in an area. Kind of like that. Like you should go here, but if you really want to, you can go in this bad spot.
It's like you are the player, and you're allowed to be stupid if you want to be.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what makes sandboxes fun. You can build suboptimally if you so desire.
Let me be stupid.
Yeah, just so it feels like I have choice. So that way when I make a smart decision, it doesn't feel like I made that smart decision because, the game made me go down a walkway where it's like smart answer. It's like, no, I chose to do that. And by letting me choose to make right decisions and wrong decisions, you allow me as the player in a sandbox to be stupid and to make smart moves and to learn naturally. By allowing me to make mistakes, you're going to allow me to learn.
Yep.
Check warning. But yeah, so next question. What benefits, consequences feel meaningful around taxation and wealth? Mamu.
So again, this goes into the benefit obviously is let's say your middle class mercantile class, you put slightly less taxation on, but your nobles you put a bit more on. Then you should obviously see the mercantile class that aren't nobles get a bit happier. Maybe their productive rates go up or something of that nature. Whereas your nobles, you may have to placate them by, say, have to increase some sort of luxury development that they want to keep that population sect's happiness to a certain level. But there should also be the benefit of it shouldn't just be material taxes either. It should also be in the form of resources. So, like, let's say you're taxing a population center that's set, I don't know, in a more industrial part of your territory for mining and lumber milling and stuff. It should also increase or decrease, whichever one you're choosing, the amount of resources you get from that particular group. It shouldn't just be pure coin, because I think that's a little too basic. But again, the consequences, it should always be a balancing act of, like, well, if you piss off that population sect too much with increased taxes or levies or what have you, they're going to produce less, or they potentially will revolt, or they won't come to, like, let's say you need to raise a peasant army real quick. Well, the peasants are going to be like, no, go fuck yourself. And then it's like, all right, well, I don't have an army to defend my borders, and the people I'm trying to raise for an army are telling me to go fuck myself. So it's you've destroyed your own nation essentially because you've decided to tax too much. That's my just from a top-down perspective on what I want it to feel like as far as like the pro and con of the taxation and wealth system. I also want to see multiple currencies. I don't want to just see generic wealth. Like, have in-depth currency, different types of currencies, different types of resources. Let's say a nation doesn't take a certain currency. Let me trade them in iron or whatever resource they're weak in if they don't accept my currency or they don't think it's, worthwhile.
They're probably not going to do that.
No, they probably won't do that. That's a pie in the sky.
Also, like, usually when it came to currencies, the currencies of the system were usually defaulted to what had value. So faith in a currency, right? So faith in a currency is the idea that, this coin has a certain percentage of silver in it, therefore it has a certain amount of value. And because it's from, it's a florins, it's pretty good. So it's pretty reliable, or a ducat, And so that is what literally determines the value of something, is how much faith did that currency have, right? And if there was low faith in it, it had very little value, right? Or if it was clipped or things like that, economic things at the time. Clippings is something that this game shouldn't cover because it'd be weird.
Right.
It'd be very finicky to cover that. But you know what I mean? But yeah, so like it should probably just be defaulted to like, like if they want to represent that, then it should just be like your currency is valued at 60%, like the total value, because you have corruption problems. But that would be weird, and that might be too much.
Might be too much.
Yeah, because like, while that did happen, it was one of those things where it's like, that's a bit finicky. It's a bit finicky-winicky. But yeah, it's probably going to default to the popular currency of the time, which is usually florins, which is usually how strategy games have it. Because not even Paradox is willing to touch that, by the way. Now, Paradox is willing to touch inflation by overproducing too much coinage into your empire. You will actually inflate your currency, and it does recognize inflation of your own currency in your own economy. So your money has less value inside yourself. And by extension, one coin of yours drops in value, but it's still considered a florins or a ducat. It's not like magically a different thing.
Right.
So they'll probably do it that way, because tracking separate currencies is what I call a overdesign. Only a few people will appreciate that, and what you're only going to get out of that is probably people being more confused, because now they're going to start studying currency. And when your players start having to study things, you stop playing the game. All of a sudden the game is no longer a game. And you welcome to Spreadsheet Simulator. You have now made EVE Online. Just like, what? Which, by the way, there is a market for those games. There is a market for those games. But it is what we call a hyper niche.
If only Paradox would touch the combat.
Good luck. They'll never do that. They're Paradox. Like, no, it'll be a dice roll forever. But yeah. Wait, did Ghost answer this too?
No.
Ghost.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Marty on this one, though.
You want different types of currencies?
Well, not that autistic.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure if you're in the same boat here, boy.
Like
You
I
know,
like I
different-
said, I meant his earlier points. I'm in the same boat there
Okay.
with the being able to set the different taxation levels on the different populations, maybe allow for different types of taxation for like material goods that the nobles would buy. That would add some more complexity to it without making it overly complex. Like I said, they gotta that I hope they find a good balance where it's complex to the point where it will at least maybe scratch the itch for people who like more complexity, but still make it not so overly complex that it will turn a lot of people away from those who would have played it otherwise get turned away because of
Yeah.
there's too much economy.
Well, remember, the big thing is the campaign map getting more mechanics is a good thing, but there's a balance to that.
Yes.
The campaign map should
Yes.
not overshadow the battles. Rather, the battles and the campaign map need to reach an equilibrium, where they're both just as engaging and just as fun, but not one outshines the other, because that's the ideal outcome here. Because otherwise, you're going to spend all your time in the campaign map, or like. And then you'll be like, fuck, I don't want to be in the campaign, but it feels like such a chore because I just want to do battles. Because if they go too far, they're going to lose what made Total War to begin with. Because Total War was never a hyper complex 4X game, but its big problem is that it was always lacking like depth. And it had depth in Medieval 2 and stuff like that, but when it lost that little bit of depth, it lost what made it special, and it became so bad that the campaign map has whiplash, where it's now sterile. It now has nothing. And it's just like a in-between screen for metagame before battles. And it's like, ooh, it doesn't feel good. But yeah. All right. Next.
Worthy of that of the mantle, right? And we were waiting for the moment we were able to realize this ambition and not just have it be a kind of follow-up or a reskin. You know, we wanted to do something that's really kind of challenges some of those systems and rebuilds them from to really bring this world to life.
I think that's one of the, let's say, major benefits of the new engine is that we almost started with a clean slate.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't about, okay, how can we take the medieval theme and sort of press it into, let's say, our legacy systems, but really, okay, let's start from scratch. How does the economy need to work? How do armies need to work?
And it's not without challenge, right? Because we have to choose our battles, right? And this is where, again, prioritizing, during pre-production, what are the key things we have to prioritize? What are the key things we have to get right? And further down the line, we'll be, choosing more and picking more, and as it comes, takes shape, because we can't have it all. So it's all about, where do we prioritize our efforts? And that's part of where the engagement with the community comes in, to kind of have that dialogue and say, okay, what's important to you? If we have to choose between A and B, what would you prefer? Because we,
what do we do first?
Yeah, exactly.
Then,
But that's what I mean is having a kind of honest, and I said adult, but there's a better word for it I can't think of, but like proper, treating each other with respect of, this is what we're intending to do. Which of these is more?
I've never heard Creative Assembly say that before. I'm just pointing out
heard these sounds before.
A historical thing. Treating each other with respect. Something I like. Something I like. I'm all for this, CA. Let's
Who are
do
you
that.
and what have you done with CA?
Whatever you've done with the previous CA, good. Just keep it buried. Leave it dead. Oh my god, they treating us with respect. I just can't believe they said that. All right, so that is a good thing with a capital G. Holy crap.
Important to you, and it not being, do both. It's, well, we want to do both, but which is the most important pillar for you to make the world immersive first, and then what would you like to see from the second? Or the compromise. What's 50-50 of each that you think is the most? So, but those are the conversations that usually we would have in meeting rooms behind closed doors, and we'll still have those meetings, but we want to have the community's opinion and their take to take into battle with those. Okay. We are getting there. I think that is all of our. I moved the map around because I realized they've seen the kind of the same bit for a long time, and I realized we're on the questions. They never saw me move it. But yeah, someone asked, you know, is this the final UI? And I did see people in chat starting to correct them. And as I say, like, there is gonna be a period of transition for us in the community.
There is nothing. We need to change. Sorry, we need to change the text to be nothing final.
Yeah, every single it does say all content subject to change. It means
All content will change.
But yes, this is this is us trying to make the very core blocks that then we can start to piece together the game. So we make the blocks out of clay, and then when we're happy and we've molded them into a way we like, that's when we start to harden them, and that's when we start to make the game. So we're asking for your help to mold those blocks so that we make the right thing.
There will definitely be a point when we're in the stream and say, by the way, this is the final art for this particular thing.
This is the final tree.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
No, and nobody, that was not the final tree. These are not the final trees.
Okay. They do look good now.
You know what? Okay, so I did have a question of what's kind of your future timeline for streams. Part of that as well is if you guys enjoyed this, let us know in the comments.
Yeah, so that's it's, you know, did you like this format? Was it good?
Tell them yes, by the way.
In the way, you know,
So
in
much
showing the game and
better.
talking about
Oh
it. I
my
think
God.
we will tweak how we do these. We'll definitely tweak the setup. So, but yeah.
My ears.
I didn't need my ears. It's fine.
We've talked about, you know, streaming.
This is
our
why I
titles
keep
as
my
well, talking
volume
about them in the
regulated.
context of Med3.
Yeah, what we take from them.
Yeah, exactly, and taking feedback on, you know, let's say, you know, doing a stream of let's say 3K and talking about some of the features there and how we'd want to, how that relates to what we're doing in Med3.
Yep.
So we'll definitely be lining stuff up. And as we progress, as the topics flow on the forums, as we're kind of showing more in our blogs, we will line up streams to kind of reinforce those conversations and, you know, and show progress, right? When we've you know, we've made some updates. I've talked about doing a deeper dive on population or tax. We will do a stream and do deeper dives on those bits when we're ready.
I think your hair was on the mic, but I think that they got what you were saying.
God damn it, get a haircut.
I need to stop.
You're gonna have to shave for the next
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
have to
you
shave it all off.
bum.
Yeah, it's too much.
But yeah,
too much.
and on the question of, you know, when we're going to do future
Ew.
streams, we're still doing blogs. You guys will still be active, as I imagine other devs in the forums. I cannot iterate enough as well. And if you've had thoughts and you want to answer any of those questions, we will look for feedback everywhere, but we will guaranteed be able to read what you've said and find it if you're on the forums, if you're in the spaces we've set up for this discussion. So thank you so much. Do I have anything else that I have to say? I do have a statement. Some people ask how scripted our streams are. They are not. This is all just my notes, and please remember these things. This is the only thing I'm going to read from a piece of paper. Unless there's anything you guys want to say, I will start to close this out.
Just please join us on the forums. Tell us what you think. And we'll see you there.
Yeah, we will. I want to say we will do these streams, and again, depending on the feedback, we can look at the comments. They say awful. Never want to see these three guys again. But assuming people enjoy this kind of incredibly raw level of transparency, which was terrifying, and you know, we're all probably still a little terrified. You guys can't see the chat, so you'll be more terrified than that. But
I'll have a heart attack when I go back.
assuming that people enjoy this kind of thing, I'd say we do them, and this is, I think, part of being honest. Is when we should. Right? Rather than saying, oh, we'll do it every month, and then in a month we turn up and go, we actually don't really have anything to ask of. We do this when it makes sense and when it's you can actually have an impact. We don't want to do these to placate people.
When we have something to exciting to show or some, you know, specific things that we wanna know. Yeah, absolutely.
So hopefully relatively frequently. You know, but I would never want us to do a stream and sit here, and I've chatted with you before and I've gone, we need to make up something to ask them. We want to ask you genuine questions that can have an impact with the game.
But we want to, you know, like you say, we want to play around with the format. Maybe we'll do Q&A streams where we're just doing Q&A, we're doing that live, or we're doing, you know, potentially, you know, dev diaries, if that's a better format. We can do some, you know.
And that's a great question for them. If you want to see us answering questions you posted on the forums, if you want to, you know, whatever you want to see from that conversation, let us know. Yeah. So, thank you very much for my fantastic guests.
Thank you.
And chat can say thank you for coming along as well.
And we'll do better with mics, sorry.
We will. This is the first time I've ever used wireless microphones. So I hope you've all enjoyed a look at the Warcore engine. It is a fantastic foundation and can handle, as we've just seen, some really cool new feature sets. It is even flexible enough to handle, as a completely random example, fighting on a large open battlefield with a 20-unit army, or possibly more, those units would, as you've come to expect from the Warhammer trilogy, have lawful, varying entity counts, with some having lots of boys, entities, compared to a more elite unit. And perhaps that battle that you played was to claim a vital region on an agri planet, a planet that, to be clear, would consist of multiple regions to capture. So hopefully that completely random example clears up some other things maybe we've seen the community discussing.
So they just confirmed there. Did you hear that?
Yes.
20 unit cap, but maybe more. So, okay, that addresses the biggest concern I have about Total Warhammer 40K. Then they're going to have 20 unit cap for sure, guaranteed, but maybe more, implying that it's probably going to be higher than that. Which, if true, solves that entire problem. This actually
one of
had
the
more
biggest
info
issues.
than this right here. This last bit had more info than the previous stream about 40K Total War did. Oh my god! Holy shit! This was
Medieval
actually
3 saving total.
like, I'm gonna say it. What I think. This was awesome. Like that they did this. Now again, compartmentalize that. Don't just immediately go, oh my god, no. This was a really good stream. Holy shit. This was a beautiful stream. Do this more. I'm going to leave a comment in this and just tell them, like, yeah, this is awesome. Do more of this. You know, this was genuinely amazing. Do not do that 40K thing you did previously. That 40K thing was scripted. It was sterile. It was boring. It was the usual creative assembly shit I'm used to seeing. I don't want to see that ever again. I want to see this. I want to see these interviews. I want to see the developers. I don't want to see HR people there. I don't care about HR people or community management people. I'm no offense. I just don't give a damn. I want to see these guys, the guys in charge of the development team, the actual like creators, the innovators, the people pushing, the designers. I want to meet these guys and I want to talk with these guys. I want to see the games meet its heart, and I want to see that. More.
I don't want to see middleman. Get me the passionate guys that are actually either the heads of teams or directly building stuff on the teams.
Yeah. No more middle management. No more weird, like, very fucking serious, like, thing. Like, relaxed like this. Yeah, it had problems. Yeah, there's audio fuck-ups. I don't give a shit. This was generally good here.
The audio stuff's whatever. Like, that can be fixed. That's just them not knowing what they're doing and accidentally hitting their little lapel mics, right? But the actual meat of it was way better. We actually got to hear and see interesting things. We didn't have an HR wench sitting there and, like, you know, saying what they can or can't say and just jumping in to correct, like, just get out. You're useless. No one cares. We want to hear from the people making the game that love the franchise.
Yeah, because the problem is that in the past Total War games, we haven't been able to speak to the Total War people since like Rome 2 and before. Like there's been somebody blocking us from communicating, and so there's created this schism, this wall between the players and the developers. Now that we're tearing down that wall between the players and the developers and players can talk to each other. This is a good thing, no matter how you slice it. Players and developers should communicate with each other. And then, like, you know, whether you're super mad, try to be courteous. You know, I know it's hard. Many of you are passionate, as I am, about Total War, right? But be courteous, be respectful, and show them, you know, a great deal of respect, because this is our chance to communicate with them. Don't burn this opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, this is an opportunity for just finally put the franchise, one of my favorite franchises of all time. I have fucking t-shirts of this shit, by the way. Like, it's finally a chance to put things back to where they should be and actually communicate and push the franchise down the right path. We should have been there with Total Warhammer Fantasy. We should have been there with Rome 2. We should have been there with Three Kingdoms, but we weren't, right? But now's our chance. We can right the wrongs of the past and make Medieval 3 go down the right direction. I don't know about Total Warhammer 40K, but if we can start with Medieval 3, that's a step in the right direction. And I'd rather take that than lose the entire franchise, because I'll be real with you, there ain't anybody who's going to successor this company. Like, if Creative Assembly, if Creative Assembly falters, there goes Total War forever, and there will never be another. So this is our opportunity to try to make the franchise better, with these developers, and that's super awesome. And let's not squander this opportunity. So, like I said, we put the forum pin there. You know, their channel. You know, I'm gonna probably leave a comment myself, but check it out. You know, leave a comment. Let them know like how much you appreciated this, how much better this was than the Total War 40K thing. Show us. Be honest. Be transparent. Build respect between the players and the developers. Let us restore what has been tarnished for so long by middle management. Let us fix Creative Assembly. Let us help them make the best game. I want to see CA knock it out of the park. And I want them to dominate the market, and I want Total War to be back.
Yep.
Let's work on it. Oh. Yeah, all we have is words now. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But again, we have words that we can use ourselves. So engage and be part of the dialogue. Now's our chance.
The mere fact that they are willing to listen is at the very least a good sign. Now,
it's more than
where
anything
they
ever
go,
in the past.
oh God, it's more than we've had in what, 10 years?
I mean, to be honest, I don't think
over a decade.
I only started following Total War's development history and since Rome 2, by the way. So, and as far as I can tell before you, like it was never like open and transparent. Like it was always like a veil between us and the developers. This is an historic case where for the first time in forever, we can actually talk to the developers. And at least over 10 years. That was 2013, 2012, and 2011.
No,
So,
Spig.
long time.
We would prefer neither to fail.
You know, like, I'll be real with you, Spig. I don't want 40K to fail either. I want 40K Total War to be successful. Too many of my fellow content creators are in the same mindset of they want CA to burn, and I don't want them to burn. Like, I know there's a schism, and I know that schism's there, and I know that there's emotions are raw because people feel betrayed. And I get that. I've loved this franchise, and I feel like that too. But if they're willing to change, like, I'm open to it. And again, actions speak louder than words. We're going to find out.
Yes.
It's okay to be skeptical. In fact, I urge you all to be skeptical.
Yes. Be skeptical. Have that salt.
Yeah. But be willing to communicate, and don't attack them. Don't be like fucking stupid.
But don't let old wounds cloud your judgment and be overly negative.
Yeah, because this is our one chance to finally communicate with them. This is what I've been asking for like forever, honestly. Honesty and transparency. And here we have it for the first time in forever. Well, here we have step 1.
Yeah.
I want more of this. I want this all the way till Medieval 3 is, out and you're able to go pick it up and buy it. This, and then I want this same behavior to follow afterwards. Into the DLC, into the expansions, whatever they do, etc., right? All the way to the next Total War. And I want this mentality of this Medieval 3 stream to be applied to Total War 40K. Total War 40K might have a lot of problems because it's built around the same ideas and flaws of the past. This is true. But does that mean that it cannot be salvaged? No, I don't believe that for a second. I know that as a game developer, you can change things, you can fix things. Now, if that means they have to delay Total War 40K to make it the game we all want it to be, so be it. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with waiting. I don't mind waiting if that's what it takes to make the game what the game we all want it to be, and if that's what it takes to make it the game that's going to blow people out of the water, so be it. It takes an extra year, whatever. It takes an extra 2 years, fine. I'm much happier with that than getting the next game and being like, it's just Total War Fantasy again. Like, fuck.
Yes, as Polly says,
Like,
skepticism is healthy, doomerism is counterproductive. Correct.
Yep,
Correct.
Remember, it's a balance. You don't want to be on the hopium because that's bad too. You don't want to be on the doom black pill either because neither of those are good things. Hopium leads to blindly following. Black pill leads to creating schisms and nothing is mended. We need a balance, an equilibrium. Just like, what? Balance is all things should be? Yeah, that meme. All right, let's see if there's anything else they
what
drop
Grimace
here.
said.
Let's see.
But with that brings
I think
us
that's everything, though.
to the end of this year of Total War streaming. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the last 6-ish months. Everyone's ideas, thoughts, gameplay tips, all of that has been fantastic. I hinted at it just then. For those of you, hopefully everyone got that, but I was talking about Warhammer 40,000 there.
Okay.
We're not, this isn't an Agri Planet. This isn't Agri Planet. This is Medieval 3. But yeah, we will be, next year being able to show stuff from there as well. But this is our last stream of the year.
Yeah.
We did promise to do a stream with Andy Hall, which will be next year as well. We will be taking January off of streaming. You guys can see the camera side, and it's very lovely. We are using like 4-year-old tech from when we last streamed, so we're going to do some upgrades. We're going to get things working. You're not going to have to use a wireless mouse that I bought off Amazon.
We need to get the chairs back in as well.
You get the stools, bring the stools in from the round tables. But we'll take January off just to focus on upgrading some of that tech, and then we will come back.
We need a whiteboard.
And a whiteboard. So, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you next time.
Thank you.
Have a lovely new year.
That was good. That was good.
Yes.
I like that. That was the first time I've seen something from CA that I've been like, oh my god, I like that. I've never felt that before.
Yeah, that was refreshing.
Yeah. More of these streams.
Yes. Continue to build that goodwill and show us that that goodwill is deserved.
Kibbs of the Bickering bunch making a comment.
Like, I'm gonna, again, if they're only, my one concern is that they're not gonna look at every space. Of course, they're not gonna watch my streams. I'm not gonna ask them to watch a fucking 5-hour fucking video. But, mostly listening to them talking and then responding to every single thing. I don't think they have the autism for that. But, yeah, because that's them competing for me for autism. So, no. But the one thing is that when it comes down to it, like, this is what I want to see. Genuinely. This is what I want to see. I don't even know.
Yeah, more honesty and openness can never be a bad thing. The question, because again, I know I mentioned a lot, but like anyone who's followed stuff like Star Citizen knows how that can be a double-edged sword of they tell you they're going to do stuff, and because you're seeing the sausage get made and they change stuff mid-development, it appears like they're lying when in reality it's a bad form of communication. It's communication breakdown that has occurred. That's the only concern I have of people watching this, as in like them being open, is if they have a sudden change because like something's not internally playing well and they don't communicate that well, it can come off as them lying.
Yeah, that's why it's important to do these developer streams anytime. So like if something doesn't work, that's okay. Just tell us. Tell us why it didn't work and show us. And then that's all you need to do. Done.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we tried to do like different types of currencies, but like, here's what happened. And then they show us this giant spreadsheet and like all these things like, yep, okay, I get you. It's too distracting from the main goal of the game. More than understandable. Honesty and transparency in game development has been something that indies have helped push because they do a lot of devlogs and stuff. And it's a trend that you're starting to see AAA developers do. And this is a good trend, a really good trend. Because this could actually finally make AAA stop being synonymous with slop. Like, it shouldn't be. It should never have been that way. AAA should never be synonymous with slop. AAA should be like the cutting edge tech games is what it should be.
Turn of the century into the early 2010s, a AAA company made an announcement. It was like, holy shit.
It was like groundbreaking.
We're getting something new.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be fucking game changing.
It wasn't this tired, oh, wow, look, another AAA announcement into the trash.
Yeah, that's kind of where we've been for a while, right? And I'm kind of
part of a decade.
Yeah. So yeah, if Creative Assembly wants to start opening up and showing us game development as early as this, I'm not only just open to it, I'm going to cheer it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Every time. Every game going forward from this now. Now, I know Total 140K is further down the pipeline. That's okay. It was already in the pipeline. That's all right. But now apply this to what you're doing with Total 140K. I don't care if it's further down. That's okay. It's okay for it to be further along the line, but just be open and transparent about it so we can start giving you feedback. And then we can start letting you know, like, oh man, I don't think this is going to work. And yeah, you're going to get some pushback on some mechanics. That's going to happen. But you know what? Some of those things you might be able to make adjustments to. And if you can't make adjustments to them, honesty and transparency. Honesty and transparency. Like, be open and be like, yeah, we can't do that because, like, it's tied to too many systems. I'm sorry, but we won't be able to change it before release. Okay, that's all right. That's more than honest to literally be transparent about that. I'm
I've
more
seen
than
a
understanding.
couple chatfish saying that they still don't know. Like Pondozan, for instance, saying Medieval 3 has been shown to be promising so far of what we've seen, but I still will not buy it before it actually releases and shows what of the things we've been promised has been kept. That's
Yeah.
a perfectly reasonable stance. You should always wait and
And
see.
Very
you
smart.
should never pre-order. Pre-order culture
Yeah.
has been
Yes.
a plague upon the game industry.
Yes.
Pre-orders have hurt the industry more than anything else.
Yep, 100%. Like what I've been an advocate for is I wish Steam would allow this, and I wish companies would allow this. Let me preload a game before I buy it, so I can preload it before it's released without having to pre-purchase it. Because as a streamer, that's all I need finally to be done with that, and no more fucking streamer early access bullshit. Don't give streamers early access. Don't give paid tier early access. Everybody gets it the same day.
Wait, no, hold on, Kibbs. As a streamer, you deserve to pay $100
Am I
to play it 2 days early.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay $100 because if they do that, like the issue is if a game releases itself and is like $100 for early access, as a streamer, you need to buy that. You have
Yes.
to because it's your
But
job.
It's
Kids,
literally a
But that's not
streamer
okay.
tax.
Like stop doing that.
Think-
Stop doing that.
Think of the poor gaming CEOs. How will they
No.
be able to
Like,
afford their
I want
new
to have
yachts?
access to it when everyone else has access. Don't give me special access. Give me the same access as everybody else because then I'm not forced into spending $100 for a streamer version early access. Like, no, thank you. I just don't want to do that anymore. I'm sorry. I'm really sick of it. I'm sorry. I'm just
Memes aside,
burned out from that
yes.
stuff.
that needs to disappear. That's a cancer. This stupid 2 or 3 day early access shit. It's a horrible cancer. It's malignant. It needs to go.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it, please.
It's like the microtransaction of pre-orders.
But yes, this is as everyone here has said, and some people in Chatfish have agreed and disagreed. That's fine. That's what healthy conversation is.
Yep, just don't fight each other. Just be polite.
You should always wait and see. What they're doing right now sounds good. I want to see it when it's in a more mature, developed state. Obviously, they're way pre-production, so the only thing we have coming from them at this point is 40K, and I hope they are listening to the criticism and feedback and not make 40K just more fantasy slop. Because as much as I dislike GW and all them, I still want it to be a good Total War game.
Yeah, like, okay, I'll be real with you. Games Workshop has done things I vehemently disagree with as a company, and they've lost me as a customer. Games Workshop has lost me as a customer, but they lost me years ago, right? Like they're gonna have to struggle to get me back. But here's the thing: Total War is not Games Workshop. I don't really care. I like 40K. I like 40K games. I like Dawn of War 1. I like Dawn of War 2. Simple as, you know. And I like Mark of Chaos. I like these games. I want more good 40K content, but I'm not going to go to GW to go get it. I don't trust them anymore. But if Total War, if Creative Assembly produces a good 40K product, and it's actually good, yeah, I'm going to be interested. I'm going to love it. I'm going to like it. If it's a good game, then that's what we want. I want good games. If it's a bad game, then I don't want it. You know? Like, it's really just that simple. Make a good, fun, solid sandbox Total War experience, and I'll be happy. But if it's not a Total War experience, it's not a good game, then I just don't really want it. I'm sick of bad Total War sandbox games. Some of them aren't necessarily bad, some of them are, but like I'm sick of mediocrity from a franchise that I adore, and I want it to be amazing. Like I want Total War back to where it was. I know it's a big ask, but I want Total War to be huge. I want Total War to be successful, and I want to love their games again. But it's up to them, you know. The ball's in our court now because they put the ball in our court, so now we got to play ball, right? So there's the forum link in the description and in the pinned comments. I'm sorry. Go ahead and give them feedback, you know, and let them know what you think. Let them know on the stream that you liked it. I did my part, and I'm gonna do my part later tonight when I make dinner. I'm gonna answer those things. I'm gonna actually go back to the forums. This is the first time I'm going back to the forums since, by the way, 2000 15 or 16, whenever Total War 1 was announced. Because I got burnt out. So I'm returning after this many years because of what we've seen here. Because for the first time in forever, I feel like there's a possibility that things might be good. So let that sink in. But yeah. Anybody else have any further points? So I can go to the next stream?
That about covers it for me.
So I'm super
I
late
think
to
we
that.
I think we covered everything.
Yeah, I think we did.
In closing, be skeptical.
Hmm?
Don't be overly positive, don't be overly negative. Keep it midline, and just watch and see if this goodwill that they are extending is followed through with.
More than fair. All right, Chatfish. We'll see you in the next stream where we're going to take a look at Star Wars Empire War and how far that's come along with a massive, massive mod overhaul. That's pretty damn fucking cool. I apologize in advance to all those who've been waiting there. So we'll see you over there very shortly, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, I haven't set up the stream to raid.
Lordy, load.
It happens sometimes. We're just a little late here on this channel, okay? It's just a weird bad trend.
Soon, this fully operational bucket will be complete.
Yep. So we'll see you over there, chat. Thanks for the likes. Thanks